the status 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change.
The time is now, no bezel. I am God, the flesh is just a vessel. Last warrior standing after the smoke settle. Word wizardry, and none of y'all's on my level. Religious dickheads live on their knees looking to the sky. I put a hole between your two ears, piercing your third eye. Now the static in your attic, watching your soul fly. At nighttime I can hear so many souls cry. What's illegal is said to be a crime, but what's legal is more criminal than a convict's mind. Racist ideology, separatist paradigm. The yin and yang is a duality in my slang. When you battle the god, you're pissing in the wind, cutting off heads with words that come from within. Some say it's the ancestors I'm tapping in, or harness evil spirits from a jinn. It's just pure skills. Listen to my frequency as the god builds. No mason, but stack bricks up to the gills. Tartarian skills, pulling from the ether aura of Earth's energy field. Yield, slow down and pump your brakes. Knowledge is wisdom and self, I put faith. To pray to a stranger, to me it's just a waste. I am God, one and only soul controller. My heart is more cold when I'm sober. If you think you have a fighting chance, it's over. I come crashing down like a landslide of boulders.
Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, when everything seem to change. Kamikaze. Got 100 pounds of bomb on me out on Bible. If you sell it to me, you would die holy. I know creatures whose features change, shape shift, and the next day they don't look the same. I think we're pawns in this crooked game. I fill my heart with joy, but where do I put the pain? Where was my morals when I was pushing cane? In the gang doing 2 a days. If you a slave, it's because the system you behave. A beehive is a replica of the brain. A ant built the pyramids before the humans came. And a woman, the sun is furthest away. In the summer, the lightning comes before the thunder. Nothing comes before the mother. Moving cane don't make you able to turn on your brother. I got a magazine, don't make me put you on the cover. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change.
Peace and salute. Peace, Lonnie. Stationary pizza. I get that. We're on a stationary pizza. So, you know, I was thinking about that shit yesterday. And, you know, for somebody with such a high IQ, and supposed to be older, called us young and up and angry. You know, the guy's supposed to have such a high IQ, but acted very childish. It's the last time I'm going to speak on it. I was just thinking about it, like, some people missed a crazy build yesterday. Just for a little while, then it got better. I was trying to find some architecture in Ukraine, but unfortunately, that didn't go too well for some reason. I'm starting to dislike Google, period, man. Google has changed a lot, and they suck. All the search engines suck. Has anyone ever seen this picture of the towers here? I mean, is it me, or you could just see right through the fucking thing? And you could see the elevator shafts in the center. There's nothing in the building. You could see right through it. It's very interesting. Some said, I've heard versions that these towers were never occupied from a certain floor up, that they were energy towers, but who knows? I tried Japan, Ukraine, China. Barely find anything on China. I might be looking wrong, but I found this building in Japan, which is the Japanese parliament. Peace in the groove. B. Gabriel. Yeah, I was just speaking in the groove about yesterday. A guy with such high IQ called us young, angry men. Don't even know how old I am. And then to come back and troll my chat, you know, with 7 different. He was using 7 fucking mock pages or whatever you want to call them. You know, but we're the childish ones speaking up. But anyway, that's the last time I'm going to speak about that dude. You know, I looked up his name, and I found the band that he's in. I even found his real name. So, it wasn't hard at all. But, hee-ho, hee-ho. Yeah, that was a disappointment. I just don't get how we started off straight and then we ended up at that. It's weird. Then he said we were threatening him or something. This is St. Pete, Russia, I think. Russia's got some interesting architecture from back in the day. Not going to show a whole lot of pictures, but it's freaking snowing out here. So if you guys hear the plows in the background, I like this building and this one. And this in St. Pete, Russia is one of my favorites. Look at that steamboat or coal or whatever. I think this is Ukraine. Yeah, it's blurry. I think these are energy stations too. because the temple's in the back. You can see the swirl at the top. Reminds me of the barber pole. This almost looks like they're only the top part of the building. I would love to go in one of these buildings and go downward. I'm pretty sure these temples and all these buildings are the ones they don't knock down are most likely connected underground. It's my theory. I think this is the same building. Yeah. And then again right here from the front, and that's it. Isaac Mann, Spirit, Private Investigator, peace. Yeah, I wonder if they're connected underground. We have old world tunnels and stuff underground here. Where do you live? Like we are one level above old flat land. And yeah, and it's just a little suspicious that most of, or damn near all those type of buildings are government. They're either capitals or post office. Like who needs a post office that big? Post office or a city hall, even schools, insane asylums, and on and on and on. If you're still here in the groove, I really want to work on a track. I've been writing so much music. I agree. Gabriel says some people turn on you when you no longer agree with them. That's a sign that it was never about exchange of knowledge, but about letting them look super interesting and intelligent. Yeah. As soon as we said something that wasn't agree, like you said, it like flipped the script on us. And we still dropped it and stopped talking about it. And yet, you know, out of respect for that guy, we dropped it and then threats were thrown. And then the name calling started. And then, you know, I think In the Groove had every right to say what he said. You know, I understand what the guy was saying. You know, basically, be careful what we say and all that, but nothing was said that, you know, because we don't agree with what's going on in our so-called government, right? The dude got all spooked out and said the police are gonna come. But like I said, I don't hate the guy. I don't even know him. But what's that saying about first impressions? They also redid an old hotel in our town, and I walked by when I was homeless and looked inside, and there was a painting of old mosque temples underground, like it was the original ground level one below. Yeah, I've showed there's a Capitol in the city in Hartford, Connecticut, and man, do I want to like explore. I think there's something with these underground. I think there's underground trains that connect every continent, and my theory is these oceans, in most parts, are not as deep as they say they are. I got a map that I found that shows a train system that literally connects all the continents. And they're trying to say, oh, it's for the future. But then for a second, I was going to believe that until I found the older map from like 2002, which is the same. It was the same, but the newer map had added on stuff. So I'm thinking they probably modified it and added stuff. Yeah, I agree, Gabriel. And I'm humble. You know, I try to hear everyone out, or I do hear everyone out. I don't disrespect no one. And who knows, man? Threatening me, talking about I'm gonna attack this channel. You know, to me that's pussy shit. You know, doing stuff like that on the internet. Come face to face, man. I'm not saying I'm Superman or anything. But anyway, fuck that incident. That's just yesterday. Static in the attic. Is the conversation different for Commonwealth subjects and American freedmen? No. Yeah, that's what he was saying, that we're gonna be. What did he say? In the groove, he said we're gonna be arrested for treason. By who? The treasonists? The people committing real treason are gonna come arrest us for us wanting to clean the garbage out. Yeah, they found a lot so far. At one point, there was a train. There was a train that did. I wouldn't doubt. Now it's something more. Yeah, it's a five. They called it a mock something. What do you mean by that, Gabriel? Hold on. You said, and even though they are in the wrong trying to say what one should do on your own channel, people like you even think about it and have some kind of bad conscience, even though they're wrong. Oh, okay. I get it now. Yeah, me neither, Nani. That's what bullies do. They tear people down because they can get away with it. And I've seen it. Even when people used to bully me because I was quiet. Time and time again, I seen the bully get his mouth punched off, and then that ends his streak. Ding ding ding, TKO. What did Mike Tyson say? Everyone has something to say until they get punched in the mouth. Yeah, he was saying something about being, you know, some of the stuff that dude said, you know, I was trying to hear him out because some of it made sense, but those are reasons why I fell back in trying to bring people together. I'm just going to let it happen organically because for someone that has such a high IQ, that guy, right, and was saying we're just, I have to go back and watch it, but I think he overreacted. The only way to defeat these people is to walk away. That would be the dopest, to see millions of people just walk away from their system and start helping each other and building each other up. But that's a long shot because I'm not saying it isn't possible, but because a lot of people are so used to doing something for money, um, that for them to open their business and work, I don't want to say for free, but to continue to do what people are doing without getting paid just to help someone, that's this capitalistic mind state has poisoned people's brain. That doggy dog world mind state. That's capitalism has created savages. You know, I don't think capitalism, um, all the isms to me are terrible. Socialism, communism, uh, globalism, colonialism. What do you mean by that, Lonnie? Lonnie, so did you do a little digging on those Lonnie Sphere or Lonnie Spear heaters? Yeah, he had like 6 of them in the groove. 6 different ones. He was doing all at once. I'm like, and we're the childish ones. Yeah, we have the low IQ. And like I said, man, we even deaded that conversation and tried to be humble. Sometimes I wonder, is being humble worth it? You know, I don't be humble for other people. I be humble because, or I'm humble because I want to be humble. It helps me. It would be helpful to the conversation to know if it is treason for subjects to speak against the government. It would become just another disclaimer when speaking from an American perspective. You know, when I say F the government, it's because 99.9% of them are treason and tyrants, and they're not for the masses. One positive thing I see is thanks to channels like Lackluster, James Freeman, the guy in Florida, the armed fisherman, aka what's his other name that he went by originally? Anyway, and there's other channels like Kinetic, Constitution State. Who else do I watch? And there's another one I can't think of. But anyway, because of channels like that, people are standing their ground even more and realizing that the police have been screwing people over. And the crazy part is when you stand your ground, you know, I see the reverse psychology they teach the police to use. If you say, you know, if you don't want to show your ID because you legally don't have to, now they would say, their line would be, oh, why don't you want to show us your ID? That's kind of suspicious. What, you have warrants? You know, what are you hiding? You know, reverse psychology is hilarious. It's not hilarious, but it becomes comical, you know. And then by law, the police are supposed to identify. And if you don't show your ID, some cops would be like, I don't have to identify. You didn't show me your ID. Like, damn, how old are you? Are you a child? And time again, you just see people's rights get stomped all over, right? These so-called rights. But then people say, oh, we'll sue them. Cops don't give a shit. Because one, they're not paying for their mistakes. You know, some might lose their job or whatever, but another ding-dong will be to replace. And two, it's coming out of our tax money. So the people are paying for their fuck-ups and their breaking of the law. Then they got qualified immunity in some states. Thank God it's been abolished in Connecticut. What is it? Connecticut, New Mexico, a few other states. And then people, you know, it's all fine and dandy when you sue, but like I said, they don't care about you suing them either, because like it's not coming. They're not paying, you know, for their criminal actions or their treason. So it would be nice to be able to have a sit down with like Lackluster and all these channels, because I want to get more involved. And can we find a way to come up with a law to have these police pay out of their pocket, just like we do? I've said this before, when they break the law, they should pay out of their pocket. The taxpayers should not have to pay for their criminal actions. And that'll straighten a lot of them out. They'll think twice before stepping on people's so-called rights. Isaac said, yeah, egoism, I call it, where people use knowledge and power as advantage over others. I think it could work, but we are not in the right state of consciousness to be selling everyone out like this. Yeah, we are in some serious trouble here in the States. Gabriel said, come on. I have an IQ of 165 certified. That has nothing to do with being decent. But a lot of people with high IQ also like their ego pushed. I'm as humble as they come. With capitalism, we need to grow up to have capitalism. Mark. Oh yeah, peace, Mark Basket, Morgan. The idea of measuring IQ must be based on a low self-esteem. Yeah. If anyone wants to come up, I dropped the link, you know, I'm just saying. Solo Yacker, thank you, Will I am. Yep, Solo Yacker, there you go. I couldn't think of it. Solo Yacker, man's awesome. You know, he puts his boots in the field, and he went out there and put his neck on the line. A few times they almost smoked his boots. And, you know, I was a patriot growing up, and I lost all my patriotic self when I just been lost all hope for the government, and I never had any trust in the popo. But the government, I've been lost my respect, and you know, kings were guided by the hand of God, just as Americans in their own house. That word freedom. The government would say, we didn't call it freedom for nothing, because you must be dumb if you think you're free. Yeah, we got free will under the Most High, all right. Probably the only free will we have is decision making, and a lot of that, you know, when this corrupt system, that's why the lady's blindfolded with the scales of justice, because she's blind to the truth. Has nothing to do with her being blind and evening the scales out. They put a blindfold on her so she could be blind to the truth. And I found statues of her without a blindfold years ago. It's an old one from the 1800s. So when the hell did they put a blindfold on her? I seen this video. Remember how I had synchronized the Globus Cruciger, and I had found the Oreo cookie. Well, and I also put the Leviathan symbol with the Oreo cookie, and Joe Rogan had a video, and he was talking about that. Now, how's the not that it matters, but I have never seen any channel synchronize the Oreo cookie. But yeah, Joe Rogan said it's linked to the Leviathan symbol, which is the one I showed with the snake bottom, and then it has the two crosses on top. It looks just like the Oreo cookie symbol, and that's crazy because I was eating Oreos yesterday. As a matter of fact, whoops. Nabisco. We should look up what Nabisco means. See? That symbol right there. It's on the Oreo cookie. Come on, come in. I don't know. It won't come in. Deion Sandals was good, man. As soon as I looked up, I seen Nabisco brand. I said, oh, Deion Sandals, very, very good with the gematria calculator. They said that so when you eat an Oreo cookie, you're putting a piece of Satan in you. Now, I'm not a big Satan believer and all that stuff. Now, I know people have an evil side to them. And me, I'll hold the person accountable over blaming some character in a book. But there's definitely evil, and I don't know how powerful symbols are as far as being able to use a symbol and it could hurt somebody. I've never cast like witchcraft spells on people, so I don't know. But I know some people that practiced what's that called? Man, the Spanish people, or like Puerto Rican and South America people practice damn, I'll think of it. It's called Santa Maria. And then I knew some people who practice voodoo and all that. They told me it's a religion. Sugar demons, bro. Yeah, I ate these Oreos last night, man, and I'm thinking, damn, it's fucking Satan, man. I just digested them. Let's see, what's in Oreo cookies? Bleached, enriched flour, that's a no-no. Wheat flour, niacin, whatever that is, I don't sound good. Reduced iron, thiamine, mono, nitrate, riboflavin, folic acid, sugar, palm oil. Palm oil? What? This guy got palm oil in my Oreos. Palm oil, what a name. Yeah, can you put a little bit of that palm oil? Santeria, yeah, I said it a little wrong. There's good magic too. I know it's hard for people to believe that. Where do you think dirty magic came from? Black magic, or all the negative magic? They twisted it out from the good magic. When you cast spells out of your mouth by saying positive stuff, that's good magic. When you're uplifting people, saying positive, like even the church people, when they say you're gonna burn in hell, like why would you put that on somebody? When I started to learn about spell casting and how it affects, and then you learn about sound, molecular structure, and all this stuff, you start to realize when you set something in motion, you can't take it back. To always be careful what you say, and you know, church people shouldn't condemn people like that. And I'm not religious at all. I know there's a creator or creators, but and I'm gonna. I thought about it. You know, I clown Jesus and stuff like that, but out of respect for everyone else who praises Jesus, I'm gonna stop clowning. And you know, no one told me to do it, or no one even came to me and said that it was a problem. I just thought to myself that, you know, I try to respect other people and their belief systems. Nabisco, National Biscuit Company. Yeah, back when I was a child and religion had me in a chokehold, I used to tell my mom, "Why don't we pray for Satan, right? To be forgiven." Um, why not, right? Wouldn't a true Christian or Catholic or whatever label, you know, we're forgiven for our mistakes. Just speaking logical. Because I mean, Satan can't be that bad, right? Um, Somebody's got to pull up some scriptures, man, and show me how many people Satan's killed in that book. Because I can't find nothing. And we're going to compare the God in that Bible, even though that God, excuse me, in the Bible could be Satan. Um, in the groove, that's funny. A true Christian is a magical unicorn. Never seen one. Yeah, a few Christians have came here and down me, call me a Satanist, and you know, and talk down to me. Now, if you were a real Christian, wouldn't you try to uplift the person? A lot of religious people, there's a lot of good religious people too. I'm not taking that away from the good people, but there are religious people that become a religious person and they think they're above other people. What do you think, Dan, about that Christ oil in the spine. Like I think Christ is a form of consciousness, man. Too. And you know, I look at the Bible from many perspectives: the human body, the universe, light, light. You could look at it from a few different angles. Oh, Chuck said angles. He's a fucking Mason. Yeah, but I'm gonna stop clowning Jesus and stuff. You know, I have jokes and stuff, but to be honest, I don't know if that man lived or not. And from the stories I've been hearing lately, that Jesus was just like us, who spoke against the Roman government and helped hookers and all sorts of people. I said, man, I kind of respect that guy now in that story. Not that I ever disrespected him, but because there's truth in the Bible, there's truth in the Quran, there's truth in a lot of these religious books, but they've been surrounded with lies. And we all know all lies stem from the truth. They just twist it. Mark said, I've spoken to over 150 pastors that agreed a verse was in their Bible. And then when they read it and see the change, then try to give me a reason of why it says what it says. See, the thing with pastors and preachers, they're not going to be truthful, and they're not going to speak against the book. For one, religion is the biggest business in the world. It's so big, Christians have their own bank. Facts. Same with Muslims. They say the word of God is free. No, it ain't. You got to pay for them Bibles. I always say, you want to find the Creator. I don't know why I said God. If you want to find the Creator, just look within yourself. True Christianity is based on the stars and anatomy, finding Christ within by raising the anointing oil. They want us worshiping a man from 2,000 years ago. Nice. That's well said. My bad, Dion. I think I erased it by an accident, man. I was trying to replace the pinned message, and I put remove, and I thought it meant to take it off of the, anyway, it was an accident. Even Masons, people hate on all the Masons. I used to be one of them until I realized someone came to me and said, Chuck, do you think your average Mason has anything to do with oppressing the people? And I said, no. I said, they've been lied to just as well as us, you know, because I know people in lodges and they work their ass off every day to support their family. They're just regular people like you and me. And a lot of the symbols they use, a lot of the knowledge they use was stolen. When they went and conquering lands and forcing people to worship their religions, cutting, you know, calling people witches and stuff, but they're the ones who practice dirty witchcraft. They stole a lot of stuff from all these tribes, and a lot of the Bible has pagan so-called beliefs in it, whatever label. They went around conquering, pillaging, the raping, and stealing. You know, I see a lot of these in Africa. You see a lot of tribes over there adopting the Bible from the South Africans, the white people that moved to South Africa, and I'd be confused. And you know, that's their decision. I'm not dissing them, and it makes me wonder. The church got a lot of money. You know, that's why you see the pastor in the freaking Lexus with $700 suits. You know, think about how a pastor for these churches can maintain a big house, a Lexus, nice suits, but don't have a job and don't get paid. So where's all this money coming from? I sure as hell hope he ain't spending the pot they pass around, spending that money on a Lexus. Most lower level Masons probably don't know that Masonry is Luciferianism. To be a Mason, you got to be in a religion. I think all religion is a trick. There's just something about it when my inner self tells me to not worship none of these books or any of the people in there, because truthfully, we don't know who those people are. They could be anyone. They could have switched the story around, and that's just true. And I know for a lot of people that are religious would be like, my Mason code book. Yeah, what God? Because you got to be Catholic, Christian, Muslim, Satan, all these religions. You got to be in one of them to be a Mason. You can't be. Say I wanted to be a Mason, I have to pick one of them. I can't just go there and be like, nah, I just believe in the Creator, but Like, I've been called all types of shit. Mason, Luciferian, Satanist. Like, why don't people just ask me? You know, if I was any one of those, I would have no problem admitting it. Yeah, I was watching this guy. His name is hold on. Oh shit. I watch his channel usually to I watch like all his videos one day. His name is shit. I brought his name up here before. Christopher Hauser. And he was talking about like stuff with law and stuff, and then he went in to say, I don't want to misquote him, but he was saying that he hates to say the truth, but the Bible is copyrighted to the crown, and it was written to King James by philosophers, not by God. And that book could have been written to control the people, but the Bible's not as old as they say either. You know, it would be crazy if we were created in the lab, right? But are able to reproduce. And then they had to create, because they were thinking at the round table, man, we got all these slaves. What do we do if they find out they were created in the lab? They would be, hell would break loose. So they're like, we got to create the Bible, man, or something to control these people from rising up. We got to give them a heaven they're going to go to or something, or a hell, the burning if they act up. Yeah, like I look at Jesus too as the spirit form of us. When we die, we shed the material. Like Satan is I've said this a million times. I know people get tired of it, but Satan is the god of the material world. Low vibrating light materializes. So this is Satan's kingdom until we shed the flesh and become energy again, and we go up to the heavens or whatever is up above where gases go and spirits that shed the flesh. And reading the book of Lilith, when she said she didn't want to be in the flesh because she said it's a prison for the spirit, and I was like, damn. That says a lot. You know, being in the flesh is almost like, is it a lesson or is it a curse? Did we choose to come here or were we sent here? Who are we? Why are we here? And for what? What's our purpose? It's a task with the flask. You guys should send me some beats in the groove. Make a nice boom bap hip hop beat for me so I could put some of these lyrics down. I gotta have Deion Sanders come up one day. Sorry. Beats per minute. I'm not too I don't even know really about that. I should look at the beats that I use in BandLab and see the beats per minute on them. I don't know. That's a good question. Beats per minute. I don't know. You know, like Wu-Tang Clan in the groove, that's the type of beats I like. The old school Wu-Tang. Like the Purple Tape, Only Built for Cuban Links, or Iron Man, or the GZA's Liquid Swords. I want to break bread, but I must separate the tares from the wheat. Okay, it probably could be that. 72 to 100. The crazy part, I don't know beats per minute. I don't even know how to write 16 bars. I just write. People be like, how many bars? I'm like, what? What did Sir Drop say in his rhyme yesterday? He says, I am a bartender. I forgot the rest, but he went in. It's an honor to do a track with Sir Drop, man. He's a lyrical genius. Some of the stuff he says, I'd be like, I'd be thinking like, damn, he killed it on that one. He said, the beehive is a replica of the brain. Hold on, in the groove. The police are going to be at our door.
Ooh, I'm scared.
I'm
scared,
going to attack this channel.
Yeah, what a hoe.
Let me stop talking about that guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was disappointed, man, yesterday in that dude. But anyway.
I don't know how my signal's going to be because the stream was interrupting and buffering every few seconds or whatever because our power went out for just a minute this morning. So if it messes up, let me know. But I figured I'd try.
Snow? We got today.
We didn't get snow. We got straight sleet and everything's iced over now. So
where are you, in Michigan?
No, I'm in Louisiana.
Wow. Northern,
yeah,
it has to be northern because it's snowing.
No, I'm actually I'm about an hour and 20 minutes north of New Orleans. I'm right under the Mississippi state line. I'm right on the line of Mississippi and Louisiana on the southern side.
Nice.
Yeah.
Damn, shouldn't it be warm all year round there?
Well, it has been until yesterday.
Cold front.
And it's going to be warm again. We get a warm day on Thursday, and then it's going to be another couple of days of teens at night. And then after that, we shouldn't have another freeze until next year. So we really don't get below 30 normally.
Yeah, in Connecticut. I'm fucking tired of Connecticut.
Yeah, I couldn't deal with
the weather. I'm just tired of cold. I need to move somewhere where it's like 70 degrees in the winter and then nice and hot in the summer.
South Florida, bro.
Yeah.
South, yep.
Or the Bahamas.
Yeah.
They show the Bahamas on the map pretty much north, which don't make sense to me because it never snows in the Bahamas.
Well, it's surrounded by all that water, you know, and water holds thermal heat,
Oh,
so it buffers, keeps
yeah,
it
that's
buffered.
true.
Yeah. That's why the coast, though, see, down here, like, except for probably, I guess, probably the last 10 years, we've always had a strong Gulf Stream, the Gulf of Mexico. You know, it's usually a constant south wind. And that was always enough to push out, keep all these cold fronts north a good distance. So, you know, the past decade or whatever, that the Gulf Stream has slowed down or whatever they say it's doing. We definitely don't have as strong of a southern wind as we used to. But it's still there, so that's why we only get a piece of this cold front here, you know. Because, you know, far be it from me to say anything dangerous, but it seems like they're doing something weird with the weather pattern, you know what I mean? Not that there's any evidence for that or anything.
Man, what is the Gulf Stream? You know, I think about ley lines. I think, you know, the moon doesn't control the tides. I think it's the at the North Pole, there's the electromagnetic energy, and also salt water is a conductor of energy. And something's manipulating that water to cause it to have waves, and I think it's the you know, the energy. Like you said, salt water is a really good conductor. Morgan, when you said a school for our souls, my first thought, for some reason, I was thinking of Professor X and X-Men, a school. I don't know why that came into my mind.
But, you know, you think about that, that like a compass points always to magnetic north, right? Like, if we really just stop and think about that, like, we can observe that. We can observe, you know, a compass always pointing north, a strong magnetic attraction there, a phenomena, right? Think of how little we've ever even discussed, pondered, been explained. Really, what is that? I mean, if you think about it, that's a pretty amazing, you know, we talk about magic and all this shit, but that's some magic shit, bro. You know what I mean? But just think of how little that gets explained to us. Like, okay, we live on a ball Earth, right? Whatever. They tell us that. Why only this? Explain the northern magnetic force then. Like, what's really going on there? We never discussed that. Just like when we were growing up, we were told and shown the moon phases, right? Like when you have a crescent moon, it's going to be on the left-hand side of the moon or the right-hand side of the moon. So why the last, well, almost 15 years now, we've been seeing crescents on the bottom. And there's no textbook, no scientific paperwork anywhere.
Oh, yeah. There's symbols. I got pictures of, I think it's Mother Mary standing on the crescent moon with it at the bottom. And you're right. I noticed that every month it's at the bottom. And I'm like, man, I never seen that before. There's a lot of pictures of the crescent moon with these deities standing on it. With it at the bottom.
But nothing in science is like, you go to Wikipedia and look at moon phases, it's going to show you left to right. Okay, and that tells you what you should be seeing. They'll even tell you from the northern hemisphere. Okay, so why are we seeing something different now? And where's this $1 billion NASA? Where's anybody? Where's Neil deGrasse Tyson? Where's any of these people coming out saying, well, the reason why we're seeing the crescent moon is because science. There's none of that. So that speaks volumes to me, bro, what's not being discussed. Just like the magnetic
where's
north.
their $1 billion telescopes, right, with good pictures? They always give us CGI garbage, you know, always. Yeah. There's no real pictures. It's like, well, I thought you had all these fucking cameras up there. What's going on?
Yeah, all these rockets they keep shooting off and shit, right? We got all these space telescopes flying through the universe now, taking pictures. How come there's never one that's pointing backwards once they take off from here? You know what I mean? Is it that hard to put a camera facing backwards on one of these?
No.
You know, exactly. Why not?
Well, yeah, I wouldn't think so. You could do like some sort of easy little slit on the side, make it aerodynamic, and point like at least 45-degree angle down.
Yeah.
So like the blast or the wind doesn't take it out, but I'm sure they could figure that out.
And they could end
What's
this
up,
whole
Isaac?
flat Earth thing in
Yeah,
one trip, dude. They said, "Look, no flat Earth here. Here's a rocket taking off. Look at the ball Earth as it goes away from it." End of story. So they don't do that for a reason. What's the reason? I don't know.
Plus, I don't know. I just thought of this. He was saying manifest Morgan, and it made me think of, once again, the book of Lilith and how they said Lilith was created out of the dirt and sand of the earth, not the flesh. And it made me think of AI for some reason, you know, because we get metal out of the dirt.
Yeah.
Who
I
knows?
mean, that's the story of like Adam, even, right? Kind of.
Yeah, yeah.
But then it said God's breath was in him too.
Hmm.
I don't know if that's related. It just kind of, he says
Well,
he
even
got
No.
the dust of the earth or something.
If you gave him breath, you know, that's almost like turning the switch on with electricity.
Yeah, like Frankenstein.
Yeah, when we die, what happens? Pew! They jolt us with electricity.
Oh, that's true. And you come back.
well, yeah, that's life. Is definitely like neural activity. Your heart. That's all electrical pulses.
That is insane. I never thought about that on a deep level. That just blew my mind.
Yeah, we are
And
all
I've thought about
electric.
a lot of shit.
Well, that's
Yeah.
when the sperm and the egg meet, dude. That's an electrical
Yeah, I heard
connection.
there's a flash, right?
Yeah, man.
It's all making more sense. That's awesome. Thank you.
Man, that got me thinking.
Like, okay,
Yeah,
for
I mean,
example, I have a story similar, weird, that we are electrical beings. I was like messing around with this gold-plated bronze coin in my apartment, and I was playing frequencies on the TV, and I was flipping it. And when I'd flip it, it would change the harmonic frequency of the sound in the room, but then it would change it to another harmonic frequency when I flipped the coin, because you know how it makes that sound. It would
Yeah.
make its own frequency. So then I was doing that as a joke because I was like trying to mess around with energy and just doing tests. So then I'm like, oh, I told my friends we're all in there, two of them. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go for a smoke. So I go to reach for the doorknob, and I'd like 2 to 3 inches away from, by the time my hand touched the brass doorknob, electric blue spark went out, like, and you could see the whole blue spark plasma, and it made a huge snap sound, and it hurt. And my friends were like,
yeah.
"What sound?" And I'm like, "Dude, after I flipped that coin, I just launched an electricity bolt into the doorknob, and it was blue." And they're like, "No, dude, we heard it. It was crazy." And I was just
Yeah.
simply using a hypothesis, whatever you call it, that I tested.
Yeah, like static electricity, dude. There's I remember when we were kids, like you could get your hair to stand up, sometimes, especially when it gets cold and you're inside a heated area, you'd really get a static build up and your hair would start like standing straight up on end, right?
Oh yeah.
It's been a long time since since I've experienced it, or I don't even know
True.
if that
What
really
they
even
do to the
happens
air,
anymore.
the air doesn't
Yeah.
do it anymore.
Yeah, dude. Something's changed with that.
That's weird. I never thought about that.
Yeah, man.
I know what you're talking about. I used to have long blonde hair, but now I'm bald. Well, I'm balding, so I just shave it. But it is what it is. I just woke up like an hour ago, trying to get my brain pumping again.
Yeah, Charles gets kicked off early, man. Sometimes I wake up and he's already done with the stream. I'm like, oh shit. He's on that
Oh,
East
this
Coast
stream?
time.
Yeah, I'm on the West Coast,
Yeah.
Cali.
Oh yeah, you really are
Oh
early.
yeah, I was saying that in chat. Well, we were talking about the underground stuff. We got a little bit of underground stuff, and we also have the Capitol courthouse that was here since a long ass time ago, and they were smart to build this thing. We couldn't even build it as a city this year if we wanted to. It's like high tech. The granite steps, the statues on top, the four angel statues, and there's one at the top. So there's like 5 things watching over it, and then there's like the balance lady that he was talking about. But I think it doesn't have a blindfold. Pretty sure. Like the old one.
Well, you know, we talk about all these old buildings and stuff, right? The thing that trips me out over and over, the one I'm stuck on, are like
Yeah.
when they show these castles over in anywhere in Europe or Scotland, right? There's these big stone castles that are like on top of a mountain, surrounded by even waterways and deep valleys. How in the hell they got all that stone up there to build a castle, bro?
Yeah. That's
That's what I say.
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, dude.
I
You
wish I
know
could.
how they, you know how they do like cymatics with the sand on those
Yeah.
plates. I wonder if you know, a lot of these what do they call star forts? I wonder if they were built by doing that.
I
Makes
had
me
this
wonder.
theory also. 100% had this theory. But then what's up with the inlays of the brick? If you go back, the inlays of the brick are like, it looks like they're cemented, but some of
Where
them don't have it. You don't have to go back. It's all good.
this one?
Some of them, see how the brick, there's like inlay work. You could see where there's like cement in between it. But some of them don't
I
have it.
think you
Some of them
meant.
look like the
Hold
old
on.
cathedral, like that one. Yeah. See that there's like bricklay work in there?
Yeah, and it also looks like the rest of it's underground. That looks like the top part of a building, right? And the rest
Yeah.
looks like it's buried.
But I've seen some of the cathedrals that have no seams, and that's where I look at the cymatics part.
Mm. We'll find one.
Like a casting, or it says like they erected temples in Rome in some old text. I don't know where they say that, but what does it mean to erect a temple? To build upwards and grow it?
Yeah,
Like that's
erect.
weird.
Yeah, to build it.
But they would have said build, but erect could just mean like the process of like forming something and making it grow, like using a frequency, like the term erect. But so I'm saying they didn't say build. So that makes me wonder if they did use frequency.
These are energy stations for sure.
Yeah.
They're
Harmonic.
all over, man. All over. It don't matter if it's Japan, Puerto Rico, Cuba, South America, Russia,
California.
Europe, Africa, New Zealand, Australia. They're freaking everywhere. This
Yeah, I
isn't
think we have a
Japan.
couple
This is
hidden
the
ones.
Japanese parliament. And
Oh
people
my
would
god.
say, if I would have said nothing, people, and I said, guess where this is? People would have said Russia, the U.S., but this is Japan, the Japanese parliament.
There's a tiny bit of Asian style on the pillars. Barely. Okay,
Oh
so
yeah,
you see how
yeah.
I just said my hometown has the 4 on the outside and 1 on the top? That's the same look. It's a courthouse.
Hmm.
And it has like the 4 angel women statues, and there's 1 on top. Like
This is the
watching every
parliament.
northeast, southwest.
This is the parliament. This is actually a library in Melbourne, Australia.
Jesus, it's still there.
I think so.
If
I
it's
think
not,
this
I mean,
might
just
be
a
it right
parliament.
here. Oh
Oh,
no,
cool.
that's not it. Is that it?
Oh yeah,
Hold on.
it looks like it.
Might be.
It just looks repainted,
That's it right
and
here.
they destroyed
That.
the surroundings.
Yeah. This is the same one as this one.
Yeah,
Now,
they
now
put a bunch
this
of
one.
wires and shit.
Let me see where this is from. Doesn't say. And some of this is like the inside. I mean, some of these inside of these buildings, man, are this
It
is one
doesn't
of my
make sense.
favorites.
Yeah. Like, what kind of
Not
work
this one.
ethic did these people have, and what were they doing? Like,
This
they
isn't
must have
Russia.
found them, dude. I think they found them because look how many people there are. There's not even enough people in that town to build it.
Exactly.
How did they sustain the workforce as far as housing and food long
Yeah.
enough to complete these projects?
Dude, this is blowing my mind for sure.
This is in Brussels, Germany.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, this. Hold on, let me go back. This is one of my favorite architectures. I mean, there's no way people our size built this one.
Oh my. Give me a tab of acid. I want to go in there.
This is from above, the same
Like,
building.
dear God, bro.
And then this is another view of it. Now, let me see. I gotta pull that picture up. I found this one yesterday. This Princeton University, New Jersey.
Yeah, to me it looked like a college.
Look at this picture I found of the towers. You can see
Whoa.
right through them. All you see is the elevator shaft in the center. What's going on there?
That's
There's
weird.
nothing in there. Yeah, that's
What
probably
in
why
the
they didn't find desks and stuff, because there was nothing in it.
did they not find bodies either? Only some that jumped
Uh,
out.
so they
That's weird.
say it could have been computer, but who knows?
Generated, yeah.
Might not have been. It could have been real.
Yeah, but I've never seen the see-through part. What is that? Just the top half of a something?
Hold on. I'm pulling up a couple more pictures.
Sweet. I have a full I have like 3 saved Instagram reels of this where I've never seen this Tartarian stuff before. But this is similar. It's mainly the old photos of it, and then now that it still exists. That's the weird part. Like, if the old photo's there and the new one, that blew my mind. I never really did that back to back.
Alright, let's go to some of these newer pictures. I've always been fascinated by these things.
Yeah. That doesn't
Right
look as
here.
hard structurally, but the statues look really hard.
Yeah, it's a little blurry, but I have tons of these, and they're all over the world too. It reminds me of the Trinity with the 3 doors, because in a lot of pictures with like Mother Mary and Jesus, even the Last Supper, if you look behind them, they have
Yeah.
the 3 doors.
And there's always like the 3 doors on a lot of the pyramids too.
So sun with the Trinity.
Yeah.
It could be the sun, the moon, and then the center would be Polaris. I don't know.
Yeah, could maybe like something to do with the pyramid. Maybe the Zelda's sign's called a Trinity, but there's 4 sides to a pyramid. Or I guess there could be 3.
These pictures I found by an accident. I was looking for architectures in Russia, and I had clicked a picture, and then on the bottom of the pictures in Google, it'll take you to the website, and I found a bunch of these old 1800 pictures of Russia with electricity.
Yeah,
Just
me too.
like,
I've seen that. That's
yeah, just,
Tartarian. And Tartaria was in Russia. They got taken over. And now
yeah.
the new flag has the symbol that they crushed the Tartarian like griffin or whatever.
Tartaria, I don't personally think at all that it's the whole realm, even though you find the architecture all over. But Tartaria, to me, like you said, is just a piece of China. And I mean, there's maps that show it, and people still yet say Tartaria was the whole world. And
Yeah, I don't know how it
I
was the whole
just
world.
don't
I think
believe
it
that.
might have been Russia and China. and maybe America.
Well, you know, even the Bible itself is just a story about one area. They treat
Yeah.
that like it's the whole world,
That
Damn.
makes sense.
but they just ignore the fact we got Chinese and Indian culture. That's, you know,
Yeah, a lot of them do. I look into
Yeah.
everything. I studied the Tao. I studied the Buddhists.
Forgot.
I studied what else? There's a few others. The Rosicrucians. Those are pretty sick. The Rosicrucian gets me the most on like spiritual teachings. That one's a
I
trip.
forgot. I forgot where this picture is. Shit. But once again, it has the red and white stripes. A lot of these buildings have the red and white brick like stripe to signify energy. Just like today, if you look at the power plants, the big pipes are red and white striped. Reminds me of the barber pole a little bit too.
Yeah. I wonder if people were just super powerful, like with this energy in the astral or something. They don't like it. Because I've had dreams where I'll put the power out with my shoes on. I'll sleep with my shoes on, or like I was homeless and I slept with my shoes on in a plastic bag and I made the power go out, like from my dreams. And I used my
Huh.
powers in my dreams. And once with my shoes on, I woke up and the power was out.
I mean,
Like that
look at
electricity
this
stuff I was
picture.
talking about.
Look how little the people are to the building.
Oh my
They look like
god, yeah.
ants. When you know, and it just we look out of place there.
It looks I've heard it's the fallen angels domain, like this all their old shit. Which
Maybe
would be funny, but like that's who
like
built Tartaria was the fallen angels basically.
they make our ancestors like cave people and shit. I don't respect that. And then they give credit to aliens from outer space, which is ridiculous. People believe it. You know, I'm not hating on them, but I personally don't believe that.
well, you know,
don't
to me,
know.
it's
I don't
it's
know what to
trippy,
believe.
right? We talk about beliefs, right? That's like a strong conviction intellectually. You're gonna believe something. Well, you know, if I'm gonna believe anything, it's gonna be very well questioned.
Yeah.
And you know, people that tell me they have a belief system, I see very little actual, you know, intellectual prowess into that because everything has questions. Like we talk about these fallen angels, right? And okay, that all comes from like, you know, the Bible and that whole thing. Well, if that's true, then that opens up a lot more questions about everything else, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why are we
Well,
here?
in other cultures, I'd say they're called like jinns or genies, like
Right.
in China and stuff.
Yeah, if we stick to the spiritual aspect of it, we can get away with a lot more, right? Because that's something we can't really prove materially.
Mm.
So we
And I
can
mean,
go
I've
pretty
done
far
some,
with
yeah,
that, you know.
Look at this
But
bad boy.
I'll tell you this, bro. The story about the Nephilim coming down and having
yeah.
sex with the women and all this shit and
Huh?
creating like no, bro. That sounds like some
Yeah, I don't
complete
know either what it
dog
means.
shit to me, bro.
Like, I don't either.
Yeah,
All I
dude.
know
This
is that I've had
Berlin.
an outer body experience on a coma, on salvia, and on LSD, and I could pretty much say that there is a version of us that can go out of body, but I don't know what it means. I'm not like an expert on it, but I
I just
believe
want
that
to
we go out
say,
of body.
if
Sorry
you
about
want to find Isaac, if you want to find good pictures of like the old architecture, look
that.
at like Brussels, Germany, like any German city before the war, 1800s, Russia,
Yeah,
especially Germany. Because if you look at Germany after the war, you look at every city that was bombed, it's almost the whole damn country. In every city, they annihilated almost all the architecture. And it makes me
yeah,
wonder,
yeah.
these right
Well,
here from Berlin, Germany, these
yeah, they
pictures.
wanted to hide the past because they wanted to get rid of it. I heard in the like in the 1800s, everyone in America had free energy and they were all inventing and patenting and making inventions because everyone had time and energy to do it. And then that's when America got bought out and taken over, was because they were learning and innovating and being free, and the world didn't like it because there were still dictator-like people in that world. So like they wouldn't want that. And then now you're developing weapon systems, and now you're developing free energy and stuff, and you can't sell it. Like, I don't know. To me, it sounds like America was bought out and hid the whole history.
Yeah, well, anybody withholding the truth about history, or the Smithsonian, all these Rockefeller types, right? They've taken it upon themselves. They have assumed the authority over information that we all, I think, are entitled to, if I can use that
We are
word.
entitled to it. We collectively
dude.
work towards it together.
And they are deceivers. They're operating in deceit.
Yes.
And let's just say it's for personal gains, if we just want to go there, but keep it simple, personal gains
back
only.
to egoism.
That's a crime against humanity, bro.
It is. I agree.
Yeah, dude.
But who's gonna stand up when there's no one to, like, say that they're the criminal when they are the criminals that run, and then they call other people criminals? Who's gonna go step up to the plate and be like,
I
"It's a
will.
crime against humanity"?
I'm gonna stand up. Super
That's
Chuck.
why I'm here. I have no other purpose than that right now.
Same.
Until the good God above gives me another one.
Yeah, I'll talk
Look
about
at-
it all day.
Look at this guy right here.
Is he born like that?
Nope.
Mama, would you
War
shut up?
injuries and war.
Damn.
Damn. Yeah, right? Like, dude. I feel
See, I
bad
hate
for
that
that
shit.
dude,
Like,
man.
I hate the fact that we're not at peace and humanity isn't just working together. That shit fucking irks me, bro.
Yeah, we still shooting
too.
people with guns and bombs, dude, in the 21st century. And just think about how
We're smarter than that. What the fuck? Well, who
Yeah,
is
right.
it? Who
that's
are
barbaric.
they? It is. It's fucked. And I hate it. Like, I hate it. It'll get me pissed off.
I mean, look how nice this looks, right? How precise everything is. You don't see garbage on the ground, tags on the brick. You don't see people homeless or hungry. You don't see nobody angry or
Yeah.
everyone's well dressed. It's like people are happier in these days. They and it just raises too many effing questions for me of they want us to believe we always been at war with each other, and just all this nonsense to keep us low vibrating.
Yeah. Or pass this law, pass that law. Oh, we're gonna fix the world by passing this or that. No, you have to fix the conscious mind of the whole world, or we're not gonna fix shit.
Peace, Voy and B. What's up, B and Voy?
Peace, Chuck.
You could have
That's
jumped
the-
in
that's-
any time, B. What were you gonna say? This picture? I love these buildings. This is a picture of, I think this is Russia. I got a picture of some, like this picture. This is Germany, sorry. This is when the money in Germany became nothing. Look at, they're just like, it's everywhere. Imagine that, bro. The day before.
But that was part of the plan. Remember, it's not like something that happened. That was part of the plan, right?
Of course. Imagine that, boy. The day before, everyone was yearning for that money, and then the next day they wake up and ain't worth shit, and they're burning it to stay warm.
Yeah.
Just watching all that money burn.
It's just paper.
Yeah.
And the same thing happens today, but people don't do what this man does. People take it in and that was a time when things still had an actual value, so people didn't buy the papers. Like, yeah, but this is just paper, it doesn't mean anything. So if they would give it to somebody else, it wouldn't mean anything to them either. But well, now we live in a time where it's beyond their inflation, but everybody still believes it. Nobody throws it down the drain. I wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it. So that's part of the system, dude. That's part of the programming, I'm afraid.
Well, they've already got us believing, right? Like we say it openly that money is just paper and it really has no value, right? Well, let's extend that a little further. You know what else is just paper and has no value? All these whack-ass illegitimate laws they keep passing and using as authority. So if our paper money can be worthless, so can everything on paper, right? Why would some document signed by some, world organization?
Yeah, but it's not really the paper where it's. The paper represents. It's okay. So it's a value that we all can agree upon, right? And so that's an important thing, as a society at large. To begin with, you need a certain value that everybody can depend upon. So that's where it stems from. It's not an evil thing in itself to make it either from money or from shells or whatever. It's the corruption of the concept that makes it evil, right? Not the trading of papers as as value. That's not evil, but corrupting that value, that is evil, right? Abusing it, that is evil. So I don't think it's necessarily like, it's just a thing that's set on paper. Well, if we write it on stone, or if we etch it in gold, would it be something worth then? No, it's the same thing. You try to solidify, you try to to materialize a concept. And it doesn't really matter what we do, whether we use gold or paper for that. And so therefore paper is a good solution. And so I don't think money is bad at all, but the love of money is, and the corruption of the concept of money, that is evil.
Oh yeah, I only take cash, bro. I believe in cash. Cash
Right.
still has my faith. They're not going to move me off that one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you said, it's just an exchange. It's useful.
Mm-hmm.
But they've corrupted our understanding, like even just what is value.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
This place is made out of marble. It's called Marble Hall. I don't know where it is though. Peace, Dominic.
You can imagine how beautiful that thing is in person.
I know. This is Jamaica. Spanish town.
Jamaica. Wow.
Yeah. It says Rodney's Monument, Spanish Town, Jamaica. Jamaica has a lot of buildings too. I think this Jamaica too. Could be wrong.
I got another one for you. Instead of architecture, if you just look at like national/natural monuments, like you can look up a list of just the ones in the United States, right? What the fuck? If you look at the names, what they named all these places, they're the overwhelming majority are like devil names, like evil names, like Devil's Tower. That was the first one. Devil's Tower. It's everybody says it's a tree stump.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Indians had it named Bear something, like Bear Mountain or something like that. And they changed the name to Devil's Tower. Why not God's Tower?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Why devil?
Oh, Isaac disappeared.
If it went
that would
from
be
the
a
bear's
simple
tower
answer
to the
to it.
devil's tower, the bear
I
is
mean, there will be
basically
a
a
simple
more
answer.
fiendishly wolf. It's like a devilish wolf.
There will be a simple answer to that. Why call it the Devil's Tower or the Devil's Mountain or whatever? To keep people away from it. Or to give them a bad vibe about it. That if they feel anything about it, they're gonna how do you say have a connotation with something evil, and not something sacred or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think it's just to channel people's minds. I think that's why they choose that name. You channel the majority of minds with just that name. Would you agree? I think that's the reason. I think that's yeah.
Face plant. What's up, Dominic? Damn, what happened to Isaac, man? He was dropping some jewels and he disappeared. And peace to X, the most high techniquer.
So about these stone blocks, the dimensions I've heard, or you can't fit a slip of piece of paper in between a lot of these large stone blocks. They also use the dimension of a human hair, can't fit between stone blocks. When I was doing a machining apprenticeship, they told us piece of paper and the human hair is approximately 0.002 inches, 2/1000ths of an inch. On manual machines, no computers, basically Stone Age tech that ancient peoples would have. They would have access to. I personally machined down to 0.0005 inches, 0.005, which would be 4 times smaller than the piece of paper or human hair. The guy teaching me, the master, he was able to grind with the same machine 1/10,000th. That would be, I think, 20 times smaller than the piece of paper. And this is on a manual machine, no CNC machine, no microprocessors. It's all just by touch, by hand, on a threaded axis. So if we as humans today, using these old machines, can produce that level of accuracy, you can qualify, which means work the edges. You can qualify a block to where you can't slip a piece of paper in between the two, utilizing old world technology.
Yeah, even with you're saying old world technology, but even like mainstream old world technology. That's what you mean, right? That even that can be explained. That's what you're saying. Yeah.
So all the automatons, that ancient ship calculator or whatever they're called, that circular hard drive disk looking brass object that's all corroded. If they wanted to make a map using gears and helical gears and cogs and mechanisms, they had all of that technology. You can write it on paper. You could do all the geometry on paper, and then you just have to carve it out of the metals. I mean, you have cities and villages and generations of either forced labor or some sort of social contract to where these people are the labor and you do the administration for them, and you feed them and clothe them and all these things, and they dig up the resources, they refine them, they learn how to process these refined resources, and then they cut them into shapes that the entire mechanism makes an automaton dummy draw a picture of a smiley face on a piece of paper. Back in the day, these scientists and engineers were called magicians, sorcerers, witches, the king's favorite. But yeah, this is standard practice. Like you said, boy, this is common knowledge at one point in time.
Damn, Void jumped off too. Why is everyone muted up? What did I miss?
I was talking about thousandths of an inch and 10,000ths of an inch. People usually stop listening at that point.
Dominic said, the purpose of money is to facilitate the exchange of goods and services. Money is therefore an extension of the barter systems. Barter is the act of trading something one possesses or does for something of someone else. Production and barter are the basis of all economy.
Yeah, just take that word economy, right? That's what we call it, right? We say it's the economy, right?
We're
What does the word?
gone.
What does the economy mean? Right? It shouldn't it be economical, but yet everything's in reverse. Everything's out of control. It's not economical.
Economy. Economy.
Yeah, so I currently feel the same way, but I just built a financial plan, and I'm trying to undo a lot of the economic knots that I put myself in. And I'm doing a lot of reading. I'm doing a lot of learning. And then it's basically teaching me the way that my on paper life should have been structured from the day that I registered.
Right. Yeah. If you really start looking at things in 10 and 20-year plans, you can you could definitely do very well for yourself. Just like if you pay $100 a month for, let's just say, like DirecTV or Netflix and all that shit, right? You spend $100 a month. That's $1,200 a year. Over 10 years, that's $12,000 you spent just to have some stupid ass repeat channels on your TV for 10 years. That's real money. And that's just one example. You start adding up things across the board, dude. I mean, it's basically what people are doing, working hard and making a paycheck. It's all going right out the door just to facilitate this little day. I just live day to day, bro, paycheck to paycheck. You start looking at that shit in 10 and 20-year timelines, and you can gain a lot of power and control over yourself and your destiny, if you will, if you look at it.
For me personally, I'm told by my father and my grandfather that the way we do things ultimately ends up having us be poor. We pay more taxes. Like you said, with these payment plans, I wasn't aware that I was allowed to self-insure. I thought I had to pay a monthly fee, and then it would add up over time, and my good driving record would make that dollar amount a waste. But if
How about we just take it back?
I'm not interested in conducting warfare. I'm really good on like, equitable business and good faith business is as close to warfare as it is. And,
I was just joking, man.
Well, insurance.
I hear you.
Insurance itself is really one of the biggest scams that there is. Because just like you say, if I buy a year's worth of insurance and I make no claims on it, we should be getting some discount back from that. Because we just paid for past time where nothing happened. Yeah, so where's the product in that? You look at an insurance company, that's all on paper. You got a few people that handle
too, bro.
You have to pay some salaries. Yeah, taxes. But especially insurance, because you're just insuring against loss. Now, loss does come out the pot. That's what it is. We all pay into a pot. Whoever makes a claim on the loss, the money is there to pay for that loss. But there should be no profit on insurance. If we have a year of no loss, collectively or individually, that money should be coming back. Like that, again, it's just like the stock market. That is creating wealth out of something that is essentially no product, no work, it's invisible. Just like crypto.
I've heard you say shareholder before. I
Yeah.
resonate with that word. I resonate with
Yeah,
that
dude.
word when you use it.
Exactly.
Peace to Maggot and Marcel. One of my old landlords owned two properties. One day I'll show how the house. It's a street over from where I live, because I used to rent the apartment over from them. They weren't just my landlord. The woman was a friend. It's the same. When I talked about working at 12 years old and 13, she owned a grooming shop that used to be across the street from where I live now. They knocked that whole plaza down. But my point of bringing this up is they had a 30-year plan on this house. And I used to talk to them about it, you know, because I used to say to myself, this was when I was like 30 years old, I would say, damn, man, I should have a couple cars and a house by now. Just being ignorant. And I said, so what happens after you pay the house off? You don't own it, because you still got to pay taxes on the land. And I was like, miss one of those payments on that tax, and I guarantee you'll lose that house even though you paid for it. So what the fuck is the point of having a 30-year plan just to reach a goal to make you feel better? Because other than that, this is my opinion. Now, what if you buy the land and then build the house? Is it different from,
Well,
paying off
you
a house?
You just got to make sure you buy land in an area that's not incorporated. You buy agricultural zone land, or, because if you're in a residential zone, there's already a local structure and a tax structure built up around that, because you're paying for the schools, even if you don't have kids. Like, I had a house in a neighborhood in a little city, and I was paying, certain amount for schools, and I have no kids. So that's where they want you to be all communal and community. That's good for the community, right? But if you want to avoid all that, see where I'm at now, it's agricultural. We don't even have a school out here. And so I don't have kids, so I don't pay. I'm under homestead exemption, but so I don't pay any tax because I'm under the exemption, the 75,000 threshold. But I still get free garbage pickup out here. I don't pay for that. I got water well. Where if you live in a city, you're on city water.
There's ways, I heard, to avoid taxes in the groove. I just wanted to say, like, I've heard of rich people not putting bathrooms, right? They would put outhouses just to avoid, like, it being called a home. Like, there's just all these loopholes and shit.
Right.
But who would want to do that, I could see if you live in a warm area, fine. But in the winter, you ain't going to run out there. I have to look up that. I'm going to be precise.
Well, we talk about solutions on a citizen level. Let's just audit everything.
Right.
They want to audit us. Let's audit them. Demand an audit.
We should.
Yeah, dude.
They want to send fucking, who was them people? Oh, the tax people. They were going to arm them. Well, people always. I'm a firm knower that the people are the power. We are the power. But as far as the system, they say the government works for us. Really? Because it don't look like it. But we should audit the government. I guarantee you. Oh my God, tax money. What happens to all this money, right? I've said this before, but it really grinds my gears when I hear shit nugget on TV, the president giving other countries $80 trillion or whatever, however much, millions. And yet we got people here struggling, have been citizens their whole life, or people that work their ass off, and they ain't giving our people back anything. That's why I'm thinking they're pocketing that money. They're not giving it to no other country, and if they are, it's for war and self-destruction. But other than that, they're pocketing a good chunk of all that money. Yeah, they are the biggest criminal organization in the world. And it's only going to stop when the people do something about it. You can't hire the government to do something against the government. It don't make sense. That's like the police investigating their own crime. Like a crime they committed, they have the police, you know how they have the internal police will investigate the police? That makes no sense, right? That's like me robbing a bank and then I investigate it on my own. That makes no sense.
Now,
Well,
let's
dude,
build up
it's
off of that. Let's build up off of that. Now, why would we want to audit ourselves if this is our country and this is our government?
No, we want to audit the government because they're stealing all our money. And who knows where that money's going? We want them out of here.
Tax planning. You do tax planning. You don't do tax avoidance. Tax avoidance admits that you are admitting that you are not doing the process right and that you're doing wrong if you're trying to avoid taxes. If you plan to pay zero taxes like Donald Trump or like Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, no, Elon Musk trolled and paid taxes. But that's, again, if you know how to play the game, paying taxes equals trolling the government. That should tell you a lot about the system and teach you about how to plan for your taxes, because we all want to make lots of money. We all want to give lots of money to the needy and pay zero taxes.
Well, yeah, what you really need to be doing at that point is where you're getting deeper into their game, but it is a way to get through it. You incorporate yourself, and then you're open to writing off expenses and losses in a way to offset that tax burden. Different than a normal citizen.
It sounds like you know the game.
If you want to jump in, Dominic, anytime. I see you unmuted.
It's just whether or not you want to get deeper into their, because if you start doing all that, then you're signing their documents and then you're agreeing to, in a sense, just like voting, you're consenting. Okay, I consent to the system. I'm going to participate in it. So it's that fine line. Do you participate or not?
What I'm sensing is a lot of us are in it, and we would need to learn the rules to get out.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if we all decided to incorporate, then they would quickly change the rules. We know that too. So it's also a game of like cat and mouse. You got to do things. You need Joe and Jane public. You need the dummies out there who are not going to do anything. That's what props up all these rich guys. If everybody got a clue, they'd have to change the whole system for sure. Because then you got no slaves on the bottom. The pyramid falls down.
That's why we walk away. Well, go ahead, Dominic. Go ahead. He's been trying to speak.
Well, once you understand some of its parts, you'll realize how to maneuver in it. So when you say the word taxes, change the word quickly to tribute. You're contributing to tribute. The governments are tax tribute collectors. That's all they are. Now, if a person understands the shell game going on, when you're using money, their money, you're paying tribute and they collect it and it goes to big corporations, like really big corporations. It makes the Dow Jones look really small. It's like when people talk about being in the Fortune 500, there's people that own the Fortune 500. So now when they collect all that money, then the governments are allowed to pass a budget. There's a reason why they say pass a budget. Because the governments are tax collectors. So the families, these generational wealth, are saying, we'll give you an allowance. This is why countries like America is so indebted, because they can only pay back with that debit note, but not because of the money that's being collected. That goes to generational wealth. That never comes back to the citizens of those nations. The people that represent the country are the people, we the people. That's their nobles. This is where people have to understand what a Freemason is. And then you have to understand, well, then if I'm paying property tax tribute, why aren't allowed? Some of them don't have to pay because they have either allodial titles or they don't pay taxes, but they pay high membership fees. This is a big game, and most people don't understand how it is to maneuver around. Corporations you can open up, and then you can siphon from it. This has been going on for a long time, and the whole world is structured that way. They do the shell game by saying, okay, you're Canadian, you're American, you're democracy, you're Republican. They've been together the whole time. And then they use certain places like, Bank of London, all that mile place. Once people start understanding that, they've been trying to structure the global system by getting all their citizens to walk around with all their devices. Anyway, I went on too much, guys.
Well, that's another thing too. We were talking about economy earlier. If you look at what they call the economic cycle, and it encompasses the government pumping money in and giving tax breaks to corporations, right? Corporations set up to build a product who need to hire workers. The workers, and this isn't a textbook version, the workers come from the local communities. They get paychecks. So that money that got initially invested by the government into this corporation to hire the workers to give them paychecks, then go out in the local communities, spend that money so that the money, cycles back, and then the taxes are on the back end to put that money back into the government to go into new investments. That's how a textbook economic cycle works. Well, when we introduced and went into global economies, that's where they got us, because once they got to that hiring workers and local community part, now they take, let's just say, for example, the American government invests in an American business who then offshores to some poor country to pay their workers pennies on the dollar to pay their local workers and support their local economies. And we, as the American people at that point, are still getting taxed for these investments where the money is not cycling back in. So globalism honestly really doesn't work for an economic cycle unless they're going to factor in some kind of way for that money, or that initial investment has to come out of the corporation and not on the back end of the local citizens who are no longer getting the benefit of that investment. Follow what I'm saying?
The thing is, Indigo, you're looking at it from the paper part of it, the middle part of the pyramid. When countries like that do NAFTA and all that, they don't even play with money. This is the game that they play. Economically, the world's run not with money. It's the citizens have to play with money. So I'll give you an example. America in 2005 was valued at 9 cents to the dollar. It already had gone bankrupt. So what they did was, this is the whole idea when you follow the 2008 bank with the banks and all that. They forced Russia's ruble and basically the yen to finance America that whole time. So what they understood is it'll devalue their currency, and then we'll base it on gold. So now the whole thing is, when you understand that America, that land is still ruled by the monarchy of England, and same with Canada, then they can do what they call free trade. They can trade with each other. I have a whole bunch of sheep, you have a whole bunch of land. What do you have on the land? Well, we have a bunch of people that are renting our land off of us. We charge them tribute. We have our citizens, anything that comes from a body of water. So now all those citizens are valued. Most of these international people don't even have a passport, let alone to even have citizenship. There's many games going on, and the citizens are just getting the crumbs. Now, when America factors in their pensioners, America's $300 trillion in the hole. They're already broke. So the empire's been slowly moving. Most of the major corporations have already moved to China. They've already moved their military stuff. They got technology like drone. They're just trying to set up the whole thing going on with Russia and Ukraine, which the Vatican took over the land when Tsar's family got taken over, because they didn't want to play with the United Nations, so they got fucked, and 30 million of their followers got destroyed. These guys have been playing this game for eons, but most citizens think, well, I'm Canada, I'm an American. I said, that's the divide and conquer tactic. Now, if people want to understand the number one dogma, it's commerce. It's not religion, it's not state, it's not science. And everything that you try to promote or sell besides goods and services, selling the ideal of religion is commerce. Selling the ideal of state is commerce. The only ism that would ever truly work in theory is communism. But the only reason why it wouldn't work because of human factors. How do we rule over each other fairly? We don't. What did fiat currency do to replace? It replaced slavery and mastery. The reason why, because you got to feed your slaves now. And who were the masters? The people that were renting the land from the elites. It's a game that's been going on for a long time, and they distract us with pen and paper laws.
Right. So what's the solution to that then?
At present awareness. Most people wouldn't even understand that, let alone be able to comprehend all that information. And if they do, they're looking at it from their likes and dislikes, opposed to just seeing it for what it is. It's a gentleman's game. People that understand what a gentleman game is, we focus on what we need to do. We're not worried about the outcome. We'll deal with it as it comes. They pay people an enormous amount of money to keep us under slavery, and it's our own. Whether it's military or police, to hate a police officer for working at a job that they're getting paid, then people don't understand economics. Most people would sell each other out unaware. Whether they're entertaining people through the musical industry, because most of those musical industries are owned by them. Everything from top to bottom. We get to play with it if we want to. You know, whether or not you want to be a rapper or a rock and roll person or new wave or disco, it's been controlled, and they understand, and they pay people to understand what sounds and frequency are. We read the book forgetting that thousands of people are participating in producing that book. So one mind will never overrule the thousands that are contributing to it. Now, if you think there's a solution, it would be best to understand all the different parts before you even start thinking of putting it together. Now, I'm just sharing a fraction of a fraction here, guys. But that information's out there. And I'm not talking about written. I'm talking about if you go into that state of meditation, you'll grasp it. But the thing is, do you observe it, or do you feel as though you need to fight it? Because to fight it, you have to understand how to fuel it. And it's the same perpetual cycle.
Well, what is the job and purpose of, like, let's just say a lawyer, right? Like, what is his whole industry about? It's about enforcing contracts and paperwork.
Yeah,
that's why I always go back to that, dude. Like, we talk about these elites, and you know, another I would say solution. You mentioned communism, so this will fall right in. It's a socialist kind of idea. But take an example of the National Football League, right? That's a socialist organization.
Yep.
The owners all share revenue. And they have all the workers, the players, all operate under a salary cap. Okay, let's introduce the idea of salary caps into this global economy. And no, maybe that's not a solution for the bigger problem and picture here. Well, there's still going to be slaves and serfs and all this kind of thing, and masters. But it will level the playing field a little bit to where at least when you spend your whole life, 5/7 of your adult working life, slaving away at some task to make some other dude rich, at least it would give you enough to sustain yourself where we don't have to pay, you know, I'm paying like $4 for a dozen of cheap eggs right now that are normally $1.50, right? So they're just going to keep squeezing us out. We've already got people who are homeless right now because they can't pay their rent over the past 4 years. Why? So, you know, people like Pfizer and Gates with his little company, they can make record profits still. Look how many companies make record profits over the past 4 years.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. Rich are getting richer, and there's more people becoming poor. It's not the people getting poorer. More people are becoming poor. I get you. And that's the concept of capitalism. But it only works, and it doesn't matter what ism it is, as long as I have the military and I can print whatever I want. Capitalism doesn't work. And it's proven it doesn't work. But if you can print as enough money you want and convince your citizens or the masses to chase that thing and forget about producing a service or a product, most of us, maybe not you guys, but most people don't actually have a product to offer anymore. Most people don't know how to grow their crops, let alone feed animals and all that. So now we get into all these specialty shops. And I'm like, okay, so how many people need an electrician? Only a person needs an electrician is a guy who has a commercial building or has an office. You know, outside of a person that lives outside of the grid, and it's beyond even the concept of a grid, they wouldn't need that. But that's where we're at right now. And they're already understanding that, and they're going to a new system. Wait till they bring out their little pathetic little digital with a credit system on it and plus an expiry date on it. Anybody that thinks playing with cash is okay now, you won't be able to do it then, unless we all revolt. And I'm not talking about Americans and Canadians. I'm talking about the human race. And then say either we all perish together or we all work together, because we all lose if a couple of us are winning, vice versa.
Well, and see, that's the thing also. Right now, we're on this paper system where there is a paper trail. There are documents with names on them. There are people who can provably be benefiting unfairly, if you could say it that way, on this current system. So they're trying to move us to a digital system controlled by AI. Why are they so intent on that? Well, it's my theory is because then all you can blame is AI. You can't blame an actual person. You can't blame a Rockefeller or a Rothschild. They can say, well, that's AI. AI is the authority.
I'm with you, Indigo. And the thing is, what do you think the whole concept of corporation is? And even the Rothschilds and all that, they're middle tier. There's things beyond them. And they understand the age of Aquarius. So this is all the technology. And we aimlessly follow it. We're on their technology right now. Whether you have a phone and all that, and people say, well, they can't track me. I said, with that phone, they can. You know, we're following into it. Now, I get it. We want to rebel. But the thing is, it's nice if we at least become aware. Most people, if they had the opportunity, I've shared this with my buddy. Well, I want to be a part of the system. I said, you're not smart enough to be in their fucking system. You know, when they do things like Shaquille O'Neal does one of his little, little group or whatever, that's initiation clubs going on there. And these are lower tiers. Madonna, lower tier. Rothschilds, lower fucking tier. To be a 33-degree Mason is fucking lower tier stuff.
Right.
But again, those are the people that people would be taken to their court system. Commerce court. They're not talking about justice. It's commerce court. I get it. You know, when other countries, like when I tell my buddies, I said, okay, so you're in America and you're with the military. How do you classify you defending your country when you're in somebody else's country? That's called an invasion, or it's you're protecting somebody else's property. But people play this shell game. Well, Russia against America, when they were trying to, the Vatican, when the Pope then kind of told the two major parties, the puppets, Gorbachev and what's his name, Ronald Reagan, you got to stop doing that nuclear stuff. Yeah, because they're playing with nuclear energy. But how do you tell one country that actually doesn't have the world held hostage with their currency? America would not be where they are if all the other countries weren't forced to play with their currency. But it's not about American, it's the empire. And that's all they did. When they blew up the Twin Towers, it starts when they said the word pandemic, all people, all their nobles, this is what we're doing. And what do most of the citizens do? They put on their mask. Even the people that are anti-vaxxers are still playing their game, because this is about commerce. This is not about health. If it was about health, most people wouldn't be going to McDonald's. Most people wouldn't be eating animals that are fucking not even being treated honorably and killing, because they would understand what the blood is. If they're truly trying to be aware. If not, they're just screaming, going out there, doing Black Lives Matter, or they're doing the German fucking thing. But they still have to pay the military their own to monitor them. It's a game, and it's a gentleman will understand this game and realize, oh, so then that understands what they did in China, or they'll understand what happened with what's his name, Gandhi. They were just helping making their transition more smoother because the empire owns all of that. How do you tell people? All those people that own all those high rises in New York, none of them own the land.
Well, yeah, China owns the actual building and property of the stock market.
They might own the deed, most of them.
And the actual stock market itself was created by the mayor of New York at that time. But think how much power and wealth and influence the stock market has over everything. Just something one dude, or one little small group said, hey, we're going to create this and assert our authority, just like this, the World, Organization of Health thing. They just created themselves, or the United Nations, created themselves and endowed themselves. They said, we are authority. And everybody said, oh, they're authority. They just made a bold move. They got everybody to play along because they spoke bold words. But like you said, you become aware of that. It needs to be shunned and disregarded. Mm-hmm. You know, that's what drives me, is to make sure I'm looking at things and questioning whether it
I
be a
get
book or.
confused though in the groove with a lot of people. Sorry to interrupt, but
No, go ahead.
like you just said, they said, I mean, you said the government says they're in control, and the people just say okay. And a lot of these patriots are people who love the country and are patriotic, which I love. I love the country too. I love the people. They say the people are the power. The government works for us, and then they'll agree. I mean, they'll fight tyranny, but then agree. How could I put it? They're fighting tyranny, but we'll still go vote and shit. And
Right, still propping it
a lot
up.
of these people.
It's like these people who want to declare themselves a sovereign citizen, right? They go through all these court proceedings and paperwork to file themselves as such. Well, you are still playing a game, because you're documenting yourself with their documents.
Sovereign
So again,
citizens.
that's why I always go back to the paperwork, dude. It's on paper, it claims authority, but does it really have authority? And what is the authority? Well, the authority is my acknowledgement, or my vote of confidence that that's the paperwork, that's the best we got, just like the founding documents and all this. That's why I say my freedom doesn't come from no document. The Bill of Rights and all that, it sounds good and it resonates, and I'll generally agree that most of the stuff on there is something that's agreeable for most people. That's how they get it through. But that is not the authority for my free will and freedom as such. That's a birthright. So that, we are walking that fine line between two worlds, their world, the game, and let's just say the spirit world, our belief in why we're here and what the created. That's why that is important to have. Because really, that's the only way out of here, is acknowledging that we are beings from a higher order. And as such, we are endowed with birthrights, inalienable rights that paperwork can only support and, make tangible, but those are intangible, ultimately.
We use words like, sovereign citizens, like a conspiracy theory. Those are two words that should never be put together. We are sovereign beings, and we do choose to come into this evil world, material world. That's all the word evil means. People put too many likes and dislikes to it. You're living in a material realm, but when we describe it, that's from the spiritual part. So now, when from their pen to paper, that has nothing to do with us. But if you're attached to the body, then you're going to be attached to the ideal of a passport or a citizenship. So now this is where people have to understand for themselves. Do I come here to experience this realm and to observe it, or do I just come here to get attached to things? And most people get attached. They think they're the body, they think they're the thoughts. So now when they say things like the Constitution, they wrote it quite clearly, but most people misunderstand it. We the people in our prosperity, we the nobles in our prosperity. It has nothing to do with citizens or peasants. If you want to bear arms, yes, you can. If you literally want to use your arms, but if you have to work for one of their industries, you got to be military or police. This is their game. It's their terms, citizens. It's their passports. Now, we can participate in all that, but we have to understand the game. If they're satanic and they're ruling, we should at least understand what satanic means. Satanic, more times than not, is the left-hand path. It's the me. I want to do whatever the fuck I want. That's a satanic person. Nothing wrong with that. Just a left-hand path. Right-hand path would be somebody that's self-sacrificing, like a mother, for example. That would be a right-hand path. The we path would be we work together, which we consider everybody involved. Then you can also do another thing called be the observer of those things. Now, I get it. People want to fight. I said, okay, so where were people in America or Canada when the ruble crashed, or when the Jamaican country had to be forced by the World Bank to do what they have to do, or when Argentina said, fuck you to the World Bank, or when other countries, Venezuela crashed? Where was everybody else? They weren't. So they really didn't care about humanity. They just cared about being in their own little glass little bubble. Even America set up different states. There's different reasons for those different states.
Venezuela. That was big, Dominic. I'm glad you brought that up. They gave up their guns. They got tricked to give up their weapons, and they regretted that right away. They regretted it when the army came in and started annihilating all these people.
But at the same time, Charles, there was a lot of people in Venezuela selling out their own people, and they had many houses somewhere else. So they went there to loot, and then they decided to leave. If people really want to understand who's ruling right now, President of the United States, the puppet that he is through and through, said openly because he had to read from a script. False flag. What does false flag mean? It means another country is ruling your country. This is what they used to do in the old days. When England won the war, they would tell the countries like France, keep waving your flags. We don't want your citizens to have an issue. So when Germany won the war and people think America's ruling, no, the German nation's been ruling the whole fucking time. From the Rothschilds, from the infiltration of the Windsor family, from the Pope that was even ruling when the fucking Polish Pope was there. It's always been the German. It's just their turn. That's all it is. Now, were they encouraged when they started having people like Blavatsky and all that doing channeling, and then maybe get technology that was more fucking advanced than most human race even got used to now? How did we get fighters jets? We honestly think in the human race, I'm just talking about the human race, not the fucking being part they are. The human race that are no different than pigeons and seagulls would able to understand how to build a bridge and all that? No. There's something that's been spliced here, and that's us. But then we bitch and complain. Did we lose the spiritual war and now we're down here bitching and complaining? Could be. Could be if we're going to play that game, why am I here? I get most people want to be materialistic, but then they forget, where's the language you're speaking? That's spiritual. Where's air? I don't see it. Maybe some people might have that ability. How does sound and frequency through musical instruments affects the liquids in our body? And I'm just sharing awareness. I'm not giving you guys solutions. That's not my type. I'm not that kind of person. But to share awareness does assist people to realize, oh, fuck, maybe I got a lot of things back asswards. Like who runs the body when we go to sleep? Are we like a computer? There's a hard drive running us the whole time while we're here? Anyway, I went on way too long. Sorry, guys.
Thank you, Dominic. That sharing of awareness reminds me that I am not angry. I am. And anger is something that I experienced because I went into those coordinates.
You can keep cooking, Dominic.
Sorry, Charles. This is noise for me because I've got way too much pushback from people that I'm like, I get it when people are very scholarly and they would like to read information. I said, okay, so how is it factual when you've never personally experienced it? So then it could be anything. And I struggle with it, you know. Now I could be full of shit, which I'm okay with, by the way, guys. But then I would ask people, how do you think the system is set up? You know, how do you think how do these banks really work? And why do they print money? Because none of us have that ability. Damn, when my buddies tell me that they make money, I'm like, fuck, I'm in your basement, because there's a difference between making and earning it.
Yeah.
Especially when you start understanding language. No different when you guys play musical instruments. I'm pretty sure if you play the wrong note, it'll give you a different kind of frequency. Can't even say it's a wrong note. It could just be, it gives you a different outcome. Anyway, so.
Well, it's about harmony. It's about harmony, right?
Yeah.
Well, our world, or this system, everything around us is in disharmony. So yeah, that's why it doesn't feel right. That is why the anger comes up. That is why people are frustrated on a daily basis, even the ones that go to work every day.
It's the United States, right? Not the divided states, but they have us all divided.
Our technology has us divided, you know.
That too.
You know, nature has its own chi, but we don't. When we create bridges and think about the Wi-Fi and all that kind of stuff, that plays havoc on the vessel.
I agree. I'm very into plant teachers and meditation and going to the roots of reality and not being overwhelmed with the same technology that probably wiped out Atlantis.
Well, by the way, hi Isaac. I go with the ideal Atlanta, Germanica, Odin. Those are different land masses. They fuck us over with the flat Earth and the globe game.
Yeah, I agree. Those are. You're saying they are land masses on the flat Earth?
Beyond the Earth.
Yeah,
This is
I
why-
believe that too.
Yeah,
I
nothing
believe
new.
that Thoth is an island. Hermes is an island. All of them. Arcadia.
Yeah, well done, Isaac. This is why when they say nothing new under the sun, yeah, because there's things beyond the sun.
That's what I was gonna say. What about above it or beyond it?
That's true.
I always thought this. That's great.
Got to entertain
A little bit late,
possibilities.
sorry.
No, we have to entertain possibilities opposed to proving it. I say, okay, well, how do you prove air? I can tell you all the side effects. I can show you a leaf blowing, but how do I show air?
Show reactions on a chemical strip, maybe.
Yeah.
There could be lands above. Think about the Titan trees that used to be here. All these tribes talk about their ancestors climbing the trees to an upper realm. So I'm walking to the store. I'm listening.
I slightly missed it. You said they were climbing trees to get to different dimensions?
I said they climbed the Titan trees, and they would trade with they call them the star people or the
Sky people.
sky people
Also, yeah.
that live in the realm above us. So there's probably realms below us, above us, outside of our realm.
Yeah, I used to have a theory like that with the ancient big tree that was talked about in Enoch, like could connect dimensions.
I mean, yeah, look at the ocean, dude. Like, there's no ocean dwelling being that gives a shit about any trees. Just as an example, right? I mean, ocean might as well be outer space for us. Aside from technology, we're not supposed to be seeing anything in the deep oceans.
Well, the atmosphere has a role on the pressure of the ocean, so maybe the trees help with that. Maybe.
Right, but if you were to have a conversation with a fish and you mentioned the word tree, a deep sea fish would have really no concept of what a tree is.
I thought you meant it would have no correlation. My bad.
Right. No, yeah.
Now I got what you meant. Yeah, I always thought of this because to them, like the hermit crabs are on the bottom of the ocean, that's the atmosphere. But above them, we can't breathe that, but we're in our own bottom and we have our own atmosphere also.
Like, yeah, and birds, for example, birds don't give a shit about man-made borders, right? We're all locked in statehood, and they're existing way above us in another realm that has zero regard
the only
for
thing they have to worry about is the farmers during dove season or something.
Our airplanes.
So that's just a joke.
Yggdrasil, is the tree of life a plant?
I don't know. It could be many things. I used to think the tree of life would be like a biological thing that lives inside of every human body. But that's just one take on it.
So the web that all the bubbles are in, if you're talking about different realms, would that tree be flora or would it be infrastructure?
I don't know, the other guy that was talking about it left too, but I had a little bit on it, but I don't know. I would say you could probably grow a tree like infrastructure if you like, what do they call that, drafting? Probably make a huge tree.
Well, yeah, nature is an infrastructure in itself, right? Like the dirt supports the tree, and the tree supports the air and the birds and the cycle. So it is,
would it be
close.
Would it be physical flora or would it be a metaphysical infrastructure? Because what I'm hearing is these titan trees and these large scale trees as if they are terrain flora, like they're a plant. But then when I hear the concepts of the tree of life, it almost seems like string theory.
The tree of life most likely the placenta. on the micro level.
Well, the Rosicrucians have a tree of life, but then it goes into like spiritual order.
Peace,
I don't know.
Candy,
Probably not the same.
and peace to Baba's Rainbow Shaman. Freezing out here.
I just smoked a joint at the lake. It's like all foggy.
We're getting snow.
Oh, nice. I like a little good
Huh?
dusting. It's peaceful. If it's not too bad. If it's too bad, then it's bad.
Peace, Joe. I'm trying
What
to
up? Morning, guys.
control my
Morning.
What's up, bro?
Greetings, Joe.
Good day to you.
I just got Rebecca mad at me right now, Bex.
No, now what?
I got
Where
yelled.
is she?
I don't know. She might be. I don't know. Maybe she'll come around.
Peace to Patrick 369. Who else came up in here? So I sent her a link.
Oh,
So I
did
don't
you?
know.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I just said maybe there's a tiny bit of maybe a pinch of feminism in there in the inside of her, and I listen. I got problems with programming like anybody, man. I was saying I watch the NFL and shit. We all got some programming. I think we should all look at ourselves. You know what I mean? That's all. That's all.
I'll take some time to give a shout out to the feminism in Vex. I respect that she got that power in her and she exercised it, and I'm gonna have to take this time to respect that.
That was my
Regardless of
point.
myself, but
Yeah.
she definitely does her thing. And, go ahead.
Self-reflection. Everyone should do that. It's the best.
And like our problems, just it's cool that it's okay we have them. You know what I mean? Like it's just God. I just hate to get in like name calling and shit like that. And then last night, man, I tried that dude from Axis, whatever that guy. He was on a Lumatommy show last night and talking all kinds of mad shit. So I tried to get on there, dude. I got in his back room, man, and he shut the stream down. To all Lumatommy because I was gonna freaking.
I appreciate you, Joe. Not really standing up for me, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't hate, but I just don't get why it had to go that direction. You know, we stopped talking about what he didn't like. But
yeah,
I don't know.
He was out of line. He came to you, dude. Like he came totally to you, whatever. And that's what I want to ask Dominic about after. But like there's one guy that doesn't like. I'm real like protective, man, or loyal. I don't know, like if we're down, dude. And like to come over, mess with your channel, you literally don't go nowhere to mess with anybody, dude. Regardless of what your content is, we could be talking about whatever. If you don't go in after anybody, dude, and him coming, that was just like a trip. And I was gonna ask Dominic. I mean, this guy, like, you specifically sent that dude the link to be on Charles's show, like knowing that how that guy is or whatever he is. Like what was that all about, Dominic? Like what'd you do that for?
I don't blame Dominic. Everything was fine until we started talking against the government. He got all like bent out of shape.
That dude's a weirdo, dude. I saw him last night. He had his camera on finally.
I don't blame Dom at all. The guy is his own, you know, he makes his own decision.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just when you send someone a link, that seems like a little something. I don't know, dude. That was weird. The guy comes on playing Alex Jones purposefully. He had some other device, dude. If you watch back, that guy had a device against like to the speaker. It was so loud. It was like his separate phone. He was holding it up to the speaker, playing Alex Jones on your show purposefully. You know, and the second I called him out, he goes, "Oh, is that better?" Because he pulled it away from the speaker. He pulled the phone away from the speaker. I mean, this shit's beyond weird, dude.
he was trolling. He had like 7 different channels in the chat, putting the same pirate flag, talking
Right,
shit. Like, and
And
he
Dominic
said,
sends
"We're
him a
top."
link. Dominic sends that guy a link, dude.
Well, like I said, I don't know what happened, but he called me. He called this young minds, like, but he was acting childish, but whatever. That's just old.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying it's weird, but Dominic's here. It's like that's weird. Is it? Don't you think, or no?
Joe, do you really want to entertain this?
Yeah, doesn't it seem like a horrible decision to give that guy a link to be on somebody's show?
I'm going to share this with Joe. I'm going to share this with you, Joe. The day is long. You might not understand how it started, let alone how it ended, but I will entertain this just for a moment. How it started off was Charles had come live. I was about to go for a walk with my wife, and I thought, okay, and a friend of mine that I know, which happens to be Axis, he was somewhere else. I think he was on Cage, and I told him, I said, a friend of mine is actually going live. Would you like to go over there? Part of me knows intuitively they both enjoy music. Now, how it went from there, my advice for everybody else is to fucking back off, because you don't know how long this day is, and you might be putting yourself in a web. Now, he did share something about this shit that we're on right now is being monitored. If you understand German stuff, they're going to remember all of this shit. And then when they start giving people jabs or whatever you want to call it, they're going to remember all this stuff. We're giving information freely. So we're incriminating ourselves unaware. And he just didn't want to be involved in it. He got a little bit rattled by it because Tommy took
he got rattled because he got challenged on that idea. First of all, when we were talking about music, hold on a second, I'm going to speak on this. When we were talking about music, right?
Yeah,
he freely went into the areas about it being fear programming. Okay? And then what you're talking now and what he was talking yesterday was telling all of us you're instilling fear programming right now. They can play both sides of that out.
But I know, I don't know. Screw that dude, man. I don't hate him or nothing, but it's just gonna start like friction, and I don't know.
I mean,
I'm not mad about it.
If somebody is this worried about being incriminating, why would you even be on any of these streams to begin with? Like you said, he came from Cage's channel. Like, I don't go to Cage's channel, but I've heard Cage talk about other topics on other streams. And I would think Cage is probably saying just as dangerous stuff as we're saying. Right?
I like how I asked Dominic if it's a good idea to give that dude a link. And he's like, I was walking, you're going on a walk with your wife, walking your dog and shit. I mean, give me a break, dude. Do you think it was a good idea to give that guy a link, Dominic?
Exactly, bro. I agree.
You thought it was going to end well, Dominic?
Joe. With the government.
It sounds like some controlled opposition to me, if I'm going to be honest.
100%.
Yeah.
Who sent him the link? This guy.
Yeah, yes, dude. I agree.
Joe, hold on, guys. Hold on, please. Joe, you asked me something. I told you how it came to be. Now, I'm hearing Charles. You guys had a nice conversation. How it ended up in the end. What can I say about that?
He was blaming you.
That would be a conversation you need to have with him. I'm talking to you guys right now. I represent me.
You need to have it with him, not me.
No, I don't have it. I've already had
it. We handle ourselves in the way that we want to carry and handle ourselves and talk about it.
Intergroup, please hear me out, okay? Joe asked me about sending a link. I'm not talking about 30 minutes later. That's something you guys, whatever reason. Joe asked me.
I'm not ashamed of what I said.
Okay, Indigo, please.
And nobody had a problem. Even Charles, the host of this channel, had no problem.
This is noise for me at this point. Joe asked a question. I've decided to share, asking why I sent a link to Charles. This has nothing to do with you at this point. Later on in the conversation.
No, it does. It had something to do with me yesterday, and it has something to do with me now. When you're saying we're incriminating ourselves from this German, I don't care about that, dude. This is 2024. Okay. Fuck Germany. Fuck Nazis. I'll say it all day long. I have no fear about it. Okay. So don't try to instill no fear in me. And that's why I reacted yesterday, and that's why I'm gonna speak about it now. Fuck all that fear shit, bro. I don't walk like that. I'm not going to. I'm not gonna self-censor myself out of fear of some boogeyman, dude. I'm not worried about incrimination from them people, whoever they are. And if you were worried about it, you wouldn't be on here right now, associating yourself, like your pal said yesterday, associating himself with dangerous talk that's going to incriminate him, getting all bent out of shape about it. And what Joe's bringing up is the fact that it don't make sense. You come on here and you talk very surely of yourself, and now you want to act like, you know, like, this is above me. Well, then why are you here, bro? Why are you associating yourself if you're worried about that? Just go enjoy your wife and observe yourself and, you know, be silent. You're a big believer in being silent. Well, go do that, dude. We're all grown men, dude. We handle ourselves. Go ahead, John.
Real smart people, like my dad's probably the smartest guy I know, and the dude's just a genius and stuff. And he's always trying to, like, you know, when you're a little, if you're really intelligent and you're a little kid and all the adults are stupid around you, you're thinking, man, I got to save these people. I got to think for people, you know, I got to do things for people. And it's true, like 85% of the time. But once you get into this situation of people that think, you know, you don't have to think for, and Dominic, I could tell, wants to, like, help people. And, like, I know that about him, you know what I mean? Like, but sometimes people think they know better for other people than, because they're so smart. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I mean, I don't think Dominic is coming from a bad place, but I just think that's a bad decision. You know what I mean? And I think there's something, you have some other reason for it, but not a nefarious one, just another, you know, like, let me help these dum-dums or something like that. That's what I think.
Well, that's a judgment. And Dom talked about that himself.
At a certain point, what you do right doesn't matter. The thing is, what rules are you breaking first? That's all that matters. Are you breaking any rules? We all know we're not perfect. We're not 100%. We're not robots. What rules are you breaking? That's the point. Are you faithful? Are you obedient? Do you follow the law, one love? Are you following the rules? If you're not, you don't need to help any adults. You don't need to help anyone else. I have recently found a lot of inconsistencies in my budget, in my diet, in my social groups.
Interesting.
I found that I was not, it doesn't matter what my resume is. It doesn't matter, you know, how much. It doesn't matter in the past. It matters now.
Interesting.
But y'all got, hey, on one last thing, peace be with you guys and gals and others.
I just didn't like the threats he made, you know, threatening to attack my channel.
Right.
I don't need this bullshit cyber war. You know, I'm old school, and if you ever had a problem, confront them face to face. All this internet threatening and all this bullshit. What the hell?
Yeah. It's crazy.
It's just some people kind of ask
house already.
Hold on.
Yeah, Joe King. See, I've been drawing a line, even though that's bad grammar, with people like Axis Rat Blood, because after you start to really see who someone is after a couple interactions, give it a week or two, that dude has a really bad reputation. For anyone that knows about the different communities out here that he may have popped in and out of, he's been out here for a while with some different communities, and he's very vindictive and just, he has bad intentions. He's a toxic, bitter person, and he puts it all out there for one to get a profile reading. So I just stay away. I think it's about drawing a line, you know, and not exposing oneself to that type of energy. He's a very unhappy, bitter person.
Yeah, you don't want that energy in your life.
Yeah, but he's friends with Dominic, and Dominic is the biggest proponent of things not having judgment, not judging things as good and evil. So what does his friend do? Comes over here and judges all of us.
In reality, is to judge between good and evil, though.
Yeah, dude, I don't. There's definite good and evil. Like we talk about intent, and we talk about this law. Like, what law are we honoring? For me, like, it's about being honest and righteous.
Is evil.
Yeah,
self-defense is not evil.
It's unrighteous in my book, and I'm not gonna resonate with that. I'm not gonna be okay. I'm not gonna be quiet about it. It's an exact opposition to what's good, right, and true within myself. And God-given emotions tell me to speak out about it at the least. And now I'm being told that speaking out about it is somehow dangerous. And nah, bro, that's where that game ends with me, bro. I'm gonna speak on it.
We have that
Ain't
risk.
no harm, no foul. Show me a victim. And if you're a victim, then you're here on your own free will, and you can handle your own problem and not be here. This is Charles's house. We've all agreed to enter. And until Charles tells me, hey, bro, please don't say that, right? Then I'll respect that. But some third-party dude coming in here and trying to have me self-censor or police what I'm saying, thinking, doing. You can make suggestions. I'll consider it. But to come over here and think you're going to control people, yeah, that's his problem, dude. Or anybody else's problem. I don't come here to control. I don't want people to just, I'm not looking for followers and indoctrinate. This is my perspective, just like Joe's got his and Charles has his and Dominic has his. I want to hear everybody's. And I'm going to take from that what I will and leave the rest. I'm not going to adopt or indoctrinate myself or anybody else with it.
Yeah, it's like a lot of speculation here. It's not about like demanding, oh, you better believe this, you better believe that.
It's intellectual science. Yeah, we all just throwing hypothesis out and we're having it tested against each other.
Yeah, we all have variables that we could plug into other people's that might not have them.
Yeah, man. Is that dangerous? Is that wrong? Is that illegal? Yeah, dude.
Ideas,
but that's the game we're in, bro. Where everything is upside down. Good is bad, right is wrong. Depending on who you ask, what you believe in.
Upside down kingdom.
It's almost like you only know yourself, man. You only know yourself. You can't really know for sure who everybody is, especially on here. You know, it's like it's weird.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad actors on here for damn sure.
I know who I am.
Use psychology only over voice.
Yeah, and just like I said yesterday, if Axis came back on here tomorrow and said, "Hey guys, look, I got a little bit out of shape and out of line, dude. I really, you know, I don't agree with what you are saying, but you know, I shouldn't have asserted myself in that way. But you know, I really like that music conversation. Y'all want to talk some more about that? I'd be like, yeah, dude, cool. Let's do that. Bygones can be bygones. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I look past it. If someone's respecting me right now, today, in front of my face, and I don't care about what happened yesterday.
There you go. Make it right.
I know. I'm easy with that. I'm a sucker for an apology, man.
Yeah, dude.
Well, it's called peacemaking, not peacekeeping. You got to make it. You can't keep it.
Right. Yeah, there you go. Interesting.
The only part I didn't like, or Christos jumped out, was, like I said, the threats. That shit's whack. Like, it was really that bad. Crazy. Where he might suffer from, I don't know. I don't know the guy personally. I'm not going to down him. I am going to speak on, you know, what he did. But, you know, and I didn't get how we stopped talking about that stuff and moved on. And he was still mad. I could have erased the video if it meant that much to him. Instead, I kept it because if my channel gets attacked, you know.
Because if you saw him on Illuminati last night, dude, he was tripping. He's like, I got everything I need right here on this phone. He's like, all saying all this cryptic shit. And I'm like, well, this dude is kind of like, I think he's really super crazy. And I don't know. That's another thing with, you know, like.
Ultra MK.
Like, you gonna invite that dude over? Crazy guy. I don't know, man. Something ain't right here. Something ain't right.
A lot of people that attack people on the internet can't fight or protect yourself for the life of them in real life.
Yeah,
to me, that's like a bully tactic and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the weapon is fear. So if you reject that fear, they have nothing.
Yeah.
That's why I confront the fear. Just like confronting a bully, dude. You stand up to a bully, what happens? Right?
Most of the time. Unless they kick your ass.
Yeah, if you just keep your mouth shut and keep getting beaten up, well, every day your lunch money is going to be taken.
Yeah. Well, that
eventually you got to say enough.
Might as well.
Yeah,
They
it's a
do
choice.
stop though. The bully, because even if you beat up a guy, you hurt yourself in that process of doing it. You know, like, and then they don't want to go through that work anymore, fighting you. You know, if you
I've only been in 2 fights. I don't like that shit.
I don't either. But I've been in a bunch, man. I freaking regret it, man.
Yeah, I beat both of them their ass. They had to pull me out. It was
Nice.
fun. And it was all over a girl every time, and it was always a girl. So annoying.
90% of all that.
Yeah, dude.
But yeah, it was a good lesson. I learned I'm afraid of myself.
Well, I wrestled
afraid.
for my whole life, so like it's like,
Oh yeah.
you know, combat, like physicality or something is just normal to me. Like to hug, I'm a hugger and
Me
a
too,
toucher,
man.
and you know, I'm like,
But also the violent side. I played water polo and wrestled,
yeah.
so I
That's why I
get
don't
that.
like MMA. I don't like knees to the head, dude. Ugh.
Oh yeah, dude. I wanted to do MMA, but I have head damage from
Yeah.
skateboarding, so I
Oh
can't do
yeah.
it now.
Yeah. I used to
I always
skate
wanted
too.
to as a kid.
Where'd you grow up at?
I grew up in the Central Valley of California, just wrestling,
Mm,
and then that got me into water polo.
Yeah, I'm
And then
from San
after that, I
Jose,
wanted to
dude.
play MMA, but I fell skateboarding, went 2 days coma,
Oh, dang, that's crazy.
out of body
That-
experience and everything.
How old were you?
22,
Gotcha.
July 2nd, 2017. I'm 28 right now.
Yeah, I'm from San Jose, so we used to go out to Clovis and stuff and wrestle all them.
Oh, cool. Yeah, they're good. I only wrestled in middle school, played water polo in high school.
Dude, it's nuts now. It's so out of control. Like they're nationally televised dual meets and stuff from Clovis High School and stuff.
I bet. Yeah, Clovis. I think we probably played them in water polo a lot in tournaments.
Yeah, the Valley, man. There's some tough dudes out there, man.
Yeah, Fresno wanted me to play for them at the state college in water polo, but I ended up breaking up with my girlfriend and just quitting everything. It sucked ass. I should have went and played.
Yeah, it's physical, man. I know my buddy used to play. He'd be scratched up at the end of the game, man. Like
The worst, I played the whole center defense in the middle where the main score goaler, I defend him. And
oh,
dude, the elbows is to the jaw, your whole ear would be shot, or your nose. Your nose would be shot.
dude, that's to me so much harder than wrestling would be just treading water. Like, no
Yeah, it
way,
is. And
dude.
I
Oh
saved a
my
guy's life
God.
at the lake like 6 months ago.
Well, dude, he had a water polo guy available to save him.
Dude, or he would have died, I swear on my life.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
I would have watched him die if I didn't play
Oh,
water polo. I didn't know how to egg beater someone. Like,
whoa,
dude,
that's
I had to
crazy.
grab him under the armpit and egg beater him to shore like 50 meters or 60 meters. And then my friend jumps in the last like 30 feet and saves our ass.
That dude, he would have died if I was out there, man. I suck at swimming.
Dude, his whole family watched 6 of them as I'm trying to save his life, and they can't swim, so they can't do anything, and they're freaking the fuck out.
No way. That's crazy.
Yeah, so dude, this guy jumps off the dock. It's like a 50-meter swim out there. And
Dude.
he jumps in, he's like, "It's cold." And I knew instantly, I'm about to jump in this water, huh? And he
Oh,
goes, "Help."
shit.
And I said, "Are you serious?" Because sometimes people just be kind of tripping. So, and then he goes, "Help." So I strip off all my clothes except for my boxers. I run and jump in 1 foot of water, dive into 1 foot of water, and somehow sprint to him. I'm like, "Egg beater, bro, like kick your legs, doggy paddle, stay up. Because if you go under, it's done." Like I'm trying to swim and talk. So I'm using all my energy. It fucked up.
Damn,
It fucked me up
that's
for like 2
nuts.
months. I had like PTSD of adrenaline rushes where I punched the wall. I broke my door from
What
this
the
shit.
fuck? That's
Yeah.
crazy, bro. That shit's
Because I had
crazy.
so much built up adrenaline from that shit. My eyes were dilated for 12 hours after I saved his life, dude.
Fuck.
Like
That's a great
fucking
sacrifice,
heroin.
dude. Yeah.
That's
Dude, it was so
hardcore.
scary.
Just the power of your body, your functionality of your body and what you're capable of and stuff. That shows that, you know, you just pumped yourself, dude, to beyond what you thought you could do to save that dude. You know,
Yes.
you're
I
capable of
went to
so
I
much.
heaved on my hands and knees and collapsed on the shore for like 15 minutes trying to get my breath back, and then it happened at my parents' house for another 40 minutes, and then like my whole body was tight for like 2 months after that.
Holy shit.
My neck hurt. I'd get headaches. I never had headaches in my whole life. My
Dude, it's
dad's like,
crazy.
yeah, you dumped lactic acid into your body.
Oh, dump, dude. Fucking just flooded,
And I
dude.
don't work out, and I'm out of shape, and I drink. And I did this.
Oh, shit.
I'm like 200 pounds right now.
Damn, bro.
I was like 185 at the time.
That's good shit right there. That's a good story.
Yeah, man, it fucking freaked me out. I didn't go back to the lake for like 5 months.
Oh, I bet.
And now I'm not going back in the summer, but then it makes me wonder, like, am I supposed to go back? Like, what if someone
No, you're
else
right.
needs help?
Well, see, that's the thing, bro. Think how easy it would have been to just do nothing and say, "Well, that's his problem. We just let him." I'm not gonna risk or sacrifice anything about myself for somebody else, right? But you did that. That's some high level human idealism and ingenuity and
Yeah.
activity that
Once
you
that
displayed
moment
there,
hits,
bro.
it's
So
like
good on
the
you for that.
adrenaline
Yeah, well
snapped.
put.
The adrenaline did it for me.
Yeah.
But I had the faith, for sure. And I
And,
wasn't gonna
it's
watch someone die. I think I would have rather died than watch someone die. In
and
front,
that's like the thing about
literally
like
3
police.
people drowned at this lake that year before I saved him. 3 people already drowned.
Yeah,
It's like
he's
a
lucky
common
lucky
thing
to have you.
for people to drown at this fucking lake. It's like cursed.
If 2 people were drowning in that lake, one you could save, the other will drown you. What do?
You save the one that you could save. And hope
Well,
that
that's yeah.
someone else is gonna jump in and save the other one. I guess. Or I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, that
I
could have
mean,
very well happened to
I
him.
would rather like, yeah.
Could
I
have.
mean, unless it was like, I mean, if there was a kid drowning or an adult, I'd probably save the kid.
Now add in, does your body even respond with the adrenaline when you make the choice?
The body respond, or do I? I don't know how that works. I don't know. The question's not broad enough, I think.
I'm just randomly asking questions about the story you told. Basically, to
Yeah,
give
my
some
body did a
backstory,
lot of it. It just snapped. Like there was no there was no not me getting in. There was no
There you go.
walking
But
away
what
from that situation. It's like when there's an active shooter and I have a CCW. There's no walking away from that shit.
What I love about it is how slow everything gets.
Yeah, it did.
Feels like you're just like, it's like one of those X-Men movies or something where they stop it and they're doing stuff, and you're walking around doing stuff as everything's still. That's how I feel. Like that's that zone, call it being in the zone or whatever. Like car accident.
It did feel like that.
Yeah.
have you been in an active shooter situation?
No. I'm just saying that's how I would respond.
Yeah, it's like fight or flight, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm actually went to a brain doctor after my coma. I'm stuck in fight or flight, actually.
Yeah.
I'm actually stuck in it right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Thanks for having me on, Charles.
Fine, man.
You guys a great killer conversation, man. Cool, Isaac. Thanks, buddy, man. Yeah, nice show from the valley. Are you still out there? Where are you at now?
Looking out for y'all. Yeah, I'm in the valley.
I'm in Reno.
Oh, sick. Yeah.
Yeah,
we were
dude.
talking about that today somewhere.
Yeah. Hell yeah,
Much
man.
love, dude. My parents just went to fucking Vegas.
Oh, okay.
They were partying.
Yeah, fucking A, dude. It's all kind of central. It's good spot. I got a nice airport actually where I'm at. You could just walk right in and get on a plane. It's crazy. But
You
cool
been to the
talking
valley
guys.
before? Oh,
What's
sorry.
that?
Yeah, you gotta get out of here. Sorry,
Have a good day,
I don't
man.
want to keep you.
Yeah, and Dominic, maybe so next time maybe you can answer my question next time. Think about it. Was it a good idea? And then
thank you, so, man.
I'll get a straight answer, maybe.
And your loyalty.
Have a good one, Joe.
Have a good day, dude.
Yeah, I try. I don't know. Everyone has their differences. I try to keep peace, but the reason why I never step in when there's differences is because everyone's a grown man here. People can handle their. I've had people say, "Oh, why don't you say something, Chuck?" Why should I? You know, that's how I feel. But I don't know. I don't look at it that any of this is a debate. That whole word debate, like debate, catch debate. That's why it's called a debate. But yeah, that shit's old, man. It's over with. That shit's yesterday's news. He caught me off guard with that shit, man. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? And I think Dom's cool. I felt bad for Dom. Dom's like, oh shit, what did I do?
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off, play some video games. I'm feeling my ADD spiking.
All right, Isaac.
Yeah, I subbed
Thanks
up.
for coming.
I'll chat up. I had a lot of topics like in the supernatural and stuff. If I ever see that as the topic too.
Today's any topic. It's open topic.
All right. Yeah, I'll probably play for like 30 minutes, but if y'all are on still, I'll come back.
All right.
What's up? Peace out.
Word, man. Have a good day, bro.
Yep.
Man, it's snowing, freezing over here. I hate snow, personally. Tired of it. It's time to move out of Connecticut real soon. Oops, wrong bread. Since when is bread $3 a loaf? Oh, that's insane. People with food stamps, like my roommate, can't even survive. They're like, oh, we give you two. My roommate gets $280 a month, right? Sometimes when I buy stuff from my roommate, which I'm doing now, I'll spend like $100, and it's like I barely got anything. It's like, yo, $280 a month ain't shit to live on to eat, but it's better than starving. I'll tell you that. Dominic said, that's just noise to me. I'm gonna start using that. When people try to argue with me, I'm gonna tell them all I hear is noise. I like that.
Jones, if you don't mind, just to entertain, because I know Joe, for whatever reason, feels as though people need to respond or answer his inquiries. Me and you were both there yesterday, and I remember you were there, and I was just clicked on. I think I was the only one there, and you said that if nobody comes up, you were going to close the stream. Am I correct by saying that? If you are there, Charles, but just in case, I'm only regurgitating what I heard.
I was putting bread in the thing. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So what I did was I had to go onto Cage. I saw Axis was there. What came to mind was music industry, because I had a long conversation the night before with him about the music industry. Quite fascinating, by the way. So I thought, okay, I had mentioned to you and I mentioned to him about my friend Charles, and that's all I did. That's all I did. And then I went for a nice walk, a nice hour and a half walk. Talked to my wife about shit. Fuck, I rarely share even here. So it was an interesting walk, but maybe one day I can share it. So then I came here and I heard you and Indigo and you guys talking about great things. That's it. And then it went sideways. It went Then it went sideways. That's all I get from it. And that to me, it becomes noise for me. But I wasn't the one that was involved in all of that. You know, like my dad used to teach me at a young age, I'll lead you to the guy that's going to hire you, but it's on you now to what you do with it. So when people come on here thinking they're my friend or whatever, I said, yes, but I'm still not responsible for each individual being in this realm. I tell this to my buddies. I don't give a shit about you. Now, they might turn around and think I'm being very cleverly. I said, no, I'm being sincere. I don't live in your vessel. So the person that should be accountable for themselves is them. Now, I can't speak on behalf. Go ahead, Charles.
I was just going to say, I didn't get, like you said, you're not responsible for everyone else. I didn't get why he got mad at you and then he put me into the mix too. when he had a problem with In the Groove, but I don't even know how it all, like, I don't know. I think it got a little.
Charles, if
a
that
little
ever has, Charles, if that ever has an opportunity that you can, Indigo already said he's okay if there's ever a chance that we can talk. I already can tell he has a good, strong demeanor with him. If he decides to present himself, I was already in back chat with him somewhere else saying, what's going on here? Is it possible you could be easy, whatever's going on? I found out certain information that's going on in his own life, but that's not my story to tell. And this is why when people forget what he did to you, I could say from the distance was probably inappropriate. But when he's ready to you guys have that discussion, that's between you two. The rest of us, we're noisy in this situation, even though Indigo was involved in it too. So I can't even exclude him out of that. For me, I'm an outsider looking in on all of this. To me, this is what noise is, because there's so much awareness that we should be sharing with each other, worrying about whether or not my fucking bike got stolen or didn't stolen. That's noise at that point. For me, but that's just me sharing. How other people want, best thing I could ever say to them, tell me your view, because my views aren't fucking debatable. But I'll gladly share them. If they want to share me their views, go right ahead. Outside of that, fuck, we could talk about economics. I don't go around worrying about whether or not people are keeping track of all of this. But I'll still share that information. Well, it might bite me in the ass. That is a possibility, and I will deal with it accordingly. Anyway, I went on again way too fucking much on this topic.
Well, let's just keep it simple. You mentioned that everybody needs to be accountable for themselves, right? Well, most of what we talk about is holding people accountable for things that they are doing against everyone else. Like I'm getting fed words of instilling fear that me simply pointing out that there's an obvious wrong, for lack of a better word, infringement upon other people's rights to pursue happiness or life, liberty, all those good things. Why is that more of a crime than not holding the people accountable who are directly harming and transgressing against everybody? You see, these ideas are great in single blurbs and in small doses, right? But when you start applying that to the larger picture here, then those words become very hypocritical if you're not willing to extend that out from the micro to the macro.
You're probably right, but everybody has to be accountable for oneself, hence know thyself first. Now, if people want to get into communities and work together, like whoever these other people are doing, we'll call them elites, they're working together. They might even want to keep their enemies close, but we still have to be accountable for oneself. Now, when it's a child, that's a different game. But when it becomes adult, whether they're aware of it or not, they still have to be accountable for their own little surroundings. Now, is other things affecting us? Yes. Then are we supposed to do war against hurricanes? And some people try to. They try to man floods and all that kind of stuff. But to blame other people when they've been working hard as a collective, when we're still scattered among ourselves, then it becomes noise. I get it. This is a platform to share information. Now, if we were actually doing a mechanical shop here, it'll be a to-do thing. When I hear people talk about there's way too many people talking, there's not enough stuff to be done. Well, then maybe the fact that the person's talking, maybe they're the one that has to do something. Don't worry about what other people are talking about, let alone what they're doing. And if you agree with what they're doing, follow suit. If you disagree with it, then do something else. Change always occurs in this realm, always. The vessel right now is changing as we speak. But when people, been so indoctrinated, living under the nanny state, but I want somebody else to do something for me. Okay, then don't be disobedient. Follow the system. Voice your opinion. But you have to have that opportunity to know if you're going into the boss's office and you're looking for a raise, you got to be prepared to walk away if you don't get it. You want to be a fucking millionaire at the casino, you got to be prepared to lose $1 million too. Most people aren't doing that. They're buying their $3 fucking ticket hoping to win $1 million. This is the shit that I hear on most of these fucking channels. I'm only sharing awareness. I never once fucking told anybody on any fucking channel I'm getting solutions. Integral, you're that type of person. Well done.
Yeah, I would just ask, who are we accountable to at the end of the day, right? Like, I'm supposed to be accountable for my words. I have to be very careful about what I say. I've already had my channel taken away from me on here because I'm accountable, I guess, to Google, right? Google is the authority of who I'm accountable to, even though they pay me Zero. I'm not an employee of Google or anybody else. Nobody gives me any money. No government, nobody. Why am I accountable to these people if they're not accountable to me? Because it's implied somewhere? Well, I reject that. That's simply the basis of my message. Now, if I accept and take things, if I have a phone that's paid for by the government, if they give me a phone and say, here you go, for a free phone, and we'll pay your bill. Okay, well, then you got an argument to make that I should be censored. If I'm paying my own bill, dude, I'm not accountable to nobody. It's not paying my bills. If we just keep it simple.
But freedom of speech does not work in commerce. It'd be different if all of a sudden me and you're chit-chatting and say, Dom, you know, I just built this tower and I'm basically doing this thing called the internet and all that, and now people are trying to strike me down. I would say, yeah, you have a sincere issue. But when somebody else builds the platform, whether it's YouTube and all these other people that are funding all of this stuff, freedom of speech has nothing to do with this platform at this point. Freedom of speech is
actually, there's an argument that I can make very strongly against that, because Google itself didn't build this platform; they bought it from somebody else who built it. I was on here before Google bought it.
You're probably right, but we didn't build it. But hold on, we didn't build it. That's the catch.
Yes, we did. You want to know why? Because Google is getting $800 million a year subsidy from our tax money, our government, to build and fund their data centers.
Okay, Indigo, I'm going to tell you the illusion of independent. Next time you jump into somebody else's car.
No, I'm just discussing paperwork. This is their words. This is what they use to assert their authority. And I'm saying, oh, that's your authority? Well, you got a big flaw in your thinking and narrative there, buddy, because you're getting public funds. You are publicly traded on the American stock market. Your headquarters are in California, which is an American land-based. How are you not bound by American rules? But I am. When I get no benefit, I'm not getting government payback.
Okay, to make it clear, this
so you see who's got the stronger argument there for accountability and authority? Not Google. You know what it says on Google's own website? In these explicit words about their About Us mission statement, it says very clearly in there about our data. It says you trust Google with your data, and we take responsibility for the use and handling of that data. That's what Google said out of their own. It's on their website right now. They made the claim that they're responsible. You know what I mean?
Sounds like you understand.
Yeah, and if you want to talk legal, because we live in a legal paperwork world, if we hold their paperwork up to their face, they have nothing to stand on. End of fucking story, dude. That's as simple as it gets if you want to talk about a solution. Okay, let's take a legal solution. Yeah, dude.
You understand. You're giving them something to stand on. You understand.
Well, I understand that because I don't accept their paperwork as my authority.
Now you're changing the topic.
I'm just changing the narrative, maybe. Or the perspective that's being put upon me.
You're changing their narrative. That doesn't make sense. You understand.
Well, okay. Rules. Yeah, it does, because I just said Google.
If you want to excel in the game, play by the rules. If you don't want to play by their rules, claim sovereignty and enact war on them.
I am sovereign. I said that. I said that already. I said I'm here. My rights are birthright. They're not bound by paperwork or given by paperwork or no other man.
Are you going to, or are you claiming that you are exercising your sovereignty against their rules? Because I gotta separate myself from that, at least with a line.
I don't use that word. I don't even use those words. No, I don't do it.
It sounds like you understand the rules of the game. It sounds like you're in the game, and then it sounds like you're not following the rules of the game, and you're meeting like frustration.
No, dude. We don't need to put all these emotions. If you just listen to what I'm saying, if I'm Google and I tell you, well, I don't know your name, but I'll say B. I'll say, hey B, you trust me with your data, and I take responsibility for the handling of that data. And then you go and misuse that data. Am I not supposed to say, hey, bro, you broke my trust. I don't trust you. You told me that you take responsibility. So whose responsibility? Who's accountable here?
Have you been
Is that hard
stabbed
to
in the back
understand?
before?
What's that?
Have you been stabbed in the back before?
Literally or
They have
figuratively?
they have to be close, and most of the time you give them the knife, figuratively.
Figuratively. Okay.
Yeah, so you're explaining being stabbed in the back with surprise attached to it.
I
and
was
I'm
entered
hearing
into
you.
an agreement that I never agreed to. That's
I hear you.
one. That's a null and void contract that I'm not a party to. And as soon as
What
I
do you mean null
point
and
that
void
out,
contract? Those are somebody else's words. You have to play by their rules. If you want to nullify and void something, that's playing by a different person's rules. If you
yeah.
created
Well,
those rules,
if I was a
well, then I
lawyer,
bow to you. But if you didn't create those rules, I'm following rules that somebody created. I haven't met them personally, but I know there's rules in play. And if I want to benefit myself, if I want to be healthy, I need to follow some sort of pattern. Otherwise, I'm just going all on my own by my own creation.
well, that's a choice.
Nolan,
Can't you do that? If you choose to play the game, then yeah, you're accepting the rules. Only thing I'm doing to play the game is to pay for my own phone and pay for my own internet service and use my voice freely to freely speak my ideas. For a bunch of people to tell me, why are you frustrated? Why am I frustrated? Well, I got a long list of why. And every time I start speaking about it, everybody gets defensive about it and tries to tell me I don't understand or I do understand. Go ahead, bro.
I'm about to join because the government are criminals that get away with their crimes legally. So hey, fuck it, right? You can't join. If you can't beat them, join them. Say, I'm lying.
Well, that's what most people do. That's the path of least resistance. Go along and get along. I did it for the first half of my life, dude. I didn't agree that my lifetime, an hour of my lifetime was worth $4.25 and then later $8 an hour. I feel like my life is more valuable than that. But okay, I see we live in a community and this and that. You want a house, you want to get a girl, you want all this shit, bro. You got to play the game just like everybody else is playing the game. Okay, cool. We went along with that. Do you know when it changed for me? Well, it slowly changed before this. But 2020 was the new line. They said out of their own mouth, this is a new normal. All right, well, everything before 2020, fuck all that shit. We in a new normal. Well, who's making the rules of the new normal? Them? Because they declared it? Now, fuck that. I'm going to make the fucking rules now. All right, why ain't it that simple? Why I don't have that right, but they do? Because they still using old paperwork, old documents, legal proclamations where they keep changing the definition of words. I'm sorry, but the legal system is shot, dude, if you really want to get into that. Once they start changing definitions, there is no legal basis for anything. This is an implied system, dude. And it's a social contract, if you look at what that concept revolves around. Because I can tell you, you can go on the IMF website, International Monetary Fund. What do they say? They say we need a new a global social contract. That's what they're trying to push. Is anybody talking about that on these streams? I know I bring it up and it goes nowhere. Any thoughts on that? How people can imply that we have a social contract?
So how can you benefit our society using electronic money that's programmed with AI? Do you have the capability to rise to that level of civics, that level of community? Because
I could tell you how.
That's the new technology we're using. Before, we wrote it on paper. Before then, we traded for gold. Before then, we didn't even keep count. We just loved our neighbor.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll run this by you.
Can you build up the pyramid? Can you still love your neighbor using CBDCs? That's the test. If you're going to fuck over people, you're going to fuck over people using eggs for bread.
Exactly.
If you're going to be honest, you could do paperwork. You could be in a closet by yourself. Nobody will ever see you. You'll still do good. But this is a machine that filters out particles and then recombines them to make shapes. So you have the ability to do whatever you want whatever your thumbprint is, whatever your heart song is, whatever the art that is your timeline of life that is produced, it is what is. You just got to be that. You just got to be what it is. It's all good if you want it to be. And if your all good is all bad, the ability is here. It's just a matrix. It's a life thing. You got to do your thing. And if the environment applies pressure, it's just a thing. And if you apply pressure to the environment, it's just another thing. These are all laws under the one law. It's all about making the music. It's all about making the visual music. It's all about making the feeling music. We got to resonate. We got to harmonize. We got to figure things out so we can actually play.
Well, I'm being associated with things that I don't agree with. You'll take that label American, right? What does it mean to be an American right now? Well, it
Sing
means
with
if we
people
go,
that don't speak English. If you can
well, if
sing
we
with
go
people
to,
that don't speak English, you're an American. If not, you're a child that
well, if we
speaks
go to
English.
if we go to another country, right, and somebody says that's an American over there, I'm going to be inheriting a lot of emotional debt and probably ill feelings because I'm associated with a label that is doing things that I don't agree with and I never consented to, which is dropping bombs on other countries, for example, right? So where is it my responsibility to make sure that if I'm being associated with things that I didn't agree to, first of all, why do I have to inherit all this emotional debt from other people who are being transgressed against using my name? That's why I bring up the concept of shareholders.
You're dropping
Because,
bombs right now.
yeah, dude, because it all makes sense if you look at it. You know what I mean? It all ties
You're in an
together.
experiment of freedom. Other people are not in those bubbles that are the experiment of freedom, and you're going into their bubble dropping bombs on them. Right?
Yeah, because they exposed themselves so obviously.
No. Because we as these red-blooded, passionate, fired up Americans in this test tube, we go outside of that test tube and talk to people. Yo, we're dropping bombs on them. We're putting that energy on them. They don't know that. They never had to genocide a native people and then figure it out. And then now we're trying to buy houses at 7% when they're $500,000. They don't have to deal with that. Their life has been on the right track for the last, 500 years, 1,000 years, depending on the tribe. There's tribes out there that don't have contact with our bullshit. They just live in peace. We're going and we're introducing the plastics. We're introducing the cheaper alternatives. America. We all live in America, right? That's what they say. American. They don't call us who we are by our names, by our houses, by our families, by our our logoses and our ethoses. No, it's just a big, ugly brush that we paint over the rest of the world like we're entitled American. We haven't even figured it out yet. We haven't perfected this new American thing that we're trying to claim. Why try and sell it? It's cheap and ugly. We need to refine it first into art, and then we can brag about this American freedom, right?
Well,
Otherwise,
again,
we're children, dude, living in slave shacks. We all live in type 5 construction. We complain about it. Our music is crap. We complain about it. I even speak in my English tongue very lazily. But we think we're not dropping bombs on other people, blowing up the art. That would be a shortcoming on our end and something we need to refine. On top of whatever truth we have, right? If you touch the stove, it's hot. But at the same time, if we're the ones with a lot of technology, if we're the ones that had a lot of the subsidies, we can't go to other areas and treat them like they're not subsidizing us.
Well, like this brand America, right? Like I'm using it in conversation just to kind of dumb my points down enough to where, to speak it on a layman's term. I'm trying to communicate with, my neighbors, right? This is something we've all been thrown into, and we have a shared brand or label about American. I don't really call myself American outside of conversation. When you ask me, what are you? I don't say I'm an American. really my mind goes to I'm an earthling. I'm a human. I'm part of the whole thing. People from other countries, when I talk to them, dude, I don't feel like, wow, this person's very different. I'm like, no, these people are just like me, right?
Yeah,
I
but
don't care who they're from.
when we talk to those other people, the majority of those quote unquote other people look at us like, holy shit, they are different. Look at that American. The majority of the rest of the world can see us from a mile away. That's why I don't go barging into other people's neighborhoods in my own country or others, because they're going to see me from a mile away. And if I don't know their culture and if I don't know how to be polite, I'm going to be rude. They look at Americans away. And that's what we don't understand. We're over here fighting, haves and have-nots, pale skin, dark skin. But as soon as a United States or an American, if you're from here, America, and you go outside those borders, you got a spotlight on you, and it's not a positive light.
That's the emotional debt that I was talking about, and that came from people who are using my brand, what I've been branded like cattle. I'm an American. I got a brand on me. Now I'm inheriting all the negative karma from these people in these ivory towers who are using our brand to go and invade and bomb other people and cause harm. So where is it my responsibility as I'm a shareholder? I'm looking at the CEO at the top of this country of America, or this company, America, and I'm saying, as a shareholder, I think you're hurting my brand, bro.
So I can hear certain frequencies, tonalities. I can hear certain bits of Americana in your voice, and part of me resonates with that. It draws me to you. I feel some sort of, a similarity, a oneness. But I can also admit to myself, part of it is a bit rough and needs to be refined. Acknowledging that in myself, because I look at it from an outside perspective. And yes, that cavalier, cowboy, red-bloodedness is very attractive in a manifest destiny, westward movement type of way.
Well, yeah, but look at how people look at Donald Trump. What do they say? Oh, he's got the balls to say what everybody's thinking, but is afraid to say. But if I say that shit, I'm just an asshole, and I need to learn how to better communicate with people. Well, I talk soft. I talked soft for 15, 20 years before 2020 came along. I tried to tell people scientifically, right? They don't want to listen to that. And then Donald Trump comes along.
China shop, though. Who needs Donald Trump for a village that stays in the same place and does the same thing for 5,000 years? If you put a Donald Trump in there, it's a bull in a China shop.
Well, that's what people are resonating to.
We're trying to go back to sleep. We want the same fruit trees. We want the same pathways. We want the same bricks. Maybe they change in the kaleidoscope. Maybe the granite is a different hue. Maybe it gives us a different resonance. Maybe we have to, redesign our entire structure. But it's not going to be in a manner to where you shatter China like a bull. No, we have to carefully qualify these blocks. We have to find out the composition of these blocks, what they resonate at. This is all slow processes. We have to get to know people. We have to get to know ourselves. We have to find out what we like about ourselves. We have to find out what we need to let go of that we like, right? And in this American experiment, it's very volatile. We're dealing with big energies. We're dealing with a lot of alchemical processes that come from, ancient peoples.
Well, we talk about it being like a magic spell, right? These are magicians and they're using all this sleight of hand. And okay, well, once you figure out what the trick is, the magician is no longer a clown at that point. It's like, I see all your tricks, dude. I know the tricks that you're doing. If other people could sit there and look at the dude and say, wow, he's a magician, and you could point out, no, this is all he's doing. He's got a three-sided quarter or a double-headed quarter or something. You know what I mean?
If you know the trick, it's now your responsibility. You're now the magician. Are you gonna tell my kids that Santa Claus don't exist before I can figure out a better thing a better illusion to enchant them?
I am. No,
yeah, I should.
But that's the thing. You're going around telling people Santa Claus exists.
That would be fucked up.
Yeah, it's all
if someone does that to you.
The trust between your parents and your kids. I did.
That would be crazy. B, if You're telling your kids Santa Claus exists and some guy's in your window, he's lying. Right?
That would be,
I told my
that'd be
brother.
funny on a TV show.
I know. That guy, what show was that? The guy would only show half his face over the fence. That was, damn.
Well, what's the difference between
Anyway.
Santa Claus and Jesus, bro? What's the difference between Santa Claus and Jesus?
They're the
So,
same.
again, if you
Exactly.
pull back the curtain, bro, if you pull back the curtain, you're gonna hurt my kids' feelings.
I wish someone did
Well-
that to me when I was 6. Pulled back the curtain early.
But that's only because you agreed to jeopardize the trust between your child and yourself as the parent by introducing this shared mythology or whatever you want to call it, this deception of a Santa Claus figure. If you had
So
told your kids from early on, hey, bro, this Santa Claus thing, all these other kids are getting told this. I just want you to know I'm not gonna pull no wool over your eyes. You can trust me, and I'm gonna tell you I'm Santa Claus. There is no Santa Claus. But don't go around telling other people, because these other people, you know what I mean?
I
You
hear
can
you
make
have
up
a
whatever.
solution-minded thought. I
Yeah,
hear
dude.
you have a very solution-minded thought. So that being said, the responsibility is on you. You've taken up that duty, and I again, I resonate with you because I feel like I've attached myself to this duty that I need to figure out some new shit on the Santa Claus mechanism for my children before it breaks them. And I don't need that. I don't need to try and fix that trauma when I already know it's a trauma point in the future. I need to
Right.
swerve
Well-
that pothole in the road. But which way
Show
we
'em-
go, that's the solution-minded orient. You got to check.
Show them how Satan and Santa, well, I don't know. Somehow,
No, I wouldn't. I would just say,
Cheese
hey, maybe
cadence.
it's like his 8th birthday. Just say, hey, dude, you're 8 now, and you're old enough. I'm gonna let you in on make it like a rite of passage. And if you got younger kids, you can say, hey, don't tell your little sister when she turns 8. I'm gonna tell her. You can make your own rules up. You know what I mean?
Sounds like you're Illuminati.
It's
I don't know.
3:33.
I'm illuminated,
Jesus time.
I guess. I'm enlightened with something. The spark of God, bro. That's the only thing I attribute it to. Don't nobody
So-
tell me these ideas. These are my own. I don't read books and shit. I don't need to. You know what I mean?
It sounds like you're understanding the rules, and now you're trying to usurp them to use them for your personal self.
For
Why
the
not just
common
cut out
good, for the greater
why not
good,
cut
yeah.
out why not cut out the middleman and just follow the rules? That's the American way,
Because
right?
I don't agree with the objective and the intent of the rules in the game at this point. Like I said, before 2020, I did. I was generally okay because I was like, okay, if everybody is agreeing to go out and work a full-time job just to make ends meet, I'm okay with going on. And I did. I went to college and the whole freaking 9 yards. I played that game. And you know what they did? They denied me employment even after a college degree. Now we're dealing with all this diversity. Now I'm a white guy. I've been privileged all my life, they told me. I grew up in trailer parks, bro. I don't know how
Privileged.
privileged that shit
That's
is.
hilarious.
Again,
People
yeah,
tell
dude.
me that I'm privileged. The fuck is that shit? Privilege because I'm white. I'm not white, first of all.
No, you're an oppressor,
I
bro. I
tell 'em.
don't care what you say. You're white. You're an oppressor. You're privileged. And you have no say in the matter, Charles. That's
right.
what
I
society
own
is telling you right
slaves.
now. Yeah.
I'm German at that too. That's another negative against me. I'm German. I'm so-called white. And yeah. I used to be
And see,
confused in school when people would be like, white, the white man in prison enslaved everyone and they got privilege and got it made. And I would be like looking at other people with Nikes on their feet, and my mother would buy me sneakers from Caldors. We couldn't even afford. We would have bread but no cheese and meat. I mean, we were poorer than poor, but yet they talk this privilege bullshit.
My mother was confused how I described people as rainbow people. The concepts of light skin and dark skin were actually programmed into me at a very late stage. I would describe people, and my mother didn't even understand or agree with the ways that I described people.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not really white enough that white supremacists would not call me white. but I'm not black enough for black people to call me black either. So I'm in this middle ground, just like my ideas are in this middle ground, this in between world where they have to stand on their own because I have no safe harbor except with other people that can consider like-minders who can even listen to these topics without getting triggered in some way, which is very hard to do, bro. You know what I mean? Because in order to talk about and point out the obvious, it does infringe on people's belief system, whether that be religion or whether that be everyday life. So it's a very hard line to walk. But my background is in psychology. I am an analytical. I analyze and observe everything and question everything within myself first. When I bring it out into the world, I've already tested against myself. You know what I mean? So I see the psychological tricks because when I was in school, even grad school level psychology, pre-PhD, right, the highest echelon, everything they were telling me was all ideals. It did not reflect the real world at all. So when I simply point out the discrepancy between the real world and the academic world, because I was an older student, I wasn't an 18-year-old at the time. I was a 30-year-old adult who had been out in the world. When I would bring up the topics and I'd be like, this is the exact opposite of what they're doing in the real world, because mine was workplace psychology. So when I speak about corporate culture, it is in direct opposition to ideals. So why teach ideals in the first place? Well, that's a form of psychological gaslighting at some level, because we all reach a point where we have to make a choice. Am I going to go with my ideals, or am I going to go along to get along with reality just to maintain some level of comfort, whether it be psychological, financial, social comfort? That's a trade-off we all decide and make at some point. And if you got a family and kids, I get it, bro. Do what you got to do for your kids. But at the same time, don't condemn me for my approach. If I'm upholding ideals that are being taught to me as ideals, what's the purpose of an ideal? That's the highest aspiration or intent of a thing. If nobody's striving for that, then let's not even talk about ideals. Let's just go ahead and accept our enslavement. Let's throw out Jesus. Let's just all bow down and pray to Lucifer.
Are you getting the ideals from their princes? Are you getting the ideals from their princes, or are you getting those ideals from men?
Now I get ideals for what resonate to me with my inner being. Like I said,
I was just thinking that same thing in the groove.
Yeah, dude.
I was just thinking my higher self communicates with me. I personally think I'm very in tune with my inner self. I used to never listen to my inner self because the dumb church tells you that's the devil trying to trick you. And at some point I kind of believed that. And then I said, wait a minute, why is my higher self always right? 99.9% of the time. I said, something ain't right here. Either Satan's looking out for me, right?
Yeah. I've
they don't want you to be in tune, with your higher self. They want you disconnected from everything, so you're a zombie. You're a yes man. Fuck accepting slavery.
Bro, look how many...
I can't turn my cheek and just accept the bullshit. I'll speak out. I'll put my life on the line for that shit. And then if they want to take my life for it, well, then I'll have no knowing of that I don't exist anymore. I'll just be dead.
Dude, they basically did and tried to. Their attempt was to even tell us that natural immunity was it was considered a conspiracy theory at one point. Now think of all these trained academics and medical field people, biologists. None of them stood up and say, well, hold on, bro. We definitely have natural immunity. Nobody did that, bro. It took a good year and a half before people said, oh, yeah, we do have natural immunity. And even now you ask people, a lot of people ain't gonna even agree with that.
Can I interject?
So who should be held accountable for that? Oh, yeah, go ahead, man.
Because you guys did bring up the word inner being. I've kind of shared openly, when we go to sleep, who runs the body? When we're communicating, who's actually running the vessel? There's something that's watching us 24/7. This is the concept of know thyself. There's the self, and then there's the knower. Most people serve the self. They serve the lower program. We're talking, we're communicating, we're debating, we're arguing. That's the program, the lower program. That's like looking at a computer and you're arguing, or the computer's ongoing program, but there's a hard drive running it. That's the knower. This is why when some people get mugged and they don't remember based on their waking state, but there's something inside of them, whether they put in hypnosis or not, that can tell you exactly what's been going on the whole time. Now, this is the catch. Both the lower and higher, the higher self, those are programs. We're the observer of those things, but we experience with the lower program. This is why when people go to sleep, are you really using your senses when you're asleep? No, you're not. That's for the waking state purpose. This is why you have to learn the concept of stillness and silence. That's usually done when we go into rest or sleep mode. This is why when people say about the Buddha, meditate, or fast and meditate, because when we eat foods, the higher self has to do all the processing. But if you don't actually eat, then it can actually communicate with you. This is why when people talk about things like insight, intuitive, intellectual, but most people are caught up in their upper hemisphere. They're always talking with the king and queen. This is where we get the concept of right and left, not right and wrong. But once people start understanding that from within, then they realize, so am I ready now to be the student in my feminine energy? For most people, they're not. They're in their masculine energy. That's the programmable energy. That's why we have TV programs, radio programs. That's all programmed. That's what university does, teaches programs. That's what schooling in general teaches, programs. But they're not ever educated and say, oh, you're the student now. So I can understand astrology. I can understand energy behind music, let alone numbers. Just share a bit, guys. So, because you guys were talking about your inner being. We are beings. A lot of people have a tough time with this, having a human experience. Why would I put so much value on something that actually is mortal? The human form is mortal, but it's nice to steward it, take care of it, because you want to have more experiences. You want to be able to assist your other fellow beings. Most people that are self-absorbed will grasp to the ideal of nirvana. It's the ones that actually go beyond the light, learns the concept. This is beyond. Now we're going to the tree of life, of wisdom and understanding. Then you choose to come back to assist each other. Most people are self-absorbed. They're just not aware of it. Usually their speech gives it away. Self-aware, self-love, opposed to aware of the self. Be aware of the program. Don't be the program. Be in the vessel, but don't be of it. Be in the world. What's the world? Material. What are you in? Material. It's funny when people say they're not materialistic. I said, but you have to shelter. Don't you have to eat? Sure you are. That's a very, and I think B was talking about, it's very sloppy language, because people are forgetting that there's energy behind it. It's like when you guys play music. I'm pretty sure you guys are using your ears to attune to something and then realize, oh, okay, that's out of place. Something inside will tell you. It's like that guy that plays pool. Before they even make the shot, some of them will say, I already know that's going in.
But yeah, but see, most of the conversations on these streams, everybody's talking about consciousness. It's all up in the head. There's no connection to the heart. And you talk about when we sleep, right? Your brain takes a rest.
The heart is a pump, valve, or like a pump.
The heart also has neurons, just like the brain does.
You got gut feelings too.
So how can we know, quote, know ourselves if our thoughts are not our own? Right? What knowing is of the brain. Unless you're in your heart, then you have that inner center, that inner core, inner standing.
We're an antenna too.
Yes.
It's not extuitive, it's intuitive. Correct?
It is integral. I think Charles is trying to share. We have many receivers in the body. The heart has blood going to it. Blood actually is memory. This is where people talk about ancestors. But the mind usually, the thing called the mind, not the brain, communicates with the midbrain, the gut. The heart's just one part of it. The heart could be classified like the gesture.
The heart's the main part, I would argue. You can be brain dead and still be legally alive. Your heart's still pumping. Your gut can still work.
Yes, for the
vessel. You know what I mean?
But we're not just talking about the physical. I'm also talking about the emotional and mental planes. So the physical usually should be developed in the first 7 years. Now,
so why do we use a heart to represent love? Is love not an emotion? Why don't we use a brain?
Yes, but love also is in the word evolve. We're always constantly evolving in this species.
Like, why does a mother bond to a newborn child, whether she be a human or a dog
Because she's
or any other
bonding.
animal, right?
She's bonding to the
That's an
vessel.
instinct.
Mhm.
That's an instinct, bro. We're born with
Yes.
that.
Yes, but then again, this goes back to if you value the concept. Were you in the vessel, or did you jump in at an entry point? This is why they have horoscopes.
Well, we're never
No,
really going to know that, really, to be honest,
some people do.
until the afterlife, maybe.
No, some
No,
people
I
do.
don't think they know that. I think it's a theory.
Everything's a theory. Then even the word theory can mean risen, God risen son. No different than the word reason. There's many. Remember, we're
It's a
using an English language.
presupposition without any hard evidence if we want to talk scientifically.
Okay.
Like, we are using language. Language is a scientific endeavor, if you will, because if we're all mute, if we're all have our mouths shut, I can still show you love and caring and compassion, or I can show you hate and anger through my actions, right? I can give you a hug, or I can give you a punch in the mouth. I don't need language for that. Well, body language, if we want to be technical about that. But we can quibble over words and whether self-aware, aware of self. That's all fine and dandy, but that's just poppycock in terms of what's the intent behind the ideas. What are we trying to convey here spiritually and emotionally? Because language is never going to do that. All we can do is kind of skirt around the edges with language and use words to try to metaphorically portray these higher concepts that are not material, right?
So as I'm hearing you, Integral, language comes in many forms. Body language, thought is its own language. The spoken and the written are for the avatar. So now when you start using thoughts, when I say the word tree, you look at something, you associate it, you're using a different language. So now music is its own language, numbers is its own language, colors is its own language. We're here to experience and observe, and which is fine. But I'm hearing your views, and I appreciate it, and not one fits all kind of ideal. So now, if you think that you understand how air works, all the power to you. But then again, where's the word? That's alchemy in itself. So we're in having this good and evil experience, spiritual material experience. You choose to do that, that's fine. If you feel as though, how does that propel? So it manifests itself in the many acts. That's why we have the word act, actually, action, fact. The word act is in the word fact. That's an afterthought. Everything's afterthoughts. Now, can you be within thoughts? Yes, you can. Can you be before thoughts? Sure, you can. Now, I get it. A lot of people think these are just concepts. Yes, because most people want to know the hows. That's the scientific word.
Well, there you go.
Yes.
Yes. That's what I was going to say. I don't need to understand what air is and how my lungs work and this and that for it to work. It just works. If we want to discuss how that works, well, then we're just really talking science at that point.
Yes,
and then we can get lost in all the scientific details. What's a fact? What's right?
No different whys. The whys are philosophy questions. But again, each individual, we're all here to experience different things. I'm not going to run like Usain Bolt, but I can at least appreciate his craft. Not to say he's the only person that can do that. This is why we have many experiences. You can come here and say, okay, if we had totally free will, as the people like to use the concept, then I should be able to speak Hebrew right now, let alone Sanskrit. But I have to learn a craft. This is why when people talk about spell binding or spells, it comes in many forms. For me to actually use my program, which is my ego, I have to learn the language. Now, some of it could be through observation. Like me and you, for example, I can only speak to a certain point where I only learned so many words in school. So then how do I know all these other words? Because it travels in what's called consciousness, air. We're going to use different words to describe it, prana. We can use whatever we want to describe it.
Akashic records, as some say, yeah.
Sure, there you go. Again, we're playing with ideals. Everything is an ideal. Now, when somebody want to manifest it to make it happen, then we're talking about a different kind of energy. And some of it can be forced, some of it can be coerced. But again, this is when we're sharing. This is a platform, the way we're doing, where we're hearing and sharing with each other verbally. I would hope that most people are listening from within. Because we're listening in from within, something will tell you, okay, that resonates with me, Dom. Okay, that's beyond your scope of grasping this. And then there's other times I don't need a channel because I'm fucking channeling most times. Because I'm attuned to myself in certain areas. Now, somebody say, well, Dom, you don't know how to jump like a high jumper. I said, yeah, I know my limitation in this vessel. I can't will it. This is where people don't understand. The will has many variations, and free is just one of it. Actually, the energy behind free will is actually separation from source will. And this is why the tribes people used to be very attuned, and they would find out by giving elusive, mind-altering things to their young children and find out, okay, he can be able to see like from a hawk's eye. Now, unless you've experienced that, we can't denounce somebody that can see or talk through a wolf. That's energy again. That's all energy. Again, I'm just using a word to describe it. Anyway, sorry, guys.
Well, they're tuning into whatever source, right? So you say free will is being disconnected from the source, which I can kind of go along with. But then the question becomes, well, what is the source of your free will? If the source of your free will is a legal structure in a society, then your free will is drawing from that source. But if your source is God, if your source is your inner instinct, or or a hawk's eye, who's to say that you're not just choosing a different source for your free will? It's all in which you want to choose.
You're talking about using our will to be with source, but a lot of these people, like, people read the Satanic Bible. They're talking about separating the will from everything. This is where, when we talk about the elites, they've chosen to break away from all of that. So for us to go back to source, to be with nature, then we have to say, okay, would I give up using the internet? Because now we're talking about our comforts, and that's usually the main core of suffering. Comforts attached to our comforts. How many people would give up driving a car? Now, they might quickly give me a philosophy question. Why would I do that? Oh, so how quickly you went from self-absorbed to philosophy now? Because you can. You have a choice. You have your will. Could I give up going to somebody's grocery store? I could. Would I? No, I like my comforts. And what can those comforts bring? Attachments. And this is why most of us aren't caught up in our resistance. We're caught up in our attachments. The convenience of going to a gas station. We might bitch and complain about the price of gas, but then most people, are they going to understand the whole infrastructure of gas? And would we be even more clever and charge even more? Probably. If people are honest with themselves and if they were born into an elite family, there's structures to their system. No different living in the ghetto. There's structure to the system. What we end up doing is we get caught up in our likes and dislikes. Well, I don't like it. Well, that still doesn't change it. It's like telling a child, yeah, okay, yeah, you get it. The schooling system is manipulating you, this, that. But you're still going to school. But I don't agree with it. You're still going to school. Why? Because unless you're willing to live on your own and break away from your own family, you're going to follow the pack. That sucks to hear that, but that's part of the system.
When they draw the heart in the groove, for a minute when he called you Indigo, I was like, have I been calling Indigo the wrong name this whole time? Right. When they draw the heart, it doesn't look anything like a real heart. And somebody made a very valid point to me. And when I aligned the two pictures like this, it makes sense to me because the Baphomet head fits right in the heart. But if you look at a real heart, it looks nothing like what they draw. So why the hell would they draw a heart like that? That looks like Baphomet with the horns.
Well, you could say the Baphomet is also the female productive organs, the ovaries and all that shit. You could put that right over that too. So again, we look at all this, but
and the
just
cross.
looking at this looks great, and it's like, oh well, that kind of fits. But does that mean that that's the truth?
No, I didn't say it was the truth.
Right.
Just
but that's
synchronizing symbols.
How many people look at that and say, "Oh my God, the heart's evil. Look, it's got the Baphomet head in it," or the females are evil because
it was evil.
No, but I'm saying a lot of people do and would though, right? Like, what does that suggest in the end?
I don't even think Baphomet's evil. People don't understand the symbolism behind a lot of stuff, you know.
Yeah. Well, like the pentagram, like that's a prime example.
Fair. They wanna. Now, if you're using the symbols and you're chanting evil spells, then yeah, you know what you're gonna get out of that. But the same spells that are used for good magic, they like, you ever seen the upside down? All right, I start. You know how gangs use symbols to mock the other gang? Well, Jesus always talks about the lamb or whatever, right? And that's why Satan is used the goat head, I think. And then just like Satanists use the 5-pointed star and they put the human body in there. Well, that's why the Christians flip it upside down. You know, it's like gang members disrespecting each other. One day I was thinking about that, of why would they use a goat head, and then it hit me. I said, the lamb. Isn't a lamb a baby goat? Yeah. Or baby sheep. Well, either
Yeah.
way, man.
Well, I got another one for you, right? Satanists like to use a pentagram, right? A 5-pointed star in a circle. Well, who else uses
right here.
a 5-pointed star in a circle? A sheriff's badge.
Yeah.
So let's answer that one, dude. Why would a sheriff use a pentagram as a badge if Satanists are using it? Why don't they walk around with crosses on their uniform?
Are Satanists evil?
Well, hey, I mean, then we're kind of talking out of perspective. I guess it depends on the intent behind it, right?
Think about how they always put things backwards. Now, I would think if I was an evil conspirer, I would keep the good information for me and set up the people that are allegedly good. I would set them up for you know, I would be a magician and trick them. I would make the good book with all evil people and set them up for failure and tell them, oh, this is, you know, Jesus is the best guy in the world, but he would really be an evil person and you're worshiping bad stuff. That's what I would do if I was evil. Isn't Satan a trickster or the Joker or the what's the other one? Joker, the trickster, anyway.
The father of lies.
That's goats to a,
of lies.
yeah, that's goats to a T. If you're discussing the dynamic between separating the goats from the sheep are very what farmers consider easy. They're also considered dumb, so to speak. Goats are highly intelligent and they know the rules and they will break them. They will unlatch your gate and stand on top of your new car. Not the old car. They won't stand on top of your old rusty car that doesn't run. They will only stand on your new car. That is the intelligence of goats. That is the free will of goats. They will unlock your gate, stand on your new car, and eat your brand new fruit tree that I just had to replace yesterday. So
yeah,
a little bit.
Shout out all the goats. I'm a Capricorn, so.
Yeah, just a little bit of insight on goats and on what they represent when it comes to those that follow blindly and those that know the rules, but most of the time they need a rope around their face to be forced in the right way, and then they pretend like they're resisting and they allow their master to lead them the right way in a very rebellious and sometimes loud manner.
Candy said, we are God, we are Satan, we are all, we are light, we are dark. Again, it's all about duality. Yeah, I agree with that. Satan, I said before, that's how I see everything in light now. You know, people take these characters literally, and that's fine. That's their decision. Not downing anyone. Me, I don't. Satan, I remember my mother trying to use God to put me in check. And she's like, God sees it all. He's watching. And I used to be like, that's weird. You know, is he watching me when I'm taking a bath? That's weird shit, bro. What's going on here? Well, my mother used to use the Bible to try to, like, scare me and stuff. Fear tactics.
Somebody's got to be there with a clipboard to make sure you're washing down there right and not too much. Because you can be your own administrator and you can wash yourself appropriately, but then you can lie and say, oh, these extra shakes are appropriate and not for me, for self. Santa's got to keep that naughty list in case you shake too many times, then it's inappropriate.
Well, that's the thing. God watching you is really your subconscious, right? So if you do something bad and you know you did something wrong, right? Nobody could have saw you do it, but you yourself know you did it within yourself, and it is going to eat away at you like that.
No, my kids, Santa Claus is watching when it comes to my kids. So no, you can take it upon yourself to know the rules and act accordingly. You can show good form, or you can accept the consequences of not showing good form. But again, When I tell my children, make sure you're on the nice list, or understand what the naughty list is.
Right. And look at all these people who apparently have like deathbed confessions, right? These people who formerly worked for the CIA or whatever, they get on their deathbed, and what, they have a moment where they know in their subconscious all the stuff they've carried through life is being wrong. They're becoming scared of judgment. They're questioning whether there is going to be a God, or what is going to be the karmic price for their guilty conscience. And in an attempt to make it right, what do? They tell the truth right at the end. Does it help them or not? I don't know. That's for them to know in the afterlife or not, but they sure have a strong inkling to do that.
Let's go over this. I was looking at this. I don't know. I can't really see. I wish I could zoom in. What one means? I can't fucking see that, man. Can anyone see that? Can anyone zoom in? I can't. Is anyone on YouTube? Hold on. Let me see if this one's better. Yeah. Wait. Does it say? No, it says dark. Am I right?
Hold on.
No, I can't. This one says light. This one. Oh no. It says torch, fire. So what does this one say? Torch, okay. 2 would be the waxing moon or waning. 3 would be the go ahead. We know that. The other one said animal. 4 would be the lungs. 5 is the heart. 6 is the spine. 7 is the stomach. 8 is I don't know. What is 8? Wings? Oh no, that's 10. What's 8? 9 is the large. I don't know. Intestine? I can't see.
What is this about here? I don't understand. I'm not following.
It's describing what each what everything means, you know, because like look at the pentagram. Spirit, air, water, earth, and fire. The elements, right? The 5 elements. Me personally, I think, you know, all our ancestors used to, you know, respect Mother Earth and worship, you know, the animals, you know, the trees. They had respect for Mother Earth, period. And then you got evil people who said, you know what, we're going to start doing dark witchcraft. We're going to steal their symbols and alter them. I mean, I've looked at a lot of the symbols. You could look at the white magic and the dark magic. The white magic is everything in the dark magic is the opposite of the white magic. They either flip the symbol or add something in to mock it. Just like they mock each other with the Baphomet having the goat or sheep head. It just reminds me of 2 gangs at war.
Well, I got an extension of that idea that you're talking about here. Because we on another channel they were talking about the topic of runes, right? Runes, which are, you know, symbols that were most likely used as the basis of especially written language and the way our letters look, right? But if you look at these old runes, they're specific symbols for different ideas. One of them being light, and one of them's antenna, one's for a door, all these things. Well, if you look at those symbols of these old runes, and there's a lot of different ones, so there's many different languages of runes in themselves. But if you look at an electronic circuit diagram or a chart of all the symbols that are used to make an electronic circuit on paper, like to diagram it out, they're using rune symbols. for electronic circuit boards. Now, take that piece of information and apply that to your whole magic and symbolism and manipulating energies of nature concept. And you've got a whole little conspiracy theory that you can make from a esoteric point of view there. That they're using runic symbols in these electronic devices, harnessing energy and all this kind of stuff, frequencies. How does it all work? Does anybody know? Not really. You know, like
I'm
Wi-Fi and all this
interested in
stuff.
that.
Yeah, dude. Well, there's something there to
I
that.
want to know how it affects us. That's why I said we should get like you know, they do the somatics. We should get that same frequency. I don't know what it's called that makes the frequencies or the hertz and stuff. We should put sand, water, and then blood. I want to try my blood just to see, or we could use animal blood. I want to see how it affects the blood. Play heavy metal, play some classical, even use words. Like,
Well, you can already do the same thing with between oil and water, like that cymatics. You can use oil and or water, and it'll ripple the same way. You know, it might be a little bit of different.
Yeah, I want to try the blood though, just because there's metal in your blood. There's all types of stuff, salt. And
Well,
they
you're talking
say
about
blood is
you're
the
mentioning
holy grail of the body.
right. Well, when you were talking about frequency and frequency waves, right? When I was in psychology classes and we were discussing psychological disorders, like things like depression, bipolar, you know, all these sorts of mental states. Do you know what they use in order to visualize this concept in the psychological setting? They use frequency waves. So if you look at somebody, if you say somebody's bipolar, that's going from the top crest of a sine wave down below the midpoint line, which would be your base level. That would be like almost a state of Zen, or numbness would be that baseline state. And then if you're depressed, you're the bottom of the trough of that frequency wave. So
Yeah,
all
it
these
affects your
psychological
molecular structure. A mood is energy.
Yeah.
Just like when you're in a bad mood and you listen to some music, it'll calm you down and change your whole entire mood right away because you're changing the molecular structure.
Right. So even when people talk about being happy, you're just in a state of mania. Because somebody who's a manic depressive, they have these very high states and very low states, but they're often unexplained as far as the triggers. They just, oh, I'm just unbelievably happy right now, and I'm unbelievably sad for no apparent reason, right? No obvious reason, I should say, because there's probably a reason for all of it if you want to get down into it.
Yeah,
So,
my mom was manic depressive.
Yeah. And they want to give you drugs to numb you down to keep you at a baseline level.
Right.
But there's nothing that says that that's the healthy, happy state of being, because you would never
What
be
is that
happy at that
called?
point.
It's called pharmakia. And there's another word, which means
Like chemistry and that whole thing.
magic, yeah.
Yeah.
Just like the eyes, you know, I'm fascinated by the human body. It's a masterpiece. Like people say, oh, we're born into sin, and you know, they try to make you feel below yourself. The human body's a masterpiece. If you take care of it, it's the temple. It's look at the eyes, are like portals. And literally the black parts of your eyes are you know, they say black is the absorption of all light, which is the middle part of your eyes, not the color part. The center part, that little black, which dilate or become like pins and needles. That's like the vortex or the portal where all the light goes. And the eyes are just, the whole human body is amazing. Everything works
Isn't
like
the
an
human
engine.
body just a masterpiece?
It is. Definitely is. I don't know about all that. You know, religion to me, they beat you down to build you back up with a bunch of nonsense. They want you disconnected. But there are some preachers out there that are you know, they are good at what they do. They speak the word truth, right? But most of them are there to deceive you. They're magicians, and
Well, I would argue that all of them are. Even the good ones are probably the most deceived, but their intentions are good. That's the difference between a good and an evil, even though, Dom would argue there isn't, that's all ego judgments. But if you want to talk about intent, if we can use words like righteous and unrighteous, a righteous preacher practices what he preaches. He is feeding the poor. He is preaching love and forgiveness and repentance and all these good things, right? But somebody who's a preacher who knows it's a rigged game and it's all a manipulation, they're the ones preaching the fire and brimstone.
yeah.
Now, there might be some fire and brimstone people that actually believe that, but again, they would be the most deceived because
And
they themselves are also deceived.
They say, give yourself to Jesus and he'll forgive you today. What about forgiving yourself first? Right? What do I need another man to forgive me for? I forgive myself and learn from my mistakes.
Well, hey, you just gotta ask Jesus into your heart, bro. Right?
I don't know about
You have
that.
to ask to be possessed by the Spirit of Jesus. But if you talk about anything else as far as possession goes, well, that's all evil, right?
Except for
That's all
Jesus. Yeah.
demons, as they
It's
say. Yeah.
it's a very humbling day when you look in the mirror and that motherfucker that you've been blaming all day tells you it's your fault.
It always starts with self. Like I say, even if someone comes to you and they're trying to force you to do something and they're antagonizing you, the minute you say okay or go along with it, you can't blame the guy antagonizing you because you made the decision to do it. So yeah, I always blame myself because 99.9% of the time I made the decision. It's my fault.
So what is the opposite of that?
What do you
It's
mean?
a very
If you have that choice,
day when you accept that it's your fault and you forgive the guy in the mirror.
Yeah.
right? But then you don't want to continue doing the thing that you're at fault for, right? Then you would have an awareness that you would need to,
learn from your mistakes.
Repent
Yeah.
and change your ways. Yeah. So me coming up here being a loudmouth and being angry and disturbed and all these things, right? I'm sitting here pointing out this nefarious game that is causing people harms and all this other good stuff. Well, I made the choice that I'm not to blame, and I'm aware of that. Therefore, I forgive myself for being in darkness for the first half of my life. But once I became aware of that, I didn't make the choice to just say, well, I'm just going to go along with it. No, I'm going to rebel and buck against it. And that's my new job. That's my purpose in life, is to do that. Otherwise, my purpose is to just go along and just observe and enjoy the materialistic offerings of this place, right? Because I agreed to come here and be a slave. And I accept my government name and my social security number, and therefore I'm the only one to blame, right? So where's the accountability move from within me to without me? That's the part that I think a lot of people get lost on and stuck in, is we look at one side, right? We become aware of ourselves and our problems and our faults, our choices. All right, but where is the fault of the ones whose choices are affecting me against my choice? If I say no and you force something on me, you try to stick something in my arm when I've said no.
No.
Because you think it's for the better public good. Well, then we got to argue, well, what is public good? Is that something that I agree to? Not in that instance.
Like they know what's good for you better than you know what's good for yourself. I hate that shit.
Right. Well, they need to go look in the mirror.
In cases they might. In some cases they might, but in that case I don't agree. That's something I don't know. I really want to speak to people like Lackluster and you know, and fight back through these laws. I got to start looking into because war
Well,
isn't the answer, right?
Fighting it through the
Protesting
legal
ain't the
law.
answer.
That's the most civilly, the most normie, acceptable way. If you want to talk solutions, if you don't want to talk solutions,
I want
that's
to put
great.
them in prison. All these people deserve it. You know, we can walk away too, but then they're left to linger around. They need to be held accountable.
Yeah,
Ain't no
put 'em in jail.
Jesus or no God gonna fall from the sky and punish them. It's up to us, and that's where we're failing at. We've gotten off track. I personally know think we're supposed to protect Mother Earth, and like I always say, all the energy we use to tear each other down, imagine if we use that energy to lift each other up. How much more we can accomplish in this realm.
What about the word honor and honorable? Right? If we don't like words like good and evil and, you know, righteous or unrighteous, because those are tinged with, you know, religious or, you know, other connotations, right? Well, let's just say honor. Like, are we honoring the earth by the way we're destroying the natural, cutting down the Amazon forest and making temporary structures, houses and buildings that they're going to tear down every 10, 20 years, right? So we got to find some type of unifying. We got a lot of people talking, using the same language, but the concepts are all in different places, right? So I don't understand how to find common ground with people that walk around on the same ground and see the same sky, breathe the same air that I'm breathing, right? And that's the trick of the language. But you know, the concept of instincts and love, these are some areas that we could probably make some headway on. And that's why I like to speak about the heart, bro. I'm tired of hearing about the consciousness and the third eye and all this bullshit. I don't know, bro. I feel like I was born aware. Like, I
What
have
if they're
no
all
problem.
aligned? What if the heart, what if the whole body's aligned in one? All these chakra, you know, they call them chakras, but in order to be in tune with yourself, you got to be aligned with all of them into one.
Yeah, dude. That's why I say everybody's up in the head part. They ignoring. Well, that's, the heart's lower. That's lower realms. I would argue that's the midpoint. That's the focal point. When you look at pictures of Jesus, what does they do? What it's all about the Sacred Heart, right? They show him in the picture. He's got the heart in the center and it's glowing and shit. It ain't his head.
Isn't there
They don't
something
show his
pierced
fucking
into the
brain.
heart?
Yeah,
Don't
bro.
they show some of them have like a piercing into the heart? Peace, Flat Earth Nation.
Bleeding heart.
What's up?
I'm gonna pull a picture up of that while you guys talk.
Yeah, dude. It ain't his fucking brain lit up. They're not showing his brain. They show his motherfucking heart, dude.
Check it out, guys. It's nasty here.
Where you at?
Yeah.
In Knoxville, Tennessee.
Okay.
Damn, it's snowing? Wow,
Man,
we're getting
it's
snow here.
Man,
we just got snow here
like
today.
8 inches.
Wow.
Yeah, we got like 8
Now
inches,
it's
man.
raining. It went from snow to rain. Now it's as slippery as ever. It's icing up.
Yeah, I got the 4-wheel drive out. I finally was like, I'm going to try it. I need to go to the store. So, yeah, I just wanted to, man, yeah, y'all are having some deep ass conversations, man. That thing yesterday, that was not good for sure. I'm glad y'all can, get it straightened out. That's a good thing. We don't need to be fighting each other. We're not the ones that be fighting each other. You know what I mean? It ain't us. It's the powers that be. That's all I'm gonna say.
You know what they say? You got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet sometimes, right? So you know, that's all we're doing. We're just making omelets.
You know, I don't think that. I mean, the government knows, man. Everybody's on every social media slamming them. You know, so I don't think there's going to be any recourse. I mean, they can't come get us all.
There you go.
So yeah, we should be able to, present our frustrations without recourse, as long as we're not harming anybody or anything like that. It's I don't know what I really want to say. I mean, other than that, we're not harming anybody. Just a freedom of speech thing, which shouldn't be an issue.
As long as you be honest.
Yeah, be nice and cordial. It's just like, it's a sad thing. My dad passed away just the other day, and now I've got to go through some stuff
Sorry
over
to
there.
hear
At his
that,
place.
man.
Yeah,
Sorry to hear that.
Thank you. Sorry, it's okay.
Yeah, my condolences, man, to you and your family.
Thank you. The whole thing is my niece is over there right now, but she don't have nothing to do with it because it goes to us kids, and that's the way it is. And she wants to be a stickler. She wants a place all to herself. I'm like, wait a minute, ho ho ho. I'm trying to be civil with her, but she don't want to be civil. And my dad's had some wishes that we'll fulfill, but she don't want to compromise. So it's kind of like one of those things, But it's other than that, I'm get off that. It's my family business. But
It's everybody, dude. My family went through it 2 years ago. My grandma, and one part of the equation ended up ripping off the other part, and that's just what seems to be what happens, dude.
Yeah, don't really want it to go there. Want it to be civil and easy. And that's why if you keep it civil and easy, it don't have to go through the courts. You know that? I was reading on that. I've been reading for days, man. If we can do this thing civilly, there is no reason for any kind of courts to be involved.
You can administer your own affairs. The Satan will not have to do your job for you.
Exactly. That's what I'm going through. And then it's crazy, but it is what it is, and then we'll push forward. But I just wanted to jump on for a second, guys, and say, hey, and y'all are having a great conversation. Just, it is what it is. And if some people, like I said, everybody's got their own opinions, and just because they got their own opinions don't make them wrong, but it doesn't make them right either, So we just keep pushing forward, man. Like I said, figure this thing out, because this year is going to be really tough. I mean, you think about it. We know about the last election, and I don't vote.
Election years,
so
the
I
worst.
never have. So I don't give them my authority for anything. But I'll be damned if there's going to be a man that's going to be authority over me.
I agree,
if I'm not doing if I don't do anything wrong.
100%.
So I pay my taxes just like everybody else. I go to work just like everybody else. I put my pants on the same way as everybody else. I take a shit like everybody else. Take a piss.
There you go.
Except for, women are different than men on the pissing situation. But, other than that, everybody's the fucking same. We all eat in the same hole and shit out the same hole.
There you go.
There you go, in the groove.
Makes it really simple. But anyway, I just want to say y'all are having a great thing on what y'all are doing. Just keep it up. Anyway, it's getting cold out here. I'm gonna get off and finish listening. And much love to everybody. And peace and chicken grease, as my brother would say.
Peace, Flat Earth Nation.
So y'all have a good one. All right.
You too, man.
You too, all right. Later, y'all.
Later, man.
So I pulled these 3 pictures up. The classic Jesus.
Yep.
With the one where he points upward, just like Satan, with his finger crossed. Why does Satan and Jesus both point up like that? They're exactly the same, man. Exactly the
Mockery.
same.
Mockery.
They're brothers. People don't realize Satan and Jesus are brothers. They most likely are the same person. Then I wanted to get into this. Boop! This part of Christ. Oh wait, no, we'll do Christ consciousness first. Boop! It says Christ consciousness is a geometry being present around the earth since the beginning of mankind. Now, I'm not saying this is fact or true, I'm just reading it. It is one of the 5 levels of consciousness that human DNA can achieve. It is one level above our current one, consisting of 46 plus 2 chromosomes of DNA. It has fallen down at the collapse of Atlantis 13,000 years ago, and it came back to life in the year 1989. This shape is a stellated dodecahedron, spirit / prana, but its energies also combine both the dodecahedron and the icosahedron. I think that's what it says. A powerful instrument of the unconditional love frequency. The stellated dodecahedron, or the Christ grid, holds the temples of all the preceding templates expressed as geometric forms. It is an expression and model of integrated completion and coherent unity of all the foundational templates. The Christ grid stimulates us to evolve into conscious awareness with our open heart and with high levels of impeccability and integrity. The Christ grid also helps us integrate and harmonize a true group unity. The Christ grid is a unified collective consciousness.
What that part about the 1989, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
I wonder what that's based on. I'd be curious to know what the source of that little piece of the puzzle is.
Yeah, it says
You know what I mean?
it says it has okay. It has fallen down at the collapse of Atlantis 13,000 years ago, and it came back to life in the year 1989.
Yeah, Humbra, that's some solid statements being made there.
So are you saying the year I was created, the Christ consciousness came back, and I'm 33 years old right now? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
I'm just messing around. I hope I'm just messing around. Damn, that'd be a heavy burden, but yeah, I'm just messing around.
So this is the raising the chrism, the Santa Claus, Joseph, Mary, and the crucifixion. So I can't read that top part, which sucks because these stupid things are in the way. Can anyone else see that top part, or is that in the way? The pineal gland. This is the pineal gland. Joseph's secrets. Milk. I think this is milk. Something. Mary's secrets. Oh, milk and honey. Both from the same source. The claustrum. Santa Claus. 2. Are we supposed to go in order here? 2 would be the 2. Wait. Why is it all out of order? Are we supposed to? I don't know. 5. The sacred oil returns after the crossing, the crucifixion. It enters the cerebellum, the Golgotha, the place of the skull. The fluid Christ refined 1,000-fold. 2. The 2 sacred oils travel down into the solar plexus via the semi-lunar ganglion, megastric nerve. 3. The psychophysical germ, the fruit of the tree of life, is born in the solar plexus, the manger. 4. The Ida, the Pingala. Well, the Ida's red and the Pingala's blue. The two nerve fluids, where at the crossing of the medulla oblongata, the crucifixion takes place, where it rests for 2.5 days. Interesting. And then I just got pictures here of the spinal column, the 33 vertebrae, Jacob's ladder, and I got a little thing of the brain here where you see the eye of Horus or the eye of Ra, depending on which side of the head you're on. And then I took this one. Boop. What? I think that was Mortal Kombat, where the dude grabbed his head and he ripped the fucking head off, and the whole spinal cord came out with it. Yeah, I think that was Mortal Kombat. Not that that matters, but you know.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ won't save your life. He looks sad in this picture. He's like, these fucking people, they wear me on their jewelry, suffering on that cross. What's wrong with these people? And then he looks confused here. He's like, want a cupcake? Looks like he's giving you a cupcake. And then this one looks like he's vindictive. Like he's about to conjure up some spells from the chest.
Well, it's like a concept of like what they call blasphemy, right? Which is like dishonoring God, just as a means of conceptualizing, which can be interpreted different ways by different people. But you know, if we have all these ideals, they tell us, you know, God is unconditional love, and you know, we're all God's children, and all this good happy horse shit, right? Well, if we're not living out, then our whole lives become a blasphemy of God. Regardless of what we think in our head, we try to intellectualize all these things. But if you keep it simple, if you believe that, if you understand or even accept that as true, like a lot of Christians do, like Jesus died for us and all this good shit. If you're not living that out in everyday life, if you're not standing up for the kids, if you're not pointing out obvious wrongdoers and evildoers of the world, all these wars, if you're not doing your job, then you are blaspheming God. You're not honoring anything. You're doing the devil's work at that point. You know what I mean? So it's just funny to me how, you know, when I go back to my university, because somebody mentioned earlier we're having a deep conversation on here, and we're talking about philosophy, like Dom said earlier. Philosophy is thinking about thinking. That's what we're doing. This topic or debate rigorousness in any university setting, because I could tell you all the parts of the brain, and they tell you what everything is: Broca's area, the cerebellum, the hypothalamus, all this good stuff. When they get to the pineal, they just brushed over it. They mentioned nothing about what it does. They gave no function. So you know what I did? I raised my hand. I said, "Whoa!" I said, "What do they say is the function of the pineal gland?" And you know what my professor did? She just shrugged her shoulders. She had no idea. So where's the
Egyptians? They look like they mastered the pineal gland. Like, how would they know? Like when they draw the eye of Ra, the only way to know this stuff's to actually cut the head open and study it. But I don't know. I wonder why they want. Where does adrenochrome come from? The blood or the pineal gland? The blood, right?
the adreno is the adrenaline part, and the chrome I do believe is the blood. Now,
Because I think they might. It's something with the pineal gland. I don't know what it is. Maybe
I don't know. I don't think it has anything.
Dominic would know.
I think the pineal gland is more associated with things like if you get on topic like DMT or
Yeah.
something. I don't think I think adrenochrome is just the blood and adrenaline. But I could be wrong on that. But that's my understanding of what that is. Because you say milk and honey, that has nothing to do with adrenaline. Unless they're just metaphors that are wildly out of balance with, what it really means. But
Yeah, I can't read what it says about milk and honey, but honey both from the same source. I think they're just using that as a metaphor or something.
well, that is a biblical term. Obviously, also when they talk about the land of milk and honey and all that good stuff, so which would be a place in your mind if we're talking about it in terms of pineal and bringing it out of the metaphor realm, And again, you talk about Christ consciousness, that in itself is a metaphor for a state of mind or a state of being, a frequency, an energy about yourself that you carry. And I do believe, irregardless of the tone, or not even so much the tone, but I'll just say maybe the rawness or the harshness, the grittiness of a way a person may express themselves through the use of language, right? If the intent behind it reflects Christ consciousness, then that is what it is, regardless of how it's being perceived in terms of emotional states. Or because we talk about veils, right? We talk about, piercing the veil and the veil between worlds. And, well, that exists on everything. And emotions are another example of a veil. Emotions are just, a representation of something behind that.
Yeah, like the veil. People say lifting the veil. It reminds me of the freaking the Yellow Brick Road there, Wizard of Oz. The dude behind the curtain there.
Yeah.
Or the M&M show cover. It's all symbolism to lifting the veil. Yeah, we're no longer blind. Lift the veil off your eyes.
Yeah, man.
Hey, did you complete your classical training on psychology and the biology of the brain?
And I got one more to say. That movie where he put the glasses on with They Live. That means, they lifted the veil. You can see now. That's all that symbolizes. My bad. Go ahead, B.
Yeah, I got as far. I dropped out. Grad school was 4 semesters, and I dropped out at the end of the 2nd semester. And the last class that I didn't finish was I was in the actual what they call neuropsychology, which is basically just neuroscience. It's just it was getting deeper into the biology of the brain. And like something I wanted to mention earlier, Dom was talking about thoughts, right? Well, even psychology breaks down that human behaviors are simplified into thoughts. Everything starts with a thought. Thoughts create an action, and then actions, often repeated, become behaviors. And when you get into neuroscience, neuropsychology, when they start talking about how the actual neurons of the brain works, first of all, they tell you they have no idea about, on page 1, I got the textbook. Page 1 says they have no idea about the origin or even the nature of consciousness. All they can explain is the mechanical workings of the body and the brain and the nervous system, but they can't explain the origin. So when they talk about like a neuron in your brain firing, they go into great lengths to talk about something that they call action potential. Action potential would be what we would all consider a thought. Like right before you have a thought, something is triggered in your neurons for you to form that thought that they can't explain. That would be the consciousness. But there's a pre-charge of electrical energy that apparently they can measure, that every thought becomes pre-charged even before you're able to even form that thought. And it's all on an electrical basis. Yeah, go ahead.
So from what I'm hearing, it reminds me of a Prussian model education system, house of education, utilizing mostly Latin and English. So my experience with that is it's extremely limited, solution-oriented style of thinking, and it completely removes the schools of mystery thought from their, let's just say, process. Like you said, page 1, it says, hey, all that magic shit isn't applied here. We don't use that in our scientific mechanism of this style. It only happens this way. So with the pineal gland in the Western textbooks, it explains 100% what the pineal gland does and what the pituitary gland does. But the way that it states the information is a purely materialistic,
Right.
one-dimensional way of explaining it. But then what if you backfeed information from the mystery schools? Now you have different sets. You bust out your thesaurus and say, oh, this pituitary gland does these things, but in other schools of thought, that means this, this, and this. The pineal gland in Western education, they say, yo, don't turn that on. Don't imagine anything. Just do what we say, exercise our curriculum, and you'll get a good grade. But if you turn on this pineal, matter of fact, drink this fluoride water so you're not even tempted. For those of you that don't have calcified pineal glands, if you turn that thing on and you have this rebellious idea that takes you away from your work, that's why you shouldn't turn that on. If you have an idea that benefits the master and you provide a solution-oriented recommendation to the master, you get a little pat on the head. But again, it sounds like you have a very refined understanding of all these universal laws.
Well, I am really good at my analysis. Like I'm not a big stickler for details. I'm more of like the CEO of ideas. Like I like to stand and look at it from the top down and kind of understand the structure of what's going on and how all the parts work together, just to recognize a pattern. That's what I'm able to see. And that is why I become disillusioned. Once the more I learned about science itself, I reduced all of it down. Science is basically just taxonomy, which is the nature of naming things. Science only names things, just like the pineal gland. Science didn't create that, but they know it's there, so they give it a name. Just like all the other parts of the body, right? So they just observe and see how it works together.
Have you boiled it? Have you gone down low enough to find God?
To find God, you said?
I'm actually just being a smart ass. I threw that out there. But yeah, what I said was, have you gone down low enough to find God?
Yeah, hit the G spot.
There you go.
Well, I guess in that sense, maybe if I had a child, maybe I would associate that with godliness in some way. But as I am right now, the concept of God, the only thing I can personally attribute I have to go to like divine spark. Like what, like Dom says, if our thoughts are not our own, you know, I've questioned that. Or am I being controlled by Wi-Fi? Is that why I'm having all these crazy thoughts? Well, if so, why are my ideas so foreign? And why are my ideas constructive and loving and wanting to lift people up as opposed to tear people down, right? Why would they program me with positivity in that way, right? If the thoughts are not on my own. So my terms of God would be what some people would call higher self. I don't know what that is, but I acknowledge that it's there. Just like on page 1 of the textbook where it says, hey, we know there's a consciousness, but we don't understand it. So for the purpose of the rest of this book, we're not going to say it doesn't exist, but since we can't explain it, we're going to just go into great lengths to describe the mechanical workings. So in a way, they do acknowledge it, but they just can't explain it in science.
Right. Well, Isaac Newton, in order to understand why he looked up, he had to look down.
Right. So I don't totally get what you're
Isaac Newton
putting
was
across,
the apple, and he had the theory of gravity. So if you don't like the fruit, trace the root. If you go low enough,
You're kind of borging out, B. You're borging out a little bit, B.
Yeah, if you don't like the fruit, trace the root. I heard you. Yeah, your voice kind of goes in and out volume-wise sometimes. I don't know if you, but it's, I heard what you said.
I think because he got headphones or Bluetooth. Maybe he's driving.
Well, I'll give you this much, dude. Like, you're right. In some ways, I'm kind of tormented with having higher ideals, correct? So I could make the choice to say, you know what, if I can't beat them, join them. And I could choose to play the dirty game and further materially, financially, socially gain in this life because, hey, I'm just here for a short time, not a long time. I'm not going to acknowledge that there's any karmic consequences in the afterlife for my choices or even in this life. I'm just going to go ahead and take the path of least resistance and, enjoy the fruits of this rotten tree. If I'm kind of following on maybe what you're putting down there, this is the best that I can gain from that. But that doesn't feel right. If I test that against my heart, my inner compass, that brings me no psychological comfort. That brings me more discomfort and more cognitive dissonance. So that's what I'm a slave to at this point. That's why I'm stuck with these higher ideals.
It feels very peaceful putting your hands in some dirt and planting a new tree that bears good fruit.
Right. Yeah. Well, I had a garden when I first moved here, right? And I was all into it. I was high vibing like a motherfucker. And you know what happened? My preacher uncle sprayed Roundup about 100 feet away from it, upwind, and it got all in my fucking garden. You know what I mean? So I get what you're putting down, but at a certain point, when somebody comes along and sabotages your good fruits, there has to be a consequence and accountability for that. Otherwise, I'm just going to plant multiple gardens and have some guy come over and take a shit on it. You know what I mean? And I kind of see that as like this problem of what we're all going through.
Eating food that is natural and not sprayed with food, he could come over and take a shit on shit on a different plant every time, please.
Well, poison it then. You know what I mean? Like,
well, hey, plant a new one. Because, like I was just saying, I have an attachment towards male goats. The first one I got ate my favorite orange tree. So what I did was I put in the time and effort, and yesterday or Sunday, I found that type of grafted orange tree, and it came back to me, and now I'm able to put it back in my garden. No biggie.
Right, but you're honoring nature because the goat was only doing what was natural for a goat to do, which is eat the fruits of the land, which are there, right?
So if you're mad that you're acting in the form of a gazelle and you're being eaten by a lion, same thing, right? Or do you want to be a member of a herd and everybody is more vegetarian? It's all environment, it's all coordinates. We're the creators that are made to create by a creator. We get to do whatever we want, pretty much. This whole thing is a blank canvas, and we have a whole bunch of materials to do the best we can. I'm hearing there's a high level of performance. All you got to do is figure it out and do it, and then you'll have that thing. Usually it takes multiple lifetimes. If you're lucky, it takes one. If you're one of the chosen, you're born under a star, and your footprints are the path. But for the rest of us normies, you know, life's a game, and you know, paint the best you can, and if you don't like it, try again.
Right. But if I'm being honest with my perspective, right, just like we all kind of have to be, I would say, at least from my perspective, that's the way it feels. If my path laid before me is one of rebellion, is one of going against the herd or going against the grain or being separated from the herd like a rogue lion who's left to wander and has nobody to mate with, then I have to honor that, correct?
Shit on the canvas. Shit on the canvas,
Okay, yeah.
or pick up the paints, right? Or
Or go try to start my own tribe, yeah.
We could sit and talk about it. We could talk theory of painting. We could talk about all the masters. We could talk about that. We could even go as low as talking about the people who suck in the art world. Or we can make the art. If you're wondering what I'm doing right now, I'm driving around serving the people, making sure they get water. I'm not just opening my mouth and letting things come out. On my off time, I do try and teach music. I try and, you know, tune things up a little bit. I plant tasty things here and there. But yeah, this is an ongoing process, and we're never the true master. Our hand will never guide the brush as well as the true artist, but we could try and keep up.
Well, you know, it's like, you know, I make music and I've been doing it for basically 20 years, 25 years now. And everything I've ever made, created, done, produced, I've always given out freely and have received no compensation for it other than the few people that do give me feedback telling me, hey, I really enjoyed this and thanks for posting, that kind of thing, right? Well, I really enjoyed that. That's the only reward I've gotten from that. But as a thinking man,
makes life worthwhile, right? All the money in the
Yeah.
world, all the royalties, all the contracts, all the artists you can enslave under you would not compare to the value of somebody appreciating your art.
right. But as a thinking man, he could easily say, well, you're not making no money from that and you're spending all your time and energy doing that and spending money on that. That's stupid. Well, you know, in a way it is. He's right.
Excuse me if I'm trespassing, but they stole my grandmother too, and I found out that soul never belonged to me, and I am the one that turned my face away from my muse. Excuse
Well,
me if I'm
it's because of
trespassing.
my grandma's passing that I've actually been able to do more musically. I will say that because I've been able to invest in my gift, if you will. So it's not that it's all bad. My problem with the grandma thing is the fact that it was something that was done in a nefarious fashion based on lies and deceit. And the fact that I know her trust was betrayed in her last days and she was essentially smothered and suffered in some way. She was not surrounded by her family. We were not allowed to do that, correct? And that was all part of the big problem.
And did they fight over her corpse like a bunch of beasts? Did they shove your nose in the fact that they didn't
Yes,
care?
they did. You know how?
Did that wake up a shadow and you did a deal with them?
Well, no, the line.
Excuse me if I'm trespassing.
Well, the line got crossed again when I turned up, when after she was taken out of here, and I had to grieve that and come to terms with that as part of life, which I did. Help, you know, I said, hey, she made the choice to go to the hospital. I have to give her some of the blame too. She put her life in their hands and they mishandled it. Fine. Okay. That's her choice. I can accept that. But when I turn on my TV and we got this people like Joe Biden and all these other people that saying that the people who don't take the shot were killing grandma.
Yeah,
That
don't
was
say the
word.
V word. So I want to leave
Yeah,
this up.
yeah.
But I know
Well,
we
when
know
they
what you
said that
mean.
I killed grandma, yeah, that set me off in a little bit more of a elevated defiance, if you will. You know what I mean?
So
So I
again,
want them held accountable for that dang
forgive the
changes.
guy in the? Oh, excuse me. You know what? That's a little bit. I have to look in the mirror and forgive that guy for not going up and saving my grandmother all the time. I have to remind that shit'll take me off my path. Hey, you didn't go up there. You're a little bitch. You could have did more. You knew you needed to go up and save her. You just watched her die. You let her. You let them. It's your fault. You killed your grandma. Right? I gotta look in the mirror and forgive that dude every time that demon pops up and whispers that bullshit in my ear. But again, if my experience is causing any discomfort, forgive me, please. I'm just trying to. I'm sharing. I'm
I've confronted
resonating with.
all of that. I actually had conversations with my grandma before, she fell ill. It was the end of December, so we had a whole year of conversation about everything going on. And I explained all of this very explicitly. She didn't take my advice. You know what I mean? So it would be easy for me to be angry that she didn't listen to me, even though I'm the one that had the highest. I was the one looking out, saying, "Hey, you need to be aware of this because this doesn't even add up scientifically, academically." She didn't have a college degree. I'm telling her, "Hey, I went to school. They taught me this." But she disregarded that, and that's all fine and dandy. We all make our own choice in that way. Just like if I decide to go to the hospital, then I'm in their hands, and she signed a consent form. Okay, fair enough. But then you're going to call me a grandma killer, the same people who are perpetuating. And let's get it clear. This is a lie, a known lie. They didn't have good intentions from the jump. That's where it's next level for me, dude. An honest mistake, I can forgive. They don't even ask for forgiveness. They're still pushing this lie. So until that's corrected, you know what I mean? Then we can go back to having good old life and back to, normie slavery life, which I was cool with.
So yeah, I hear your understanding, and it's sounding like that shit jarred you awake, and you're looking at your ledger and trying to find out where the numbers are in order to get to tap back in, plug back in to the flow state, and we could call that being asleep, a slave, or whatever. But it's going back to our natural state, to where we're just supposed to be going through the motions and being alive. We're not supposed to be figuring out these 1 in a billion, 1 in a trillion scenarios. That's for entities higher than us. We're a human. We're not supposed to deal with these triggers or these concepts that awaken people en masse. There's higher principalities that teach us lies equal bad for humans. We just have to have faith. And if you were lied to, if you were taken advantage of, if you were wronged and trespassed, help me forgive those that trespass against me, right?
Well, yeah, but in order to give forgiveness, somebody has to ask for it. Right?
We're the ones. We're the
yeah,
ones
I get all that.
asking for forgiveness for ourselves.
I forgive myself.
How can you forgive another? Do you have that authority? Are the metrics, are the logistics that way to where you can give forgiveness outside yourself?
To some capacity, yeah. I could choose to hold a grudge and never accept or allow any, just like I talked about the dude from yesterday. If he came up here today and said, "Hey, dudes, look, I got bent out of shape, dude, but, let's just carry on. I want to have a conversation about it." You know what I'm saying? That's an act of forgiveness.
Can you expand on how you can give forgiveness outside of yourself? Because then that justifies Charles Schwab to where he can forgive outside himself if you don't eat the bugs.
Well, when you say forgive outside myself, what do you mean, like forgiving another person, right? That's forgiving outside yourself and not. Is that what you're meaning?
I'm operating on the concept that it's all one. And if you're addressing a separate entity, then again, it would be like a satanic concept to divide it into two.
Well, who is Klaus Schwab in this scenario? He's not me, right? We have two totally different agendas of life. His life purpose and mine don't align at this point, right? So what do we do about that?
So, yeah, it's
Just like a chomo. I'm not aligned with no chomo's agenda, bro. No, I'm not okay with that. I choose. Maybe it's a choice. But
so
like I said, I got my.
it's an odd way to point attention to it, but if you reflect on what you just did, somebody just brought that into the environment. It didn't exist in the environment before, but then it was brought up. So if you bring negative light on something, you are still shining light on something.
Yeah. Light outshines the darkness. If I leave it dark, it's still gonna stay dark, bro. You know what I mean? I mean, we could keep going along this metaphorical. You know, it's mental gymnastics what we're doing here, and we can keep exercising, and I'm cool with that. But that's why I'm saying,
Light outshines the darkness, right? But light only goes so far in darkness.
yeah. But if the light is you and the light is inside you, then how far around you do you need to get? It still extends outside of you. When I'm standing next to you, if you're in good energy, I feel that. Even if I'm having a sad day, you might could say a few words or make a nice gesture. Give me a stick of, hey, bro, you want a stick of gum? And your energy just transfers over to me like that. You know what I mean? So how far do we want to go with all this? I mean, we can go deep and get convoluted, or keep
What's
it
up,
simple.
Bax? We can go for hours, man.
Yeah, dude.
We could, from many angles.
Good day, gentlemen. Good day.
Oh, hello.
Well, hello. And how are you all?
Hanging in.
I was going to ask, were we talking about people being injured from blood robots?
For
We're
bad
bouncing all
intentions,
over the
sure.
place.
Pardon me?
Or just bad intentions, even, right? If we
Yeah,
just want to,
yeah. Just the belief in something like that can cause a lot of harm. And the lie behind it, whether the lie is, I heard what you guys were saying about, about it being very harmful. So I just wasn't sure if you guys were talking about, the germ and the
I feel
medicine.
bad. I feel bad for like the parents, man, that lost children. And I can't imagine how they feel like, damn, I messed up, you know? How that must be on a parent making the wrong decision all because you listened to somebody you thought, knew what they were talking about, and then that cost your child's life.
yeah.
It's gotta be
Welcome to your gift.
devastating, man.
What a gift to give another human, bro. You know what I mean? Now they got that
Yeah.
psychological baggage for the rest of their life. That was part of what's going on here. To break people's hope. And they did it. They did a lot. I think to everybody. Yeah, got me with some of it.
But in a way, the positive we could look at it is people finally, it sucks they had to go through that and it's not okay. But people can see just because people have a title or a stupid piece of paper from a school doesn't necessarily, mean that you can trust them or they know what they're talking about.
Well, and this is just what I would like to challenge, because, people are all in a lot of different camps. So I do know that I've got a friend a content creator I know, who knows that there was biological aspects to what happened in 2020. Then there's people online that don't believe there was any validity in biology or, I don't care, germ, bacteria, I don't care, virus, I don't care what people want to call it. I think I hopped out there for a minute, sorry. I was just going to say, then there's people who actually don't believe that there was any validity to the biology of the pandemic, right? So are you guys in the camp where there was some validity to the biology of the illness?
I am, and it's only because of my grandma, because of what they
Yeah,
told me
yeah,
they did. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
yeah,
See, I was
yeah.
kind of on the fence that there was nothing all through
Hmm.
2020. I was like, maybe this is all just a mind trick
Hmm.
until her situation. Then I said, oh shit,
Hmm.
it hit home. It became real. They gave her the
Yeah,
R word medication. She got the clots and all that good and she was on the vent. And these are
yeah.
all things that they had already told me months before was a bad idea, and they did it anyway.
But
So that
but what but this is the one thing we don't know, and I'm just going to speak from a from a perspective of it, of one thing, is that it in the case of a lot of, well, okay, in the how do we know that I know that the ventilator was really bad. I have a young woman I know who was already not a very well woman when they put her on that, and her breathing was messed forever, right? They
right,
stretch and screw with the lung muscles, right? So let alone on an elderly person who doesn't have the bounce back elasticity in tissues. So that but that may have saved her life, right? Like, and she believes it did. She was gonna, she was so sick when they put her on that. She couldn't breathe, right? She got so sick so fast, and she couldn't take any of the medicines, right? She actually had, wasn't she's her other health complications, her immune system so bad from whatever she was her problem before. I've only known her since after, but it was not on the docket to be medicated with the medicine, right, in any way, shape, or form. So, and no one could come around her that was, or sorry, yeah, well, she added that to it because she had her own beliefs around it. But let's go with the ventilator harmed her and saved her life. So now when we're talking about your grandmother, it's easy for us to see all these statistics and stuff and to say, no, we got this shot, right? And that even if the ventilator saved her life, literally saved her life, that now we've got this information set about this, medicine that didn't, but what I'm trying to say is, what if both worked and they extended her life, and she's sitting out there, or not, her energy's there wanting so much for you to have peace and not to feel even if none of that's right, she would want you to have peace, right? She wouldn't want you to spend forever angry about it,
okay. But
like,
what did Martin Luther King say? No justice, no peace, correct? Is there not validity to that? If we're just going to ignore, and we're still, to this day, 4 years later, going to still continue to have to hear on a daily basis these lies, and
I don't believe there's robots blood medicine stuff.
I don't
I
either.
don't.
But
Yeah,
I will
like,
say this: what killed my grandma may or may not have been the initial bug. It could have been the treatments themselves. But here's another aspect of her situation. She was already sick with this mysterious coughing
mhm.
illness spell for like since 2017, 2018. She would get it periodically
Well,
and they could never diagnose it.
exactly. And this is one thing I was going to say. So I really appreciate you saying. So ultimately, we know that was rolled out, period. Right. So just the attack, the biological attack, period. Right. Well,
Right.
rolled out, or we know it came from a lab. Right. At least that's what I believe. But again, how do we validate this? Peer reviewed studies, media, YouTube. I don't know. But still, I'm with you on that.
Okay.
What I would say, that it is, we know that, well, just the level of global control that was exercised, right? The amount of experiments that we can see, the way it's done, right? So I agree that even just the rights and freedom stuff of the whole thing. But then there's also this, my same friend, content creator, talks about increasing death rates leading up to 2020. And that these increasing death rates have been, on their own trajectory before the illness and before the medicine. And that's one of the both of those things could be smoke screens for what you're bringing up now, that there was something going on with your grandma, which people can be like, look, it's hard to reconcile with people aging, blah, blah, blah. But we all know what weird illnesses look like, you know? So I'm just saying there is also the theory that I've not heard many people talk about, that there's that there has been an increased death rate on the planet, and way bigger than either statistics tell us about, for years leading up to it.
And also, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that no justice, no peace thing, it might sound aggressive, it might sound powerful, but that's a cry of sorrow. You got it.
Okay, well then our whole legal system and law enforcement system is has no merit if we follow along with that, right? Why do we punish criminals? Right? And it's not about justice. I don't need to see people, you know, hung from the gallows or anything. I would just take, hey, let's be honest. Let's be righteous and say, hey, dude, there was mistakes made. We're not going to continue to call you in the groove. We're not going to continue to call you a grandma killer, right? And act unrighteously for the rest of my lifetime. You know what I mean, bro? I mean, I'm a pretty positive person. I was ready to do a community farm and garden and feed food banks and nursing homes. That was my plan 2019. So it's not that I'm just a negative person, bro, but I know what I know. And I know I've been lied to and manipulated because, like I said, I got a background in psychology. They told me all their tricks, and then I watched them in 2020 use all of them and manipulate everybody, including my grandma.
Justice, you'll have no peace. If you tell yourself you're without justice, you're telling yourself you're without peace. No justice, no peace.
Well, these are just words with language, bro. It doesn't mean I'm sitting around crying every day, dude. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that. I'm on an intellect. It may sound emotional, but I'm not lost in my emotions. I got full control over my emotions, bro. Like, if I wanted to be mad and angry, I could do that. You know what I mean?
Hear passion.
Yeah,
I
dude.
hear passion.
Conviction.
I hear passion, frustration, you know, exacerbation a little.
Honesty, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And feeling. I know it's hard out here on YouTube in these streets where everyone's like, they're getting in their feelers, you know. It's human to feel, right? Controlling your emotions is not the same as suppressing your emotions, right? Like, so people like to think that they're in control of their emotions because they don't actually let any out. And often those people are very passive aggressive, and we actually live in a culture that reveres passive aggression. We'd rather have anyone and any panel be passive aggressive than show emotion. And aggression is aggression, right? So, and when we've been so frustrated, exacerbated, you know, brainwashed, so many misinformation, so much divisiveness, you know, not only are we going to be there's going to be confusion that changes the way even solid emotional pathways were formed before all of this, you know, i.e. there's a lot more to think about and a lot more to be confused about. And with that can come strong emotions. And then when we're talking about loss of people and all that, you know, like I'm just saying, people got to get over this, like, you know, I'm not getting emotional, right? It's about performing your emotions to the best of your ability, like trying to get an A+ on exam, you know? So, and emotional maturity never stops.
Dean.
So yeah. So I just wanted to give a little pep talk that it's okay to be
In the
human.
Groove was raised probably in the same time as me. And I know when I was being raised, there was no crying. There was no, you know, I really had no one to talk to. Couldn't go to my mother. Didn't go to my friends because you'd be a bitch. So you just bottle things up. And I realized at the age of 30 that it's not healthy. And then I've also tried to talk, you know, even psychiatrists I went to one time, you can't trust them as far as you could throw them, because I learned they report everything. So you can't trust them. And I tried to open up, and each person I've ever opened up to, you know, can't trust them.
They don't know anything any better than you either. That's the whole point. And we go back to this trust the science, right? You know, the majority of people that were telling us to trust the science have no credentials in science. You know what I mean? Like the computer guy who everybody was on the news was asking his health advice. Why were we taking his word? Where's his credentials? Because he made a computer in the 90s? You know what I mean? When I got more credentials than he does.
Yeah, unless they're not telling us we're more robotic than we think, and our program is more like a computer program than we know, and they can hack it and all that jazz. But I'm with you on that. And then there's the other credentials. Like I have a Bachelor of Science degree in economics. I did a very mathematical and computer science laden program. It had to do with labs. I took labs, right? Just like in science when you have a lab with your class. So I'm a scientist, right?
Right.
And I have no science background at all. You know, well, I have a science family, and I took all the, you know, first year courses in university, you know, but ultimately, like, yeah, I'm not a scientist, but I am a scientist because I have a Bachelor of Science in economics. So you just have to go with that too. There's bachelors of science and masters of science and things that have nothing to do with science.
Right, but okay, take this point then. Like I was trained in my psychology curriculum on statistics and research methods and designs, meaning the experiments themselves and the white papers that are produced. Right, I had to go through the whole night. I had to write and decipher data, write the report up myself. And you know what they taught me? This is what they taught me. This is what my professors taught me in grad school. That all of the science papers, statistics, they showed me all the flaws. Therefore, the best that it can offer is a general suggestion, because there's always going to be extra variables that cannot be accounted for. So this phrase of trust the science is complete manipulation. Science in 8th grade biology, they told me you don't trust it. All data is tentative upon new discoveries. Why should anybody ever utter the phrase trust the science?
Well, and I
That's
could support
satanic,
that on a lot of fronts. You know, my background when I did my master's degree, I did econometrics, which is applied statistics, which is nothing like the kind of values you want to get for these things when you're dealing with like money, financial, global, macro kind of data points. It's just hodgepodge bullshit. But ideally in science, you're doing things like, you know, a big enough sample size, a high enough variables that if you have, you know, y is explained by a function of x, a bunch of things that affect y, then you want to put all the right things in there to make sure you're allowing the data to extrapolate as much information as it can. But in a lot of cases, like the central limit theorem in statistics says that a sample size is as a sample size approaches infinity, the better it represents the population, obviously. But n equals 25 is close enough to infinity to extrapolate out the information. So I know, so it's just like, seriously, like they do studies on 25 people, you know, and not that, you know, there's lots of studies done on 500, 600, 800, you know, but when you get into, once you create, and I'm almost done here, once you create, once you have your hypothesis and your mathematical equation set out, all the measurable variables, you know, in the science of medicine, well, in any science, you're not allowed to take out any data points. Once you've run your math on it, you don't change that data at all. You have to start all over, or else you're biasing your results.
Well, they do that though. They call it outliers.
They have to. No, yeah. Yeah, that's not what I understand outliers to be. No, we're talking about removing people from a data set, because in medicine that you might have an adverse reaction to the medicine, and nobody's going to keep you on a medicine that's going to like delete you, right? You got to remove yourself from the study, but that skews the results. So you bring out more and more sick people. Now you've got a medicine that's like, oh, it's okay, right? Because we have this group now, and all the sick people are over there because they were going to get too sick off it. And you're actually biasing your results. So you're supposed to start with a whole new sample size. But you'll never be able to do that in a human population with medicine, because there'll always be people that have adverse effects. So then you get into the fact that most medicines are tested in jails, and most jail guys, most of the jail guys, they sign up for these studies because it allows them to not only leave their regular routine, but it also gives them an excuse to come up with a stomachache, right, to leave their room as well. So that's why a lot of those advertisements have like, where they're like, oh, it may cause blah, 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 diarrhea, vomiting, da, 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 because a lot of these studies are done in places where people will take any ailment and go and report it, to get a break. So yeah, it's pretty fucked up stuff is all I'm saying. I'm just saying all that to support. And yes, you're right. Outliers is one way of looking at it, because obviously if you take one person and you give them their first dose of something and they go into anaphylactic shock, right? And then yeah, you're right. That is an outlier would be a perfect word for that. My brain was going to the normal bell curve and the outliers on either end of I was just viewing it in a more general sense. But yeah, an outlier would be a perfectly good word for that. And I finish on that. Thanks, guys.
Sorry, guys. Rebecca, can I ask you, sorry, Indigo, one question. Where would I be able to back check that information? Where would I be able to check that out?
If you wanted to look at the things I just talked about, you'd look up the central limit theorem.
No, I was talking about the part.
The data set.
Yeah,
that's the data set.
That part. Actually, yeah. There's you have to go to the library, right? And they've got actually a section where you can get your ba 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 ba, and your da 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 da. And you don't even have to rent it, right? You don't have to rent it. Like they just supply it there for you.
Sorry, Indigo. I was just trying to make you aware of the situation. Thanks, guys.
Peace, Sun Mao. What, Dominic's out?
There's a couple things. When they say that a finding is significant, right? It has a value of significance. It's never 100%. There's always a margin of error. So again, when we say trust the science, that's an absolute statement that is based on a quote science that has some very glaring weaknesses and flaws that got totally glossed over in the past 4 years, especially. But the entirety of scientific research, it's a good body. I'm not saying it's useless.
Yeah.
But at best, it's just a strong suggestion. It is not an absolute to be trusted.
Said. Yeah.
Yeah.
You well said. And I was going to say, to spark your memory, what you're talking about is called an R-squared value. And it's saying the variation in the variable you're testing, Y, is explained. It's the percentage variation in Y explained by by the mathematical equation you've set up with all the X's, right? So let's say you have an R-squared value of 95%. You're saying that I have 95% explained Y and covered all of the aspects in it is in my X's, right? But what I'm trying to say is, you think that science would be like, oh, 95, we've got a bar at like 80% R-squared value, saying we've covered, yeah, it's pretty good model, covers 80%.
There you go.
What we're looking for, right? And there's going to be, the rest is going to look like error, right? But in economic data, we look for an R-squared value of about 5%. Like, it's just a joke, literally. Because you're almost always, the math is so, there's no vacuum. There's just so much more to it. And there's actually jokes out there that go from statistician to mathematician to econometrician. So it's like, all these guys go in and apply for a job, and they walk into the room, and the guy asks, the first one goes in is a mathematician, and he's like, the question, the interviewer is like, hey, yeah, what's 2 + 2? And the mathematician, so 2 + 2 is 4 with certainty, blah, blah, blah. Okay, goes. In comes the statistician next. And what's 2 + 2? Right? Well, 2 + 2 is on average 4 with a standard deviation of blah, 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 blah. Right? And then in comes the econometrician or economist, and they say, what's 2 + 2? And he shuts the door and closes the blinds. He's like, what do you want it to be?
6.
Exactly. So I'm with you. That was very well said. It's at best a strong suggestion. And sometimes they do get very, very strong results. But you can also say correlation does not imply causation. And sometimes you could have thrown in a correlative factor, right? That actually doesn't explain why at all.
Correlation, because we were not allowed to use the phrase cause in any of our research papers. That was an automatic error. That would be a mark against your grade. No cause. Now keep in mind, you're talking more economy and medical in your example, which are things that are way more controlled experimental settings, right?
Yeah,
but
and more measurable.
Yeah, more absolute. When you're dealing psychology, most of the research done for psychology is surveys, self-reported data, what people tell you. That's flawed from the beginning in psychological data, right? Because you can't observe what somebody's thinking. You can only trust what they're telling you when you ask them a question and they give you an answer, and that becomes your data point. So you got a lot of extraneous variables about why a person might answer a certain way. Maybe they don't want to be honest because they know they're going to be different, just like the Asch conformity experiment, right? You get a room full of people together all looking at the same 3 lines, and one of them gives an obviously wrong answer. So 4 out of the other 5 people give the wrong answer just to fit in with the group. Well, we're discussing the difference between cognitive psychology, which is your own thoughts within yourself, and social psychology. All this psyop is playing upon social psychology because people act differently in group settings. That they will deny their own thoughts and feelings, or their own words at least, of those thoughts and feelings to conform with the group. That's a very strong phenomenon. And, advertising, everything works off of that. Social psychology is the bread and butter of what they really want to get out of. I went into psychology hoping to get a lot more self-help, self-development type. No, that's not what they focus on. They focus on problems and group psychology. That's where the money's at, right? So it's very flawed. And psychology in specific, I became disillusioned with the whole thing. But that's why I say there are some, medical testing, and those are more controlled environments in a lab and in a test tube. Okay, I'll give you that. There's some more validity to that, a little more controlled. Psychology, I mean, you might as well be watching a soap opera, dude.
I'm gonna end the live in like 15 minutes because I'm getting hungry, and we've been going strong.
Yeah, dude.
It's been a really good build, or conversation, or whatever word we want to use. The English language is vast.
Well, it's like I said, dude, when I went into school, my professors, they told me what the flaws are. I listened. I said, oh, shit, well, that's a pretty big thing. I'm going to keep that under my hat. And the further along I got, I started realizing.
Cheat codes.
Yeah. And then when 2020 hit, I said, hey, guys, they told me all their cheat codes. Here they are. And they fell on deaf ears, bro, to everybody. They were like, oh, bro, you just bitter, bro. It's like, nah, dude. I got the textbook right here. You want to read it? No, we don't want to see that. All right, well, I can't help you then. I'll just sit over here in my little corner and scream my head off to myself. But I can at least say, hey, bro, when you finally get awake and aware of what really happened, you got no choice but to say, hey, bro, you were right.
It's
you told me
the same as the September thing,
Yeah.
The same thing, man. People didn't want to hear it, or the truth hurt so bad that they would just, oh, that ain't true. They put their head in the sand. That's the sad
You know
part.
the cheat codes. You know the cheat codes. They accomplished getting you to scream in the corner instead of applying the rules. Don't scream in the corner. That's painful. I
Well, I
understand.
applied them to myself. I did apply them to myself, but then I tried to help my brother, my sister, my neighbors,
And then when
and
you
that's the
try to
part.
bring your attachments across the finish line, you're penalized. I understand. It's painful to have to let these loved ones and loved attachment points go. It sucks. And especially from an American male perspective, that I can literally work as much as I want and spend that money on whatever I want. I can't keep my love attachment point. I can't keep my ego attachment points. That's impossible to the ego.
Well, you know, when they tell me that I shouldn't be allowed to, you know, go to a grocery store, I shouldn't allowed to be, you know, look how many people got fired from their job simply for, you know, not trusting the science, as it were, making their own choice. They definitely got penalized where I didn't have a job at the time, but I would have got fired. All right. So, you know, have we corrected that wrong? Or we at least say, hey, bro, you shouldn't have been fired. Well, some people, you have to go to court and sue for that. So it's a legal issue. All right. Well, you want to get legal? Let's talk about the paperwork. You know, I talked for hours of that yesterday and today. And that only goes so far before people start telling me, well, you're just accepting the system because, you know, or the paperwork is the authority. That's a lot of what I hear back.
So
and no matter
find
how
a
many
king
times
or a lawyer. Find a king or a lawyer, because
well, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, if you don't want to deal with it, find a king or a lawyer.
Well, I put it out there.
We have the rules.
I put it out there for a lawyer, but is there any lawyer with good conscience that's going to say, hey, bro, that's a just cause and that's a slam dunk case we're going to win all day, but nobody's taking me up on my offer. I'm not a lawyer. Could I go to law school and do that? Well, yeah, till I get to the point where, you know, it comes time to get a job and you know, nobody's going to give you a job. Well, the judge, they're all in the same club, dude. I mean, we know how that shit works, bro. Let's talk real life for a minute.
So
Judges and lawyers, they're not
find
autonomous.
a king or a lawyer. If you
And a
can't
king is not
afford one,
autonomous.
if you can't afford one, again, find a king or a lawyer. If you
I
can't afford
have to
one
be
with your
both.
servitude or with your US dollars, there's plenty of options. This game isn't rigged to where you lose. Everybody dies, or everybody, you know what I mean? Everybody crosses that line, and we have a set amount of time to play here. I'm hearing what you're saying, and it's all up top. Again, where is the substance? Where is the root to prove what you're saying?
Well, now you're opening up a can of worms, because I would definitely, any point of interest that you have you want to present, I can almost guarantee I'll produce a root of that, a solution, if you will.
Go round up a bunch of cans, turn in the money, and then bring it. And then that, you know, we could go.
Well, I can't do that because the fact that I haven't had a job in 15 years, I'm not legally allowed to travel to the can recycling place to make the money.
Set up a lemonade stand. You know
Well,
I mean?
then you got to get a permit and a business license, and you got to file your taxes.
Set up a GoFundMe and have people donate to your cause, and then bring it here, and I'll show you how to, you know, plant a seed, and it could develop a taproot, and then you could build a system. But if you're here,
so I have to rely on social welfare at that point. Yeah, okay.
If you're here on the field of play, breaking the rules.
I'm not breaking the rules, really.
Please expect the referees to come and focus on you.
Well, they can focus all they want.
Out of love, bro. Hey, if you're here on the field of play and you're doing whatever you want, knowing the rules, because when you give your reasons, you explain that you understand the rules. So
the rules that they have set.
If you don't have enough money for a lawyer or servitude for a king, again, go collect cans. We can get you enough money for a lawyer.
Well, you know what? I've often thought about this, dude. you know, the story of Jesus. Jesus was a martyr, right? You know, and the more and more, the older I get, the more and more I feel like Jesus. As
So
having to be a
was
martyr.
Jesus a martyr, or did Jesus get martyred?
Whatever. The idea of the story of Jesus, whether he's a real person or not, I
He was a
resonate
martyr, a traitor.
with the
No,
example
I'm
of it.
joking.
But really, I mean, all this martyrdom, that's a false truth. How are you going to call your shot on being a martyr? That's almost blasphemy. So again,
No, it's not.
did,
If you live
did
in a
Yeshua
world of
get
lies,
martyred?
if you live in a world of lies and you're not speaking the truth, or no, if you live in a world of lies and you do speak the truth, you become a martyr of the truth. That's what I am. That's what all of us are in some degree. If we go along with the lie, then we're all good, bro. You're a
Are you
liar.
up on your cross? Are you up on your cross, or are you?
What do you mean by that? Like, get specific. You want to get specific? Be specific. Like
Are
up
you
on my
your
cross.
purpose?
What do you,
Are you on your purpose? Are you on your square? Are you
well, what is my
exercising your
purpose?
will?
Is my
in
purpose not to
your-
be righteous and standing upright and doing no harm and producing good works, such as whether it be music or taking care of 8 abandoned pets that I've taken on myself that other people abandoned, doing a community service, if you want to get technical about it, out of pocket. I'm getting no community benefit or support for that. So am I living my purpose? I don't know. Maybe. I would say yes, I am. Even though my purposes are really, or
Does
my
it make you
aspirations
happy?
are way greater than that. It makes me
That's an
happy to
excellent
have my
question
dogs
as
not
well.
suffer. Sure.
I like
Is that
if you're-
all I can do?
If you're up on the cross, you'll be happy.
Well, I'm happy that I'm not a liar. I'm happy that I'm not a beaten slave that can't even acknowledge what I observe honestly in the world as I walk around. When I see something bad and I point at it and say, look at that, that's fucked up. Like, look at that, look at this businessman bullying his workers, right? Now, if I just say, well, that's just the way it is, bro, well, then I'm no better than he is. If I'm walking around in the world and I say, you know what? I know this is the way it is and the way it's always gonna be. That's what everybody told me, girl. Just accept it, bro. If I just accept that, then I'm no better. If I point it out, then yeah, I'm making myself a martyr in some degree. So it's a choice. I made it, but I don't want to be a liar. If I die a martyr for the truth, then what greater purpose is it than that, bro? Isn't that the Jesus story? Correct me if I'm wrong. Did Jesus say, you know what? You know, render unto Caesar, and you know what? Caesar's the man here, so fuck all
Is
this
your
unconditional
ego-
love shit. You know what I mean?
Is your ego stroking itself right now? Because I'm hearing that you
Sure.
martyred
Yeah, it is.
yourself.
Is that a problem? Am I allowed to do that? Can I have an
puts
ego
you-
that doesn't
it
have a
puts you in
victim
loop.
attached?
Hold on real quick. That puts you in a loop to where you didn't do shit.
No, it breaks me out of a loop because when you bring up the word ego and when Dom brings it up and anybody brings it up, that's a thought terminating cliche. I have to accept that the ego is bad. Therefore, any emotion that comes from that somebody deems as my ego becomes made null and void. And it's not
Egos
null
ain't
and void.
always bad.
The ego told you to be on the cross and get martyred. Are you doing that?
That's not
Egos
something I
ain't always
chose.
bad though. Egos are good too.
Yeah,
If
it's a tool.
everybody was
It's a
telling the
type of
truth,
psychology.
if everybody was telling the truth, dude, I would be nothing special. I would be no outstanding outlier.
That's the
You
goal.
understand?
Work yourself out of the job.
What is the ego without the id?
Well, then we get into that thing. People have different definitions of what ego is, right? So when we say ego,
because I just think it's like people running around, talking about Satan and not being of an Abrahamic faith. I'm not saying that people can't talk about, jinn and this and that and like all these other names, but to call people Satanists and to not understand that a Satanist is actually someone who's like against the Abrahamic faith, like that there's a duality to those things, right? And that it's not even quite the same, because actually ego and id, they make up the whole. So you can't separate the ego you can't just talk about ego without talking about id, in my opinion, when it comes down to things. And I know most people see id as like the base actions, right? The body and its actions, but Like the body is the receiver and transmitter of the ego, right? So it's like the temple. So, you know, it's just, I don't know. I just think there's more to it than, you
Yeah,
know,
but
than
why,
ego.
if I'm making a point, why even disregard what I was saying in terms of trying to declare it as some sort of a problematic mental state? Why not just listen to the words coming out of my mouth, consider that, and who gives a shit if it's my ego? It's
All
irrelevant.
right,
That's a judgment
I
call, you
gotta
know what I
jump
mean?
off of here.
I appreciate you guys very much. I'll say goodbye first. What a pleasure it is listening to the two of you guys dialogue, though. I mean, I know we were all involved
Yeah,
in
I
it, but
enjoy it, yeah.
your back and forth is really, really inspiring, and your
I like
passion.
it, the groove. He stands in the square, man. You don't back down.
That's all. And
Yeah,
if,
for
if
sure.
somebody can knock me off my square, bro, and it's valid and true, I'll be the first to congratulate and you know, give credit where it's due. But at this point, you know, I hear the same. We talk about loops. I hear the same loops. It's the ego, or you know, there's no right and wrong, and we're just here to observe and not act. And none of that holds up to my scrutiny. And maybe I just have a, you know, maybe my scrutiny is too, you know, too I don't know. Maybe my standard is too high. And if so, you know, I'll take that up with God in the afterlife. I'll be like, dude, you sent me to hell for this shit. Because that's what this life feels like at a certain point when you are somebody like me. It's very simple. These are simple concepts that get thrown at me. When I turn them back around and try to make it simple for everybody else, then it becomes my problem. I mean, right? I'm not so you know, ego and all this other shit. So yeah, I would love. I could talk about this every day. But if we keep looping back to the ego and all the same shit, then we're just not getting anywhere, right? So yeah, it might be my ego. I accept that. If somebody calls me negative, okay, call me what you will. But can you disprove my point?
I
You know what I
appreciate
mean?
exactly what you were saying to right there, because I know that I was on a live stream this morning where that exact same thing happened, right? Where and it just came, and the word that came out, right? There's only one word that comes back out of a woman's mouth when that comes out, and then we're just at war over two words. It's ridiculous, right? Like it's just name calling and unnecessary. Even if there's after we've acknowledged each other's thinking, we can say, hey, did you see the hint of this in there? You know, like you maybe want to soften that or whatever. Anyways, much love, you guys. I'm going to sign out first. I look forward to the next time, not coming in so late.
You got the link I sent you, right?
I did. Yep. I got it.
Good.
Yep, I did.
I sent one to Dean too, but you know, it's all good.
Yeah, we'll see him next time. Okay,
You
and I'll
going
see you
live
guys
later?
next time.
Perspective, Rebecca. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Well, thank you guys so much for sharing, and yeah, just for being here and just for being such
If you
brilliant
go
men.
live later, Beck, send me a link. You know.
Okay, I will. I don't think I will today because I've kind of had not a lot of sleep last night, but I didn't train for 2 months to not, you know, have my own little hangout party. So anyways, but if I don't today, then let's plan to do that in the next couple of days or something. I would love that. And much love to the chat. Much love to you, Charles, Dom, Inda Groove, Be What It Is, and me, Rebecca, head motherfucker in charge of Beck, signing out. Bye for now.
Rebecca, 2 + 2 is pineapple.
Peace, Beck.
Yeah, and you know, I want to apologize if I do talk. Sometimes I feel like I talk a lot, and it just kind of channels out of me and runs out, right? But I definitely will say, you know, whether it's my ego or not, I'll tell you this: my ego is healthy enough to where I do want to be challenged. I do want people to present me ideas that do, you know, go deeper into what I'm. You know, if somebody doesn't understand, I'm freely willing and able to expound on that. So, you know, at least if I do, maybe I do have an unhealthy ego to some degree, according to some people's standards. But I will say it is healthy enough to where I don't get triggered just by the word of something maybe or maybe not be coming from an ego point of view. I'm still going to look at the substance of what's being said, no matter how it's being delivered. Correct? So at least if you can acknowledge that point to me, to be like, hey, you know what? you do use some foul language sometimes, and you get a little loud and a little boisterous, but you know, at least we can recognize that you don't get easily triggered just by simple insults, and you know what I mean? Because people do say a lot of fucked up shit to me sometimes, and I'll let it slide, bro. You know, like people trying to self-diagnose my psychological state. You know, as a psychologist, I'm not even allowed to do that. But people do it to me all the time. Oh, he's crazy. He's you know, he's all angry and all this. That's fine. I let all that shit roll off my back because regardless of all that, I know my point can stand on its own. If I wrote it down on a piece of paper, then what would people have to dispute my point, right? So if we all toughened up to that level, get over these labels, get over, you know, what other people think about how you delivered a message, right? Is your message worth delivering? And if it is, then yeah, my purpose is to deliver that message. And that's the only reason I get up here and talk. I'm not asking for followers. I don't even have a YouTube channel. So why else would I be up here, dude? You know what I mean? Because I feel like it's important to put out there as a counter narrative. And I can tell you this, as soon as enough people start talking like me, guess what? I'm going to shut the fuck up because my job is done. Until that day, I got to keep doing this. Because 10 years ago, I was saying things that everybody is talking about right now. And you know what I'm not talking about? The things I was talking about 10 years ago. Because I don't need to. You know what I mean?
What's up, Sir Drop?
That's the only justice I want, dude.
What's going on with you, man? Hey, here's the reason why you up here. It's the same reason I'm up here, same reason Charles up here. It's so hard to find people in your real life that's on this mentality. So when you start seeing people like-minded across the world, you just gravitate to it.
Right.
So now, all right, I can talk about this to this person, but if I talk to one of my cousins about it, they might say I got a tinfoil hat on. They might say, man, I ain't even trying to think that deep. I'm just trying to pay my rent. Or they might just go in a shell. But then when you find other people that's talking like that, whether they agree or disagree, they doing the same talk, it make you want to talk with them. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to you, Charles, man. What's up with you, man? Everything good? I can't hear nothing, man.
You might have passed out from low blood sugar over there.
Hey, salute to you, Drop. Hey, like Charles said, man, you're the one with the mouthpiece, the master, man. I like the way you phrased that because the way I was saying it was a little bit more aggressive. It was a little bit more pointed, you know what I mean? But the way you said that, it was real nice.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. But look, now I wish the stuff we say, right? The workers and the I don't want to use the word slave. I want to use the peasants, the pawns. Let me use the pawns. I wish the words we tell them, they'll work them out because a smart man don't work. What's the saying? A powerful mind. No, a powerful mind can build. A powerful mind can build an empire with somebody else's hands. If the pawns are listen. So if the pawns gonna listen to the powers that be, then we have no chance. I wish they just listen to us because they can't think of it. They workers. They know how to pick stuff up, beat stuff up, fix stuff, and all that. Cool. Now listen to us and do it for us. It's kind of weird, like the person that'll go get it. You ever saw an entertainer that can't rap or sing or whatever, but they make it because they work so hard. They don't even have the talent to do it, but they work so hard. So let us give y'all the talent to work real hard and do it. Because I'm pushing 50 years old. If you think I'm about to go out there in the battlefield, you have retarded. It's for the people from 26 to 35. This is the time to go hard. Are they gonna drop the ball like my generation did and my people's generation did? And they people's generation gonna drop it if the warriors don't stand up, the pawns, the people that don't think about flat earth or globe earth, All they think about is I gotta pay my insurance, I gotta pay my rent, and that's all I need to know. All right, cool. Here's what else you need to know. That same goal that you going to pay that, actually put a family fund aside where everybody got to put $30 in that motherfucker a week. It's the family fund. So when somebody down and out in your family, you can go to a family fund. People can't even do something that simple when the world doing it economically. But y'all got it. I was kind of long-winded.
Well, we should be just like I got asked if I'm living my purpose, right? We should be asking the normie, are you living your purpose? And if they say, yeah, my purpose is just to come here and pay bills and watch football on Sunday. I mean, can any of us argue with that? If they accept that that is their purpose, right?
No.
No more so than anybody else should be arguing if I'm living my purpose or not. You know what I mean? As a way of trying to poke holes in my philosophy here. The fact that I have a philosophy at all that is in some way my own, I came to it myself. That's a much higher purpose than just, going along and watching football on Sunday. Correct? So, we're already miles above the normie in that sense.
I'm going to end it at 6 hours on the dot.
So,
hey, but what's correct about it is,
go ahead.
oh, it's just a one-liner. I'll give it right to you. Now, you got the sheep that watch football, right? Then you got the woke person that watch football. Okay, the woke person see the script. The woke person say, man, I can take 300 down here to Vegas right now. Put it on the Ravens and the 49ers for the Super Bowl. You'll be like, why you gonna do that?
That's my pick.
But here's why it's the pick though, right? Because they brought the Super Bowl trophy out week 2. The Super Bowl trophy is bronze and purple. What other team gonna make it?
Baltimore.
Man? So when you see the script, then you can get paid off their lie. But if you a sheeple thinking it's not rigged and fixed, I feel
it's
for
rigged.
you.
Look at the Cowboys. They should have never lost. They got blown out, and the Bucks blew out the Eagles. Was it? Yeah. All these lower teams are blowing out. It's all part of the script. They don't want to pay out. That's why.
Yep, rope-a-dopes.
And I feel drop. He said he's pushing 50. I'm 42. I went to play basketball. I forgot I was 42. I almost left on the stretcher.
Hey,
be thinking.
Change the rules, man. If I go play basketball, they got actual different rules the way they play. Y'all got it.
Yeah, so in the groove, again, I don't want to trespass, at all, and I don't want to poke too hard. So again, forgive me if I'm trespassing. But one thing that I found, thinking these similar thoughts, is you're allowed to be awake, but if you try and wake people up, it's called disturbing the peace. So with that, Charles, much love, salute to you for hosting the panel. Dominic, in the groove, Sir Drop. It's a pleasure talking to y'all. Everybody in the chat, one love, much love to y'all. Big love all day, every day. And yeah, I'll hop down and get back to it. Till the next time, fellas.
Peace, B. Thanks for coming up.
That was a mic drop. He said, man, you can be woke, but when you wake people up, it's called disturbing the peace. That shit was fire. But all right, man. I ain't know you was up here for 6 hours. My bad. I thought I just came. It's cool, man. I'm going to tap in with you.
Yeah, I'm going to send you a beat drop. I got a nice down south beat. I'm going to send you. I've been writing a lot, so. And if you don't want to put it together, I could mess with it and line the stuff up too. If you're busy, but I'll let you know.
Well, one thing I'll say, if a liar is lying to my face, my peace is being disturbed. So if I'm either a part of this thing or I'm not a part of it. Right? So if I'm not a part of it, fine. there's no consequences. Then you can't come at me with your, oh, you said something online, blah blah blah. Don't even come at me like that. But if I'm part of this, why is my peace not valuable if everyone else's is? I have to respect the rights of a sleepwalker. Well, I was a sleepwalker at one point until I was made awake. Correct? I doubt, I'm no
Yeah.
different in that regard. So,
I'm
all
just
these
glad
things.
I was never fully asleep. Because those people aren't waking up, People fully asleep, you can't unplug.
And hey, they can be free to do that. Go stay over there and sleep, bro. But when they come over knocking on my door, trying to, quote, disturb my peace, the fact that I'm not asleep, well, am I not being transgressed against? And I could just, all this talking I'm doing, I'm letting them know, you come for me, I'm not going to shut up. I'm going to get louder. So if that's what they want, they can come over here and get it.
Some people say ego. I say it's passion. Sometimes, people's passions are strong.
I embrace
I
ego,
get the
bro.
same way. I get the same way. And I get passionate.
If
When
ego
I see
was all bad,
videos of police stepping on people's rights, I get fired up and real passionate. I'd be wanting to go put them in a chokehold.
well, if ego was all bad, right, why would we even have a phrase called healthy ego? Well, if it's all bad, then what's a healthy ego mean? It means something. So I choose not to ignore those types of obvious flaws in those arguments. When people just use it as a way of shutting down debate or that's psychological tricks, bro. That's what these trolls are designed to do. That's why they infiltrate these groups. That's why that dude yesterday brought fear in here. Well, fear don't work, so let's start attacking the individual by saying he's got an ego problem. Oh shit, he's talking about healthy ego. Now what do we have to work with? Right? So this just rules of the
Ego
game,
ain't
bro.
always bad.
No,
Ego
bro.
can sometimes drive a person into a positive.
Hey, there is no good and bad, right? That's what Dom says. There's no good and bad. Therefore, ego is good or bad.
Kind of true.
It
What
just
is
is,
good
bro.
and what's bad?
It
One
serves.
person might say it's good, and the next person might say, no, that's bad. So
That's us dividing it. It just serves. And then you can reflect on it and say, okay, do I want to continue doing it? Each moment it'll bring whatever. We're using it right now. The whole time we've been using the ego, the program. Now, if a person's okay with it, that's for them to decipher. For other people, they just have to remove themselves. I don't like the way that person talks. Okay, remove yourself. I don't like the way the person acts. Okay, remove yourself. This is where we teach each other, whether we know it or not, how to be mature. It's when a person stays there and then gets caught up in their likes and dislikes. They're trying to move in an object that shouldn't be moved. You move around it. You work around it. Again, we're just playing with words, like you guys are saying. We're playing with words, but it's the ego, the self, the program, the stuff that it's the one that gets conditioned all the time. And you should be able to change it, because we do on a regular basis. We just don't always see it.
Well, here's one thing I would ask of you, Dom. Like, your philosophy is it's very well developed and encompassing and steadfast. I get that, right? But how do you rectify the fact you're a married man, or you're coupled up, right?
Yeah, coupled up.
There's a certain amount of ego that goes into the fact that, hey, I'm a person and I'm in a shared relationship with this other person, right? I'm a husband. I'm a this or that. That's all ego in programming.
Those are your personas. Those are your masks. Yes, those are your
Okay.
masks.
Okay. Yeah. So it's unavoidable. You have to have an ego. You can't be in this world unless you're just going to be a monk who took a vow of silence, shave your head, and just sit there and not speak for the rest of your life.
Yes,
right.
And I've shared that. I share awareness to be aware of that. Most people don't. Well, not most people. Some people figure there has to be an outcome. That's where right and wrong comes. There has to be an outcome, which is fine. But I'm not that person. I could play anybody in the world that knows how to play chess. I'm not worried about the outcome. I just enjoy playing the game. For other people, they enjoy the outcome. There has to be a winner or a loser. This is where people get caught up in the ego and their perception of the ego. They're going to transfer that over to that. It's no different when somebody says it's my wife, so therefore everything is yours. My wife, my kids, my body. Okay, that's their speech. Once you become aware, you shift it a little bit, like a degree, and then you start saying, "Oh, so it's not my wife." No, you get to experience that person. No different. You get to experience your kids. It's this ideal that we have to own anything, which is fine. Again, I'm the kind of person I'll say that's fine. I'm not here to change anybody, and if I am, it would be me first, and that's usually with awareness.
Right.
At Cage Reality, I would drop the link, but we're closing up.
Okay.
You came a little late. Yeah. 6 hours.
He's talking about that. We play chess, me and Cage.
Chess is a game of strategy. I
It
like
is,
chess.
but it's a gentleman's game. So
Yeah.
if you don't get caught up in the outcome, with even though the pieces have been changed or the board, then you have to look at the hidden hand. That's the hand that moves the piece, and then you move them around. What are the purpose of a pawn? What's the purpose of the king? Let alone the wise person on the board that now they call it a queen, but it's a wise person. It's an old Parisian game. It is strategy, but it's for the hemispheres. It's usually the emotions that get caught up. But I got to win. I said, okay, you're already catching the ball before you run.
Well, that's the thing, right? The winners of the game of chess, the way that they get over, the way to win the game of chess is to, in a sense, know or predict what the moves your opponent is going to make, right? So you become 2, 3, 4 steps ahead. You start trying to predict the other person rather than it be a self-challenge, like the loser of a chess game is probably not even going to think about what is that dude going to do next. He's going to make a move, and he's going to see what the guy does next, and then he's going to make another move.
So you
But
got
the
to think
winners,
5, 6 moves ahead.
right? That's what the winners are doing there.
Well, now we're talking about how the elites hire certain people. They don't even talk about 6 or 7 moves. They're talking about 30 or 40. To be a chess master, you have to understand at least 20 or 30 different moves in one particular game. But what happens when there's different kinds of games that you're playing with chess? And now dare not put that into a computer. Good luck if a chess master will beat that thing now. This is where we're at, guys. That's all. That's just where. And to be aware of it, it's kind of like martial arts. You go with the punch. You don't try to fight it. But again, it's each their own. Some people want to. They like that confrontation. They like that resistance. It builds muscles for them. Kind of ideal.
Right. Well, okay. Well, if they give us a document and it says Agenda 2030 on it, right? And they have a whole big list of a to-do list for society on there. If they give us that, right, and we look at that and we don't say anything about it, then the blame becomes on us, right?
Well, the onus is always on the masses, but when they do that, what they're sharing is they're showing among them their friends in their media, what they're going to do. They don't care about us. We, the masses, have chosen to be ignorant, consciously ignorant. Now, they might say, okay, yeah, but they wrote it. I get to see it. I said, yeah, but it's like reading a script. It wasn't really for our eyes. And even if it is, they're counting on the fact that most people aren't going to be able to comprehend that. They're going to react to it, but they're not going to comprehend it. This is where people have to learn the ability to respond opposed to react. Because what comes with responsibility is accountability. Reaction, more times than not, people are too busy in the war being puppets, and they're now beanbags, which is fine. But how does that serve the whole? It doesn't, but it does serve the ego.
All right, guys. I'm about to jump off.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Thanks,
man.
Thanks.
Yeah, dude. You too, man. All right, y'all have a good day, bro. Peace out, Chad. Much love. Later, Charles.
Thank you, In the Groove, Dom, man, everyone in the chat. Sorry I gotta end it, but I'm hungry. Maybe I'll go live later again, like I did yesterday. But I appreciate everyone. This is a good build, conversation, information, all that. Have a good day, night, morning, wherever you are. Peace out. Peace out, Dean. I'll talk to you later, Dean. I hit you up on Telegram.